Chapter 5a and Alpha 1 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5a and Alpha 1, Certainty and the Truth of Reason, Observation as a Mode of Reason, and the Observation of Things of Nature. Section C, Free Concrete Mind. Translator's note. Reason is the first stage in the analysis of concrete mind, of universal self-consciousness of itself in its object and consciousness of the object as universal. Reason is not a mere function of mind, but a stage of mind. It therefore possesses its own peculiar content and operates in a process peculiar to itself. Its aim is to become completely conscious of its own nature, and to acquire this it must develop itself through its various phases. The process of development is from immediate to mediate, from what is implicitly to what is explicitly. The first step, therefore, is reason as immediate, where universal self is simply and directly aware of itself in a universal object. The operation of concrete mind at this stage is found where reason observes. The analysis of observation at this operates in the various domains covered by the empirical sciences. It's thus the subject matter of the following section. The processes of these various sciences are assumed in Hegel's analysis. Observation must change in character with the objects observed, hence the difference between the observation of inorganic and organic nature, observation of mind, and the relation of mind and nature. The difficulties reason has to face in this operation, and the contradiction into which it falls in seeking to find laws, etc., to satisfy its aim, form the substance of the following analysis. The nature of reason, as here conceived, is the source and origin of philosophical idealism. Whether the idealism be one-sided or absolute, idealism is in fact the philosophical expression of the principle of reason. Just the various empirical sciences may be said to be the development in the several ways in which experience dictates of the operation of rational observation. Hence the introductory pages of the following analysis are devoted to a statement of the character of true and false idealism. The historical material behind the abstract argument elaborated here is provided by the awakened scientific spirit that appeared after the Reformation and the methods and results of empirical sciences at the time Hegel wrote. In particular, the physiological conceptions of irritability, of sensibility and reproduction, discussed on page 256 and following, were first formulated by Haller, Elementa Physiologique, 1757-66. For a list of the chief scientific works which appeared shortly before or about the time of the following analysis was written, and which doubtless provided part of the material for the analysis, see Mert's History of European Thought, Volume 1, pages 82 to 83. The polemical criticism which runs through this, as through almost every section of the work, is directed against one-sided idealism of Hegel's predecessors and the imperfect conception of scientific method displayed by the current science of nature. End of translator's note. With the thought that consciousness has laid hold of, that individual consciousness is inherently absolute reality, consciousness turns back into itself. In the case of the unhappy consciousness, the inherent and essential reality is a beyond, remote from itself. But the process of its activity has in its case brought out the truth that individuality, when completely developed, individuality which is a concrete actual mode of consciousness, is made the negative of itself, i.e. the object extreme. In other words, has forced it to make explicit its self-existence and turn this into an objective fact. In this process it has itself become aware too of its unity with the universal, a unity which, seeing that the individual when sublated is the individual, is no longer looked on by us as falling outside it, and which, since consciousness maintains itself in this negative condition, is inherently in it as such its very essence. Its truth is what appears in the process of synthesis, where the extremes were seen to be absolutely held apart, as the middle term, proclaiming to the unchangeable consciousness that the isolated individual has renounced itself, and to the individual consciousness that the unchangeable consciousness is no longer for it an extreme, but is one with it and reconciled to it. This mediating term is the unity directly aware of both and relating to one another, and the consciousness of their unity, which it proclaims to consciousness, thereby to itself. It is the certainty of assurance of being all truth. From the fact that self-consciousness is reason, its hitherto negative attitude towards otherness turns round into a positive attitude. So far it has been concerned merely with its independence and freedom. It has sought to save and keep itself for itself at the expense of the word or its own actuality, both of which appeared to it to involve the denial of its own essential nature. But qua reason, assured of itself, it is at peace so far as they are concerned and is able to endure them. For it is certain itself is reality, certain all concrete actuality is nothing else but it. Its thought is itself eo ipso concrete reality. Its attitude towards the latter is thus that of idealism. To it, looking at itself in this way, it seems as if now, for the first time, the world has come into being. Formerly it did not understand the world, it desired the world and worked upon it, then withdrew itself from it and retired into itself, abolished the world so far as itself was concerned, and abolished itself qua consciousness, both the consciousness of that world as essentially real, as well as the consciousness of its nothingness and unreality. Here, for the first time, after the grave of its truth is lost, after the annihilation of its concrete actuality is itself done away with, and the individuality of consciousness is seen to be in itself absolute reality, it discovers the world as its own new and real world, which in its permanence possesses an interest for it, just as previously the interest lay only in its transitoriness. The subsistence of the world is taken to mean the actual presence of its own truth. It is certain of finding only itself there. Reason is the conscious certainty of being all reality. This is how idealism announces its principle. Just as consciousness, assuming the form of reason immediately and inherently, contains that certainty within it, in the same way idealism also directly proclaims and expresses that certainty. I am I in the sense that the I which is object for me is sole and only object, and is all reality and all that is present. The I which is object to me here is not what we have in self-consciousness in general, nor again what we have in free independent self-consciousness. In the former it is merely empty object in general, in the latter it is merely an object that withdraws itself from other objects that still hold their own alongside it. In the present instance, the object ego is object, which is consciously known to exclude the existence of any other whatsoever. Self-consciousness, however, is not merely from its own point of view, für sich, but also in its very self, an sich. All reality, primarily by the fact that it becomes this reality, or rather demonstrates itself to be such. It demonstrates itself to be this by the way in which otherness as inherently real, an sich, first disappears in the course of the dialectic movement of meaning, meinen, perceiving and understanding, and afterwards, in the movement, through the independence of consciousness, in lordship and servitude, through the idea of freedom, sceptical detachment, and the struggle for absolute liberation on the part of the self-divided consciousness, where otherness, so far as being still for consciousness, vanishes for the latter itself. There appeared two aspects, one after the other. The one where the essential reality or the truly real present to consciousness had the characteristic of existence, the other where it had the character of only being an object for consciousness. But both led back to one single truth, that what is, or the real per se, only is so far as it is an object for consciousness, and that what is for consciousness is also inherently real. The mode of consciousness which this truth constitutes has forgotten the process by which this result has been reached. The pathway to it lies away behind. This consciousness comes on the scene directly in the form of reason. In other words, this reason appearing thus immediately comes before us merely as the certainty of that truth. It is merely assured of being all reality. It does not, however, itself comprehend this fact. for that forgotten pathway by which it arrives at this position is the process of comprehending what is involved in this mere assertion which it makes, and on that account any one who has not taken this route finds the assertion unintelligible when he hears it expressed in this abstract form, although as a matter of concrete experience he makes the same assertion himself. This kind of idealism, which does not trace the path to that result, but starts off with the bare assertion of this truth, is consequently a mere assurance, which does not understand its own nature and cannot make itself intelligible to any one else. It announces an intuitive certainty to which there stand in contrast other equally intuitive certainties that have been lost along that very pathway. Hence the claim and assurances made by these other certainties are equally entitled to a place alongside the assurance of that certainty. Reason takes its stand on the self-consciousness of each individual consciousness. I am I. My object and my essential reality is ego, and no one will deny reason this truth. But since it rests on this appeal, it sanctions the truth of the other certainty, viz. There is for me another. Another qua ego is to me object and true reality. Or since I am object and reality to myself, I am only so by withdrawing myself from the other altogether and appearing alongside it as an actuality. Only when reason comes forward as a reflection from the opposite certainty does its assertion in regarding itself appear in the form not merely of a certainty and an assurance, but of a truth, and a truth not alongside others, but the only truth. Its appearing directly and immediately in the abstract form of its actual presence, the essential nature and inherent reality of which is an absolute notion, i.e. the process of its own development. Consciousness will determine its relation to otherness, or its objects in various ways, according as it is one or other stage of the development of the world spirit into self-consciousness. How the world spirit immediately finds and determines itself and its object at any given time, or how it appears to itself, depends on what has come to be, on what has come from, or on what is already implicitly inherently is. Reason is the certainty of being all reality. This, its inherent nature, this reality, is still, however, through and through a universal, the pure abstraction of reality. It is the first positive character which self-consciousness per se is aware of being. An ego, therefore, merely the pure inner sense of existence, in other words, is the category, bare and simple. The category, which usually has the significance of being the inmost essence of existence, leaving existence quite undetermined, or without determination by contrast to consciousness, is here the essential nature or simple unity of existence merely in the sense of a reality that thinks. To put it otherwise, the category means this, that existence and self-consciousness are the same being, the same not as a matter of comparison, but really and truly in and for themselves. It is only a one-sided, unsound idealism which lets this unity again appear on one side as consciousness, with a reality per se over against it on the other. But now this category, or simple unity of self-consciousness and being, has difference within it, for its very nature consists in just this, in being immediately one and identical with itself, in otherness or in absolute difference. Difference therefore is, but completely transparent, a difference that is at the same time none. It appears in the form of a plurality of categories, since idealism declares the unity of self-consciousness to be all reality, and at once takes it for the essential real, without first having comprehended its absolutely negative nature. Only an absolutely negative reality contains within its very being negation, determinateness, or difference. Still more incomprehensible than the former is this, viz. That the category there are differences, kinds or species of categories. This assurance in general, as also the assurance as any determinate number of kinds of categories, is a new form of assurance which, however, itself implies that we are no longer to accept it as an assurance. For since difference starts in the pure ego, in pure understanding itself, it is thereby affirmed that here immediacy-making assurances finding something given must be abandoned and reflective comprehension begin. But to pick up the various categories again, in any sort of a way as a kind of happy find, hit upon, e.g. in the different judgments and then to be content so to accept them, must really be regarded as an outrage on scientific thinking. Translator's note. This refers to Kant's discovery of his table of categories. End translator's note. Where is understanding to be able to demonstrate necessity, if it is capable of doing so in its own case, itself being of pure necessity? Now, because in this way the pure essential being of things, as well as their aspect of differences, belongs to reason, we can, strictly speaking, no longer talk of things at all, i.e. something which would only be present to consciousness by negatively opposing it. For the many categories are species of the pure category, which means that the pure category is still their genus or essential nature, and not opposed to them. But they contain and imply the ambiguity of which otherness too, in its aspect of plurality, involves as against the pure category. They, in point of fact, contradict the pure category by this plurality, and the pure category must sublate themselves, a process by which it constitutes itself as the negative unity of the different elements. Qua negative unity, however, it puts away from itself and excludes both the diverse elements as such and that previous immediate unity as such. It is then individual singleness, a new category, which is an exclusive form of consciousness, i.e. stands in relation to something else, an other. This individuality, in its transition from its notion to an external reality, the pure schema, which is at once consciousness and in consequence of it being a single individual and excluding unit, points to the presence of an external other. But the other of this category is merely the other categories first mentioned, viz. Pure essential reality and pure difference. And in this category, i.e. just in affirming the other, or in this other itself, consciousness is likewise the other too. Each of these various moments points and refers to another. At the same time, however, they do not involve any absolute otherness. The pure category refers to the species which passes over into the negative category, the category of exclusion, individuality. This latter, however, points back to them. It is itself pure consciousness, which is aware of each of them being always this clear unity with itself. A unity, however, that in the same way is referred to another, which in being disappears, and in disappearing is once again brought into being. We see pure consciousness here affirmed in a twofold form. In one case it is the restless activity which passes hither and thither through all its moments, seeing them in that otherness which is sublated in the process of grasping it. In the other case it is the imperturbable unity certain of its own truth. The restless activity constitutes the other for this unity, while this unity for the other, for that activity, and with this reciprocally determining opposites, consciousness and objects alternate. Consciousness thus at one time finds itself seeking about hither and thither, and its object is absolutely what exists per se, and is the essentially real. At another time, consciousness is aware of being the category bare and simple, and the object is the movement of the different elements. Consciousness, however, qua essential reality, is the whole of this process of passing out of itself qua simple category into individuality, and the object of viewing this process in the object, cancelling it as distinct, appropriating it as its own, and declaring itself as this certainty of being all reality, of being both itself and its object. Its first declaration is merely this abstract, empty phrase that everything is its own. For the certainty of being all reality is to begin with the pure category. Reason knowing itself in this sense, in its object, is what finds expression in its abstract, empty idealism. It merely takes reason as reason appears at first, and by its pointing out that in all being there is this bare consciousness of a mine, and by expressing things as sensation or ideas, it fancies it has shown that abstract mine of consciousness to be a complete reality. It is bound, therefore, to be at the same time absolute empiricism, because for the filling of this empty mine, i.e. for the element of distinction, and for all further development and embodiment of it, its reason needs an impact, anstos, operating from without, in which lies the fons et origio of the multiplicity of sensations or ideas. This kind of idealism is thus just such a self-contradictory equivocation as skepticism, only while the latter expresses itself negatively, the former does so in a positive way. But it fails just as completely as skepticism to link up its contradictory statements about pure consciousness being all reality, while at the same time and the alien impact or sense impressions and ideas are equally reality. It oscillates hither and thither from one to the other and tumbles into the false or sensuous infinite. Since all reality in the sense of the abstract mind and the other is an externality indifferent to it, there is here affirmed just that sort of knowledge of an other on the part of reason which we met with before in the form of intending or meaning, meinen, perceiving and understanding which grasps what is meant and what is perceived. Such a kind of knowledge is at the same time asserted by the very principle of this idealism itself not to be the true knowledge, for only the unity of apperception is the real truth of knowledge. Pure reason as conceived by this idealism, if it is to get at this other which is essential to it, i.e. really is per se, but which it does not possess in itself, it is thus thrown back on that knowledge which is not a knowledge of the real truth. It thus condemns itself knowingly and voluntarily to being an untrue kind of knowledge, and cannot get away from meaning and perceiving, which for it have no truth at all. It falls into a direct contradiction. It asserts that the real has a twofold nature, consists of elements of sheer opposition, is unity of apperception and thing as well. Whether a thing is called an alien impact, or an empirical entity or sensibility, or the thing in itself, it remains in principle precisely the same, viz. Something external and foreign to that unity. This idealism falls into such a contradiction because it asserts the abstract notion of reason to be the truth. Consequently, reality comes directly before it, just as much in a form which is not strictly the reality of reason at all, whereas reason is all the while intended to be reality. Reason remains in this case a restless search, which in its very process of seeking declares that it is utterly impossible to have the satisfaction of finding. But actual concrete reason is not so inconsequent as this, being at first merely the certainty that it is all reality. It is in this notion well aware that qua certainty, qua ego, it is not yet in truth all reality, and thus reason is driven on to raise its formal certainty into actual truth, and give concrete filling to the empty mine. Section A. Observation as a process of reason. This consciousness, which takes being to mean what is its own, now seems indeed to adopt once again the attitude of meaning and perceiving, but not in the sense that it is certain of what a mere other is, but in the sense that it is certain of this other being itself. Formerly, consciousness merely happened to perceive various elements in the thing, and had a certain experience in so doing. But here it settles itself to the observation to be made and the experience to be had. Meaning and perceiving, which formerly were superseded in so far as we were concerned, für uns, are now superseded by consciousness on its own behalf, für es. Reason sets out to know the truth, to find the form of a notion what, for meaning and for perceiving, is a thing, i.e. it seeks in thinghood to have merely the consciousness of its own self. Reason has therefore here a universal interest in the world, because it is the certainty of having the present within it, or is certain that the actual present is rational. It seeks its other while knowing that it there possesses nothing itself but itself. It seeks merely its own infinitude. While at first merely surmising that it is in the world of reality, or knowing this only in general way to be its own domain, it goes forward on this understanding and appropriates everywhere and at all points its own assured possession. It plants the symbol of its sovereignty on the heights and the depths of reality. But this superficial mine is not the final and supreme interest. The joy of universal appropriation finds still in its property an otherness and externality which does not involve abstract reason. Reason has the presentiment of being a deeper reality than pure ego is, and must demand that difference, the manifold diversity of being, should itself be its very own, that the ego should look at and see itself as concrete reality and find itself present in objectively embodied form and in the shape of such a thing. But if reason probes and gropes through the inmost recesses of the life of things, and opens there every vein, so that even reason itself may gush out of them, then it will not achieve this desired result. It must for its purpose have first brought about in itself its own completion in order to be able after that to experience what its completion means. Consciousness observes, i.e. reason wants to find and to have itself in the form of existent object to be in concrete sensuously present form. The consciousness thus observing fancies, meint, and indeed says that it wants to discover not itself, but on the contrary, the inner being of things qua things. That this consciousness means this and says so lies in the fact that it is reason, but it is reason as such, but reason is such is for it not as yet object. If it were to know reason to be equally and at once the essence of things and of itself, and knew that reason can only be actually present in consciousness in the shape and embodiment peculiarly appropriate to reason, then it would descend into the depths of its own being and seek reason there rather than in things. If it had found reason there, it would again turn from that and be directed upon concrete reality in order to see therein its own sensuous expression, but would at the same time take that sensuous form to be essentially a notion. Translator's note. This paragraph is a passing remark and refers to the method of the logic. End translator's note. Reason, as it immediately appears in the form of conscious certainty of being all reality, takes its reality in the sense of immediacy of being, and also takes the unity of ego with this objective existence in the sense of an immediate unity, a unity which it, reason, has not yet separated, and then again united the moments of being an ego, or, in other words, a unity which reason has not yet come to understand. It, therefore, when appearing as a conscious observation, turns to things with the idea that it is really taking them as sensuous things, opposed to the ego. But its actual procedure contradicts this idea, for it knows things. It transforms their sensuous character into conceptions, i.e. just into a kind of being which at the same time is ego. It transforms thought into an existent thought, or being into a thought-constituted being, and in fact asserts that things have truth merely as conceptions. In this process, it is only what the things are that consciousness in observation takes account of. We, however, who are tracing the nature of this experience, are interested in what conscious observation itself is. The outcome of its process, however, will be that this consciousness becomes aware of being for itself what it is in itself, i.e. to become aware of being to itself what in the meantime it is to us. We have to consider the operation of this observational phase of reason in the varied moments of its activity. It takes up this attitude towards nature, mind, and finally towards the relation of both in this form of sense existence. And in all these, it seeks to find itself as a definitely existing concrete actuality. Section Alpha 1, Observation of Nature. When this unreflective consciousness speaks of observation and experience as being the foundation of truth, the phrase may possibly sound as if the whole business were a matter of tasting, smelling, feeling, hearing, and seeing. It forgets, in its zeal for tasting, smelling, etc., to say that, in point of fact, it really and rationally determined for itself already the object thus sensually apprehended, and this determination of the object is, at least, as important for it as that apprehension. It will also as readily admit that its whole concerns is not simply a matter of perceiving, and will not allow, e.g. the perception that this penknife lies beside this snuff-box, to pass for an observation. What is perceived should, at least, have the significance of a universal, and not of a sensuous particular this. The universal here regarded is, in the first instance, merely self-sameness. Its movement is merely the uniform recurrence of the same operation. The consciousness, which thus far finds in the object of merely universality, or the abstract mine, must take upon itself the movement particular to the object, and since it is not yet at the stage of understanding that object, it must at least be the recollection of it, as a recollection which expresses in a universal way what in actual fact is merely given in the form of a particular. This superficial method of getting out of particularity, and this equally superficial type of universality into which the sense element is merely taken up, without the sense element having itself become a universal, this description of things is not yet a process effected in the object itself. The process really takes place solely in the function of describing. The object as it is described has consequently lost interest. While the one object is being described, another must be kept in view and continually thought, so as not to put a stop to the process of description. If it is no longer easy to find new and whole things, then there is nothing for it but to turn back upon those already found in order to divide them still further, break them up into component parts, and look out for any new aspects of thinghood that still remain in them. There can be no stopping this restlessly active instinct in dealing with its material. To find a new genus of distinctive significance, or even to discover a new planet, although an individual entity yet possesses the nature of a universal, it can only fall to the lot of those who are lucky enough to do so. But the boundary line of what, like elephant, oak, gold, is markedly distinctive, the line of demarcation of what is genus and species, passes through many stages into the endless particularization of the chaos of planets and animals, kinds of rocks, or metals, forms of earth, etc., etc., that only art and craft can bring to light. In this realm, where universality means indeterminateness, where particularity now approximates to singleness, and again at this point that even descends to it entirely, there is offered an inexhaustible supply of material for observation and description to deal with. Here, where a boundless field is opened up, it can have found at the boundary line of the universal not an immeasurable wealth, but instead merely the limitations of nature and of its own operation. It can no longer know whether what seems to have been being per se is not the chance accident. What bears the impress of a confused or unformed feeble image, that it barely got it out of elementary indeterminateness, cannot claim even to be described. While this seeking and describing seem to be concerned merely with things that we see, in point of fact it is not carried on at the level of sense perception. Rather, what enables things to be known is more important for that process than the range of sense properties left over, qualities of which, of course, the thing itself cannot do without, but which consciousness dispenses with. Through this distinction into what is essential and what is unessential, the notion rises out of the dispersion of sensibility, and knowledge thereby makes it clear that it has to do with its own self, at least quite as essentially as with the things. This duality in the observed objects produces a certain hesitation as to whether what is essentially and necessary for knowledge is also in the case of things. On the one hand, the qualifying marks have merely to serve the purpose of knowledge in distinguishing things inter se. On the other hand, however, it is not the unessential qualities of things that have to be known, but the feature in virtue of which they themselves break away from the general continuity of being as a whole, get cut from the others and stand by themselves. The distinguishing marks must not only have an essential relation to knowledge, but also be the essential characteristic of things, and the system of marks devised must conform to the system of nature itself, and merely express this system. This follows necessarily from the very principle and meaning of reason, and the instinct of reason, for it operates in observation merely as instinct, has also in its systems attained this unity, a unity where its objects are so constituted that they carry their own essential reality with them, involve an existence on their own account, and are not simply an incident of a given particular time or a particular place. The distinguishing marks of animals, for example, are taken from their claws and teeth. For in point of fact, not only does knowledge distinguish thus one animal from another, but each animal itself separates itself off thereby. It preserves for its own sake, by means of these weapons, and keeps itself detached from the universal nature. A plant, on the other hand, never gets the length of existing for its own sake. It touches merely the boundary line of individuality. This line is where plants show the semblance of diremption and separation by their position of different sex characteristics. This furnishes therefore the principle for distinguishing plants inter se. What, however, stands on a still lower level cannot of itself any longer distinguish itself from another. It gets lost when the contrast comes into play. Being per se and being in a relation come into conflict. A thing in the latter case is something different from a thing in the former case, whereas the individuum is what it is by preserving itself in relation to another. What, however, is incapable of this, and what becomes in chemical fashion something other than it is empirically, confuses knowledge and gives rise to the same doubt as to whether knowledge is to hold on one side or the other. Since the thing has itself no self-consistency, and these two sides fall apart within it. In those systems where elements involve general self-sameness, the character connotes at once what is self-same for knowledge, and for things themselves as well. But the expansion of these self-identical characteristics, each of which describes undisturbed the entire circuit of its course, and gets full scope to do as it likes, necessarily leads readily to its very opposite, leads to the confusion of these characteristics. For the qualifying mark of the general characteristic is the unity of opposite factors, viz., of what is determinate and what is per se universal. It must therefore break asunder into this opposition. If now on one side the characteristic overmasters the universality in which its essence lies, on the other side again this universality equally keeps that characteristic under which control forces the latter on its boundary line, and then mingles together its distinctions and essential constituents. Observation, which kept them apart in an orderly fashion and thought it had hold of there something stable and fixed, finds the principles overlapping and dominating one another, sees confusions formed and transitions made from one to another. Here it finds united what is to look at first to be absolutely separated, and there separated what it considered connected. Hence, when observation thus holds by the unbroken self-sameness of being, it has here, just in the most general determinations given, e.g. in the sense of its essential marks of an animal planet, to see itself tormented with instances which rob it of its very determination, silence the universality it reached, and reduce it again to unreflective observation and description. Observation, which confines itself in this way to what is simple, or restricts the sensuously dispersed elements by the universal, thus finds its principle confused by its object, because what is determined must by its very nature get lost in its opposite. Reason, therefore, must pass from that inert characteristic which had the semblance of stability, and go on to observe it as really is in truth, viz. As relating to its opposite. What are called essential marks are passive characteristics which, when expressed and apprehended as simple, do not bring out what constitutes their real nature, which is to be vanishing moments of its process withdrawing and betaking itself into itself. Since the instinct of reason now arises at the point of looking for the characteristic in the light of its true nature, that of essentially passing over it into its opposite, and not existing apart by itself and for its own sake, it seeks after the law and the notion of law. It seeks for them, moreover, as an existing reality, but this feature of concrete reality will in point of fact disappear before reason, and the aspects of the law will become for it mere moments or abstractions, so that the law comes to light in the nature of the notion, which it has destroyed within itself, the indifferent subsistence of sensuous reality. To the consciousness observing, the truth of law is given experience, in the way that the sense existence is an object for consciousness. The truth is not given in and for itself. If, however, the law does not have its truth in the notion, it is something contingent, not a necessity. In fact, not a law. Its being essentially in the form of notion does not merely not contradict its being present for observation to deal with, but really gives it, on that account, necessary existence and makes it an object for observation. The universal in the sense of a rational universality is also universal in the sense implied in the above notion. It is being for consciousness. It presents itself there as the real, the objective present. The notion sets itself forth in the form of thinghood and sensuous existence. But it does not on that account lose its nature and fall into the condition of immovable subsisting passivity or mere adventitious succession. What is universally normal is also universally valid. What ought to be, as a matter of fact, is too. And what merely should be and is not has no real truth. The instinct of reason is entirely within its rights when it stands firm on this point and refuses to be led astray by entia intellectus, which merely ought to be, and would have truth in the sense of this ought to be, even though they are to be met with nowhere in experience, and declined to be turned aside by the hypothetical suggestions and all the other impalpable unrealities designed in the interests of an everlasting ought to be, which never is. Translator's note directed at Kant and Fichte. For this reason, It is just this certainty of having reality, and what this consciousness is not aware of is an existent entity, i.e. what does not appear is nothing for consciousness here at all. The true nature of law, viz. That it is essentially reality, will no doubt again assume for consciousness, if it stops at the level of observation, the form of an opposite over against the notion and the inherently universal. In other words, this consciousness does not take such an object as its law to be a reality of reason. It thinks it has got there something external and foreign, but it contradicts its own idea by actually and in fact not taking its universality to mean that all individual things of sense must have given evidence of the law to enable the truth of the law to be asserted. To assert that stones, when raised from the ground and let go, fall, does not require us to make the experiment with all stones. It means that most likely this experiment must have been tried with a good many, and from that we can, by analogy, draw an inference about the rest with the greatest probability, or with perfect right. Yet analogy not only gives no perfect right, but on account of its very nature contradicts itself so often that the inference to be drawn from analogy itself is rather that analogy is not at liberty to draw an inference. Probability, which is what analogy would come to, loses when face to face with truth. Every distinction of less and greater, be the probability as great as it may be, it is nothing as against truth. The instinct of reason, however, takes as a matter of fact laws of that sort for truth. It is when reason does not find necessity in them that it resorts to making this distinction and lowers the truth of the matter to the level of probability, in order to bring out the imperfect way in which truth is presented to the consciousness, that as yet has no insight into the pure notion. For universality is, before it, they are merely in the form of simple immediate universality. But at the same time, on account of this universality, the law has truth for consciousness. That a stone falls is true for consciousness because it is aware of the stone being heavy, i.e. because in weight, taken by itself as such, the stone has that essential relation to the earth expressed in the act of falling. Consciousness thus finds in experience the objective being of the law, but it has it there in the form of a notion as well, and only because of both factors together is the law true for consciousness. The law therefore is accepted as a law because it presents itself in the sphere of appearance, and is at the same time, in its very nature, a notion. The instinct of reason in this type of consciousness, because the law is at the same time inherently a notion, proceeds to give the law and its moments a purely conceptual form, and proceeds to do this of necessity, but without knowing that it is what it seeks to do. It puts the law to the test of an experiment. As the law first appears, it is enveloped in particular sense, and as the notion constituting its nature is involved with empirical elements. The instinct of reason sets to work to find out by experimentation what follows in such and such circumstances. By so doing, the law seems only to be plunged still further into sense, but sense existence really gets lost in the process. The inner purport of this investigation is to find pure conditions of the law, and this means nothing else, even if the consciousness stating the fact were to think it meant something different, than completely to bring out the law in conceptual shape and detach its moments entirely from determinate specific existence. For example, negative electricity, which is known at first, say, in the form of resin electricity, while positive electricity comes before us as glass electricity, these by means of experiments lose altogether such a significance and become purely positive and negative electricity, neither of which is bound up any longer with things of a particular kind, and we can no longer say that these are bodies which are electrical positively, others electrical negatively. In the same way, the relationship of acid and base and their reaction constitutes a law, which these opposite factors appear as bodies, yet these sundered things have no reality. The power which tears them apart cannot prevent them entering at the same time into a process, for they are merely this relation. They cannot subsist and be indicated by themselves apart, like a tooth or a claw. That is, their very nature is to pass over directly into neutral product, to make their existence lie in being cancelled and superseded, or make it into a universal. And acid and base possess truth merely qua universal. Just then as glass and resin can be equally well positively and negatively electrified, in the same way acid and base are not attached as properties or qualities to this or that reality. Each thing is only relatively acidulate and basic. What seems to be an absolute base or an absolute acid gets in the so-called synomates. Translator's note, a term employed by chemist Winterl at the beginning of the 19th century to denote combinations intermediate in character between physical mixtures and chemical combinations. In synomates, the bodies undergo the product of change, i.e. change of colour, specific density and weight. These changes do not take place in mere physical mixtures, and yet they do not constitute a chemical combination. Examples of synomates are the blending of water and alcohol and the amalgam of minerals. What seems to be an absolute acid or an absolute base gets the so-called synomates, the opposite significance of the other. The result of the experiments in this way is to cancel the moments or inner significations as properties of specific things and free the predicates from their subjects. These predicates are found merely as universal and the truth that they are what they are. Because of this self-subsistence, they therefore get the name kinds of matter, which is neither a body nor a property of a body. Certainly no one would call acid, positive and negative electricity, heat, etc. bodies. Matter, on the contrary, is not a thing that exists, it is being in the sense of universal being, or being in the way that concept is being. Reason, still instinctive, correctly draws this distinction without being conscious that it, reason, by the very fact of its testing the law in every sense particular, cancels the merely sensuous existence of the law, and when it construes the moments of the law as forms of matter, their essential nature is taken to be something universal, and specifically expressed as a non-sensuous element of sense, an incorporeal and yet objective existence. We now have to see what turn its result takes and what new shape this activity of observation will, in consequence, assume. The outcome and truth of this experimentation is found to be pure law, freed from sensuous elements. We find it as a concept which, present in sense, operates there independently and unrestrained, while enveloped in sense is detached from it and is a concept bare and simple. This, which it is the truth, the essential result, now comes before this consciousness itself, but as an object. Moreover, since the object is not a result really for it, and is unrelated to the preceding process, the object is a peculiar kind of object, and its relation to consciousness takes the form of another kind of observation. Such an object, where the simple activity of the notion is the principle of the process within it, is an organism. End of chapter 5a and Alpha 1. Recording by Maurice in Arlesey, Bedfordshire. Chapter number 5a Alpha 2 Part 1 of the Phenomenology of Mind Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5a Alpha 2 Part 1, the observation of organic nature. Organic existence is this absolutely fluid condition wherein the determinateness which alone would make it a definite entity for another is dissolved. Inorganic things involve determinateness in their very essence, and on that account a thing realizes the completeness of the moments of the notion only along with another thing, and hence gets lost when it enters the dialectic movement. In the case of an organic being, on the other hand, all determinate characteristics by means of which it is palpable to another are held under the control of the simple organizing unity. None of them come forward as essential and capable of detaching itself from the rest and relating itself to another organic being. What is organic, therefore, preserves itself in its very relation. The aspects of law on which the instinct of reason directs its observation here are, as we see from above, in the first instance, organic nature and inorganic nature in their relation to one another. The latter means, for organic nature, just the free play, a freedom opposed to the formal principle of organic nature, of those loosely floating characteristics in which the nature, in its individual components, is at once dissolved and out of the continuity of which the individuated elements of nature are at the same time resolved and exist separately. Air, water, earth, zones, climate are universal elements of this sort which make up the indeterminate simple being of natural individualities, and in which these are at the same time reflected into themselves. Neither the individuality nor the natural element is absolutely self-contained. On the contrary, the independent detachment, which observation finds these assuming towards one another, they stand at the same time in essential relation to one another, but in such a way that their independence and mutual indifference from the predominating feature, and only in part, become abstractions. Here then, law applies as the relation of an element to the formative process of the organic being, which at one moment has the element over against itself, at another exhibits it within its own self-determining organic nature. But laws like these, animals belonging to the air, are of the nature of birds, those belonging to water have the constitution of fish, animals in northerly latitudes have thick coats of hair, and so on. Such laws indicate a degree of poverty which does not do justice to the manifold variety of organic nature. Besides the fact that the free activity of organic nature can readily divest its forms of determinate characters like these, and everywhere presents of necessity exceptions to such laws or rules, as we might call them, the characterization of those very animals to which they do apply is so very superficial that even the necessity of the laws can be nothing else but superficial too, and does not carry us further than what is implied in speaking of the great influence of environment on the organism. And this does not tell us what properly falls under that influence and what does not. Such like relations of organic beings to the elements they live in cannot therefore be strictly called laws at all, for on the one hand such a relation, when we look at its content, does not exhaust, as we saw, the range of the organic beings considered, and on the other the terms of the relation itself stand indifferently apart from one another and convey no necessity. In the concept of an acid lies the notion of a base, just as the notion of a positive electricity implies that of negative. But even though we do find that as a fact a thick coat of hair associated with a northerly latitude, the structure of a fish with water, or that with birds with air, there is nothing in the notion of the north implying the notion of a thick covering of hair. The notion of a structure of fish does not lie in the notion of the sea, nor do that of birds in the air. Because of this free detachment of the two notions from one another, there are, as a fact, also land animals with the essential characteristics of a bird, a fish, and so on. The necessity, just because it cannot be conceived to be an inner necessity of the object, ceases also to have a foothold in sense, and can be no longer observed in actual reality, but has quitted the sphere of reality. Finding thus no place in the real object itself, it becomes what is called a teleological relation, a relation which is external to what is related, and consequently the very reverse of a law in its constitution. It is an idea entirely detached from the necessity of nature, a thought which leaves the necessity of nature behind and floats above it all by itself. Translator's note. Compare the above with the oscillation between the mechanical and teleological conception of law in theoretical biology. If the relationship above alluded to, of organic existence to the elemental conditions of nature, does not express its true being, the notion of purpose, on the other hand, does contain it. The observing attitude does not indeed take the view to be the genuine essence of organic existence. This notion seems to it to fall outside the real nature of the organism, and is then merely that external teleological relation above mentioned. Yet looking at how the organic being was previously characterized, the organic is in point of fact just realized concrete purpose. For since itself maintains itself in relation to another, it is just that kind of natural existence in which natural reflects itself into the notion, and the moments of necessity separated out by understanding, a cause and effect and active and passive, are here brought together and combined into a single unity. In this way, we have here not only something appearing as a result of necessity, but because it has returned to itself, the last or the result is just as much the first which starts the process, and is to itself the purpose which it realizes. What is organic does not produce something, it merely conserves itself, for what is produced is as much there already as produced. We must elucidate this principle more fully, both as it is in itself and as it is for the instinct of reason, in order to see how reason finds itself there, but does not know itself in what it finds. The concept of purpose, then, which rational observation has reached, is, while reason has apprehended it in consciousness, given to reason as something actually real as well. It is not merely an external relation of the actual, but its inner being. This actual, which is itself a purpose, is related purposively to another, i.e. its relation is a contingent one with respect to what both are immediately. Prima facie, they are both self-subsistent and indifferent to one another. The real nature of their relation, however, is something different to what they thus appear to be, and its effect has another meaning than sense perception directly finds. The necessity inherent in the process is concealed and comes out at the end, but in such a way that this very end shows it to have been also the first. The end, however, shows this priority of itself by the fact that nothing comes out of the alternation of the act produced, but what was there already. Or again, if we start from what is first, this in coming in the end, or in the result of its act, merely returns to itself, and just by doing so it demonstrates itself to be that which has itself at its end. That is to say, qua first, it has already returned to itself, or is self-contained. It is in and for itself. What then it arrives at by the process of its action is itself, and its arriving merely at itself means feeling itself. It is self-feeling. Thus we have here, no doubt, the distinction between what it is and what it seeks. But this is merely the semblance of a distinction, and consequently is a notion in its very nature. This is exactly, however, the way self-consciousness is constituted. It distinguishes itself in the same manner from itself, without any distinction being thereby established. Hence it is that it finds in the observation of organic nature nothing else than this kind of reality. It finds itself in the form of a thing, as a life, and yet between what it is in itself and what it has found draws a distinction which is, however, no distinction. Just as the instinct of an animal is to seek and consume food, but it does not thereby get beyond itself, similarly the instinct of reason in its seeking merely finds reason itself. An animal ends with self-feeling. The instinct of reason, on the other hand, is at the same time self-consciousness. But because it is merely instinct, it is put on one side as against consciousness, and in the latter finds its opposite. Its satisfaction is, therefore, broken in two by this opposite. It finds itself, viz. The purpose, and also finds the purpose in the shape of the thing. But the purpose is seen to lie, in the first instance, apart from the thing, presenting itself as a purpose. In the second place, this purpose, qua purpose, is at the same time objective. It is taken to full, therefore, not within the observing consciousness, but within another intelligence. Looked at more closely, there lies in the notion of the thing this character as well, that of being in itself a purpose. It preserves itself. This at once means it is its nature to conceal the necessity controlling it, and present that necessity in the form of a contingent relation. For its freedom, its being on its own account, means just that it behaves towards its necessary condition as something indifferent. It thus sets itself out to be something whose notion falls apart from its existence. In the same way, reason is compelled, by letting its own proper notion fall outside it, to look at itself as a thing, and that towards which it is indifferent, and which in consequence is reciprocally indifferent towards it, reason, and towards its own notion. Qua instinct, it continues to remain within this state of being, this condition of indifference, and the thing expressing the notion remains for it something other than this notion, and the notion other than the thing. Thus for reason, the thing organized is only a purpose per se, in the sense that the necessity which lies concealed within the action of the thing, for the active agency there takes up the attitude of being indifferent and isolated, falls outside the organism itself. Since, however, the organic qua purpose per se cannot behave in any other way than as organic, the fact of its being per se a purpose is also apparent and sensibly present, and as such observed. What is organic shows itself when observed to be something self-preserving, returning and returned to itself. But in this state of being, observation does not recognize the concept of purpose, and does not know the notion of purpose is not an intelligence anywhere else, but just exists here and in the form of a thing. Observation makes a distinction between the concept of purpose and self-existence and self-preservation, which is not a distinction at all. That it is no distinction is something of which it was not aware. What it is aware of is an act which appears contingent and indifferent towards what is brought about by that act, and towards the unity which is all the while the principle connecting both. That act and this purpose are taken to fall asunder. On this view, the special function of the organic is to be the inner operating activity lying in between its first and last purpose, so far as this action implies the character of singleness. So far, however, as the action has the character of universality, and the active agent is equated with what is the outcome of its operation, this purposive action, as such, would not seem to belong to the function of organic beings. That individual action, which is merely a means, comes, owing to the individual form, to be determined by an entirely individual or contingent necessity. What an organic being does for the preservation of itself as an individual, or of itself qua genus, is therefore quite lawless as regards this immediate content, for notion and universal fall outside it. Its action would accordingly be empty agency without any content in it. It would not even be the efficiency of a machine, for this has a purpose, and its activity in consequence a definite content. If it were deserted in this way by the universal, it would be an activity of a mere being qua being, i.e. it would be an activity not forthwith reflected onto itself, like that of an acid or a base, one which could not be cut off from its immediate existence, nor give up this existence that gets lost when related to its opposite, but would be able to preserve itself. This kind of being, whose activity is here under consideration, is, however, set down as a thing preserving itself in its relation to its opposite. The activity, as such, is nothing but the bare insubstantial form of its independent existence on its own account, and the purpose of the activity, its substance, a substance which is not simply a determinate being, but the universal, does not fall outside the activity. It is an activity reverting into itself by its own nature, and is not turned back into itself by any alien external agency. The notion of universality in activity, however, is not a matter for this attitude of observation, because that unity is essentially the inner movement of what is organic, and can only be apprehended conceptually. Observation, however, seeks the moments in the form of existence and duration, and because the organic whole consists essentially in not containing these moments in that form, and in not letting them be found within that way, this observing consciousness, by its way of looking at the matter, transforms the opposition into one which conforms and is adapted to its own point of view. An organism comes before the observing consciousness in this manner as a way of relating two fixed and existing moments, as a relation of elements in an opposition whose two factors seem in one respect really given in observation, while in another respect, as regards their content, they express the opposition of the organic conception of purpose and actual reality. But because the notion as such is there effaced, this takes place in an obscure and superficial way, where thought sinks to the level of mere ideal presentation. Thus we see the notion taken much in the sense of what is inner, reality in the sense of what is outer, and their relation gives rise to the law that the outer is the expression of the inner. Let us consider more closely this inner with its opposite and their relation to one another. In the first place, we find the two factors of the law no longer have such an import as we found in the case of previous laws, where the elements appeared as independent things, each being a particular body, nor again, in the second place, do we find the universal is to have an existence somewhere else outside what actually is. On the contrary, the organic being is, in its undivided oneness and as a whole, the fundamental fact. In the content of the inner and outer, it is the same for both. The opposition is on that account of a purely formal character. Its real sides have the same ultimate principle inherently constituting them what they are. At the same time, however, since inner and outer are also opposite realities, and each is a distinct being for observation, they each seem to observation to have a peculiar content of their own. This peculiar content, since it consists of the same substance or the same organic unity, can, however, in point of fact, be only a different form of that unity, of that substance. And this is indicated by observation when it says the outer is merely the expression of the inner. We have seen in the case of the concept of purpose the same characteristic features of this relation, viz. The indifferent independence of the diverse factors and their unity in that independence, a unity in which they disappear. We have now to see what shape and embodiment inner and outer assume in actually existing. The inner as such must have an outer being and an embodiment just as much as the outer as such, for the inner is an object, or is affirmed as being, and there is observation to deal with. The organic substance, qua inner, is the soul, simply the pure notion of purpose, or the universal which is dividing it into discrete elements remain all the same, a universal fluent continuity, and hence in its being appears as action or the moment of vanishing reality, while on the other hand, the outer, opposed to that existing inner, subsists in the passive being of the organic. The law, as the relation of that inner to this outer, consequently expresses its content now by setting forth universal moments, or simple essential elements, and again by setting forth the realized essential nature, or the form and shape actually assumed. Those first simple organic properties, to call them so, are sensibility, irritability, and reproduction. These properties, at least the two first, seem indeed to refer not to the organism in general, but merely to the animal organism. The vegetable level of organic life too expresses, in point of fact, only the bare and simple notion of organism, which does not develop and evolve its moments. Hence, in regard to those moments, so far as observation has to take account of them, we must confine ourselves to the organism which presents them existing in developed form. As to these moments, then, they are directly derived from the notion of self-purpose, of a being whose end is its own self. For sensibility expresses in general the simple notion of organic reflection into itself, or the universal continuity of this notion. Irritability, again, expresses organic elasticity, the capacity to exercise the function of reacting simultaneously with self-reflection, and expresses, in contrast to the previous state of being, passively and inertly within itself, the condition of being explicitly actualized, a realization where that abstract existence for its own sake comes to be an existence for something else. Reproduction, however, is the operation of this entire self-reflected organism, its activity as having its purpose in itself, its activity qua genus, wherein the individual repels itself from itself, where it repeats by procreation either the organic parts or the whole individual. Reproduction, taken in the sense of self-preservation in general, expresses the formal principle or conception of the organic, or the fact of sensibility, but it is, properly speaking, the realized notion of organic existence, or the whole, which either qua individual returns into itself through the process of producing individual parts of itself, or qua genus does so through the production of distinct individuals. The other significance of these organic elements, viz. As outer, is their embodiment in a given shape. Here they assume the form of actual, but at the same time universal parts, or appear as organic systems. Sensibility is embodied in the form, for instance, of a nervous system, irritability of a muscular system, reproduction of an intestinal system, for the preservation of the individual and the species. Laws peculiar to organic life, accordingly, concern a relation of the organic moments, taking account of their twofold significance, viz. Of being in one respect a part of the definite organic formation or embodiment, and in another respect a continuous universal element of a determinate kind, running through all these systems. Thus, in giving expression to a law of that sort, a specific kind of sensibility, e.g., would find qua moment of the whole organism its expression in a determinately formed nervous system, or it would also be connected with a determinate reproduction of the organic parts of the individual, or with the propagation of the whole, and so on. Both aspects of such a law can be observed. The external is, in its very conception, being for another, sensibility. For example, it finds immediately realized form in the sensitive system, and, qua universal property, it is, in its outer expressions, an objective fact as well. the aspect which is called inner has its own outer aspect, which is distinct from what is in general called the outer. Both the aspects of an organic law would thus certainly be open to observation, but not the laws of their relation, and observation does not manage to do that, not because qua observation it would be too short-sighted and should not proceed empirically, but should start from the idea, for such laws, if they were something real, must, as a matter of fact, be actual, and must thus be observable. It is rather because the thoughts of laws of this sort prove to have no truth at all. It was put forward as a law that the universal organic property had formed itself in an organic system into a thing, and there found its own embodied image and copy, so that both were the same reality, present in the one case as a universal moment, in the other as a thing. But besides, the inner aspect is also for itself a relation of several aspects, and hence, to begin with, the idea of a law is presented as the thought of a relation of universal organic activities or properties to one another. Whether such a law is possible, it has to be decided from the nature of the property in question. Such a property, however, being universal and of a fluid nature, is, on the one hand, not something restricted like a thing, keeping itself within the distinction of a definite mode of existence, which is to constitute its shape and form. Sensibility goes beyond the nervous system and pervades all the other systems of the organism. On the other hand, such a property is a universal moment, which is essentially undivided, and inseparable from reactions or irritability and reproduction. For being reflection into itself, it eo ipso already implies reaction. Merely to be reflected into itself is to be a passive or lifeless being, and not sensibility. Just as action, which is the same as reaction when not reflected into itself, is not irritability. Reflection in action or reaction, and action or reaction in reflection, is just that whose unity constitutes the organic being, a unity which is synonymous with organic reproduction. It follows from this that in every form of reality there must be present the same quantity of sensibility, since we are considering, in the first instance, the relation of sensibility and irritability to one another, as of irritability, and that organic phenomenon can be apprehended and determined, or, if we like, explained, just as much in terms of the one as of the other. What one man takes for high sensibility, another may just as rightly consider high irritability, and an irritability of the same degree. If they are called factors, and this is not to be a meaningless phrase, it is thereby expressly stated that they are moments of the notion, in other words, the real object, the essential nature of which the notion constitutes, contains them both alike within it. And if the object is in one way characterized as very sensitive, it can also be spoken of in the other way as likewise irritable. If they are distinguished, as they must be, they are so in principle, and their opposition is qualitative. But when, besides this true distinction, they are also set down as extant and presented as different, as they would be if they were aspects of the law, they would appear quantitatively different. Their peculiar qualitative opposition thus passes into quantity, and hence arise laws of this sort, e.g. that sensibility and irritability stand in inverse quantitative relations, so that when the one increases, the other diminishes, or better, taking directly the quantity itself as the content, that the magnitude of something increases as its smallness diminishes. Should a more specific content be given to this law, however, by saying, for example, that the size of a whole increases the more we decrease what it is filled with, then this inverse relation might just as well be changed into a direct relation and expressed in the form that the quantity of the whole increases in direct ratio to the amount of things we take away. A tautological proposition, whether expressed as a direct or an inverse relation. So expressed, it comes merely to this, that a quantity increases as this quantity increases. The whole and what fills it and is removed from it are qualitatively opposed, but the real content there and its specific quantity are both one and the same. And similarly, the increase of quantity and decrease of smallness are the same, and their meaningless opposition runs into a tautology. In like manner, the organic moments are equally inseparable in their real content and in their quantity, which is the quantity of that reality. The one decreases only with the other, and only decreases with it, for one has literally a significance only in as far as the other is present. Or rather, it is a matter of indifference whether an organic phenomenon is considered as an irritability or as a sensibility. This is so in general, and likewise when its quantity is in question, just as it is indifferent whether we speak of the increase of a whole as an increase in the whole qua emptiness, or in the increase of a filling removed from it. Or again, a number, say 3, is equally great whether I take it positively or negatively, and if I increase the 3 to 4, the positive as well as the negative becomes 4. Just as the south pole in the case of a magnet is precisely as strong as its north pole, or a positive electricity or an acid is exactly as strong as its negative or the base on which it operates. An organic existence is also such a magnitude or quantity, like the number 3 or the magnet, etc. It is that which is increased or diminished, and if it is increased, then both its factors are increased as much as both poles of the magnet or both kinds of electricity increase if the potential of a magnet or if one of the electric currents is raised. That both are just as little different in intention and extension, that the one cannot decrease in extension and increase in intention, while the other conversely has to diminish in its intention and increase in its extension, this comes from the same notion of an unreal and empty opposition. The real intention is absolutely as great as the extension and vice versa. What really happens in the framing of a law of this kind is obviously that at the outset irritability and sensibility are taken to constitute the specifically determinate organic opposition. This content, however, is lost sight of, and the opposition goes off in a formal opposition of quantitative increase and diminution, or of different intention and extension. An opposition which has no longer anything to do with the nature of sensibility and irritability, and no longer expresses it. Hence this mere playing at lawmaking is not confined to organic moments, but can be carried on everywhere with everything, and rests in general on want of acquaintance with the logical nature of these oppositions. Lastly, if instead of sensibility and irritability, reproduction is brought into relation with one another of them, then here too we fail to find any occasion for framing laws of this kind, for reproduction does not stand in any opposition to these moments, and they are not opposed to one another, and since the making of such laws assumes this opposition, there is no possibility here of its even appearing to take place. End of chapter 5a, Alpha 2, Part 1. Recording by Maurice in Arlesey, Bedfordshire. Chapter number 5a, Alpha 2, Part 2 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5a, Alpha 2, Part 2, Observation of Organic Nature. The lawmaking just considered implies that the differences of the organism, taken in the sense of moments of its notion, and strictly speaking, should be an a priori process. But it essentially involves this idea that those differences have the significance of being present as something given, and the attitude of mere observation has properly to confine itself merely to their actual existence. Organic reality necessarily has within it such opposition as its notion expresses, and which can be determined as irritability and sensibility, as these again both appear distinct from reproduction. The aspect in which these moments of the notion of the organism are here considered, their externality, is the proper and peculiar immediate and externality of the inner, not the outer, which is the outer in embodied form of the whole organism. The inner is to be considered in relation to this later on. If, however, the opposition of the moment is apprehended as it is found in actual existence, then sensibility, irritability, reproduction sink to the level of common properties, which are universals just as indifferent towards one another as specific weight, colour, hardness, etc. In this sense, it may be doubtless observed that one organic being is much more sensitive or more irritable or has a greater reproductive capacity than another, just as we may observe that the sensibility, etc. of one is in kind different from that of another, that one responds differently from another to a given stimulus, e.g. a horse behaves differently towards oats from what it does towards hay, and a dog again differently towards both, and so on. These differences can readily be observed as that one body is harder than another, and so on. But these sense properties, hardness, colour, etc., as also the phenomena responding to the stimulus of oats, of irritability under certain kinds of load, or of breeding a number of special kinds of young. All such properties and phenomena, when related to one another and compared inter se, essentially defy the attempt to reduce them to law. For the characteristic of their being sensuous facts consists just in their existing in the complete indifference to one another, and in manifesting the freedom of nature emancipated from the control of the notion, rather than the unity of a relation, in exhibiting nature's irrational way of availing itself of these accidental element of quantity in order to flit hither and thither between the moments of the notion, rather than in the setting forth of these moments themselves. It is the other aspect in which the simple moments of the notion of organism are compared with the moments of the definite existent embodiment that would last furnish the law proper for expressing the true outer as the copy of the inner. Now, because those simple moments are properties that permeate and pervade the whole body, they do not yet work themselves out of the organic being into such a real separate existence as to form what we call an individual system constituting a definite shape, Gestalt. Or again, if the abstract idea of the organism is truly expressed in those three moments merely because they are nothing stable but transitory moments of the notion and its process, the organism, on the other hand, qua a definite embodiment, is not exhaustively expressed in those three determinate systems in the way anatomy analyzes and describes them. So far as such systems are to be found in their actual reality and rendered legitimate by being so found, we must also bear in mind that anatomy not only puts before us three systems of that sort, but a good many others as well. Thus then, apart from this, the sensitive system as a whole must mean something quite different from what is called a nervous system, the irritable system something different from the muscular system, the reproduction from the intestinal mechanism of reproduction. In the systems constituting an embodied form, Gestalt in the organism is apprehended from the abstract side of lifeless physical existence. So taken, its moments are elements of a corpse and fall to be dealt with by anatomy. They do not appertain to knowledge dealing with a living organism. Qua parts of that nature, they have really ceased to be, for they cease to process. Since the being of an organism consists essentially in its universality or reflection into self, the being of its totality, like its moments, cannot consist in an anatomical system. The actual expression of the whole and the externalization of its moments are really found only as a process and movement running through the various parts of the embodied organism. And in this process, what is extracted as an individual system and fixated so appears essentially as a fleeting moment, so that the reality which anatomy finds cannot be taken for its real being, but only that reality is a process which alone even the anatomical parts have a significance. We see then that moments of the inner being of the organism, taken separately by themselves, are not capable of furnishing aspects of a law of organic being, since in a law of that sort they refer to an objective existence, are distinguished from one another, and thus each aspect would not be able to be equally named in a place of the other. Further, we see that, when placed on one side, they do not find the other aspect of their realization in a fixed system, for this fixed system is as little something that could convey truly the general nature of the organic existence as the expression of those moments of the inner life of the organism. The essential nature of what is organic, since this is inherently something universal, lies rather in having its moments universal in concrete reality as well, i.e. in having them as permeating processes, and not in giving a copy of the universal as an isolated thing. In this manner, the idea of a law in the case of organic existence slips altogether from our grasp. The law wants to take and express the opposition in the form of static, inactive aspects, to bring out in the case of those aspects the characteristic in determining their relation to one another. The inner, into which falls the universality appearing in the process, and the outer, to which belong the parts of the static form of the organism, were to constitute the corresponding sides of the law, but they lose, in being kept asunder in this way, their organic significance. And at the bottom of the idea of law lies just this, that its two aspects should have a subsistence each on its own account indifferent to the other, and the relation of the two sides should be shared between them, and have a correspondingly twofold determinate nature. But really each aspect of the organism consists inherently in being simple universality, wherein all determinations are dissolved, and in being the process of dissolving them. If we quite see the difference between this way of framing laws and previous forms, it will clear up its nature completely. Turning back to the process of perceiving and that of understanding, intelligence, which reflects itself into itself and by doing so determines its object, we see that understanding does not therefore have before itself in its object the relation of these abstract determinations, universal and individual, essential and external. On the contrary, it is itself the actual transition, the relational process, and to itself this transition does not become objective. Here, on the other hand, the organic unity, i.e. just the relation of these opposites, is itself the object, and this relation is a pure process of transition. This process in its simplest form is directly universality, and since its universality passes into different factors whose relation is the purpose of the law to express, its moments take the form of being universal objects of this moment of consciousness. And the law runs, quote, "the outer is an expression of the inner," unquote. Understanding has here grasped the thought of the law itself, whereas formerly it merely looked for laws in a general way, and their moments appeared before it in the shape of a definite and specific content, not in the form of thoughts of laws. As regards content, no law should, then, be admitted in this connection, which merely accept and passively adopt distinctions barely existent and put them into the form of universality, but only such laws as directly maintain in these distinctions the restless activity of the notion as well, and consequently possess at the same time necessity in the relation of the two sides. Yet because that very object, organic unity, directly combines the function of endlessly superseding or the absolute negation of existence with inactive quiescent existence, and because the nature of the moments essentially a condition of pure transition, there are thus not to be found any such mere existent aspects that are required for the law. To get such aspects, intelligence must take its stand on the other moment of the organic relation, viz. On the fact that organic existence is reflected into itself. But this mode of being is so completely reflected into itself that it has no specific character, no determinateness of its own, as against something else left over. The immediate sensuous being is so directly one with the determinate quality as such, and hence expresses therein a qualitative distinction, e.g. blue as against red, acid as against alkaloid, etc. But the organic being that has returned into itself is completely indifferent towards another. Its existence is simple universality and refuses to offer observation any permanent sense distinctions, or, what is the same thing, shows its essential characteristic to be merely the changing flux of whatever determinate qualities there are. Hence the way distinction, qua actually existing, expresses itself is just this, that it is an indifferent distinction, i.e. a distinction in the form of quantity. In this, however, the notion is extinguished and necessarily disappears. The content, however, the filling of the indifferent existence, the flux and the interchange of sense determinations when gathered into the simplicity of an organic determination, expresses at the same time the fact that the content does not have the determinate character of the immediate property, and the qualitative feature falls solely within the aspect of quantity, as we saw above. Although the objective element apprehended in the form of a determinate character of an organic existence has thus the notion inherent in it, and thereby is distinguished from the object offered to understanding, which in apprehending the content of laws proceeds in a purely perceptive manner, yet apprehension in the former case falls back entirely into the principle and manner of mere percipient understanding, for the reason that the object apprehended is used to constitute moments of a law. For by this means what is apprehended receives and keeps the character of a fixed determinate quality, the form of an immediate property or a passive phenomenon. It is further subsumed under the aspect of quantity, and the nature of the notion is suppressed. The exchange of a merely perceived object for one reflected into itself, of a mere sense character for an organic, thus loses once more its value, and does so by the fact that understanding has not yet cancelled the process of framing laws. If we compare what we find as regards this exchange in the case of a few examples, we see it may be something that the perception takes for an animal with strong muscles characterized as an animal organism of high irritability, or what perception takes to be a condition of great weakness characterized as a condition of high sensibility, or if we prefer it as an animal of abnormal affection, and moreover raising of it to a higher power, expressions which translate sensuous facts into Teutonized Latin instead into terms of the notion. That an animal has strong muscles may be also expressed by understanding in the form that the animal possesses great muscular force. Great weakness, similarly, a slight force. Characterization in terms of irritability has this advantage over determinations by reference to force, that the latter expresses indeterminate, the former determinate, reflection into self. For the peculiar force characteristic of muscles is just irritability, and irritability is also a preferable determination to strong muscles, in that, as the case of force, reflection into itself is at once implied in it. In the same way, weakness or slight force, organic passivity, is expressed in a determinate manner by sensibility. But when this sensibility is so taken by itself and fixed, and the element of quantity is still bound up with it, and qua greater or less sensibility is opposed to a greater or less irritability, each is reduced entirely to the level of sense, and put into the ordinary form of sense property. Their principal relation is not the notion, but on the contrary is the aspect of quantity into which the opposition is now cast, thus becoming a distinction not constituted by thought. While in this way the indeterminate nature of the expressions force, strength, weakness would indeed be got rid of, there now arises the equally futile and indeterminate process of dealing with the opposites of a higher and low degree of sensibility and irritability, as they increase and decrease relatively to one another. The greater or less sensibility or irritability is no less a sensuous phenomenon, grasped and expressed without any reference to thought, than strength and weakness are sense determinations not constituted by thought. The notion has not taken the place of those non-conceptual expressions. Instead, strength and weakness have been given a filling by a character which, taken by itself alone, rests on the notion and has the notion as its content, but loses entirely this origin and character. Owing to the form of simplicity and immediacy, then, in which this content is made an element of law, and through the element of quantity which constitutes the principle of distinction for such determinations, the reality which originally is a notion and is put forward as such retains the character of sense perception, and remains as far as removed from knowledge as when characterized in terms of strength or weakness of force, or through immediate sense properties. There is still left to consider what the outer side of the organic being is when taken by itself alone, and how in its case the opposition of its inner and outer is determined, just as at first considered the inner of the whole in relation to its own proper outer. The outer, looked at by itself, is the embodied form and shape, Gestaltung. In general, the system of life articulated in the element of existence, and at the same time essentially the existence of the organism as it is for another, objective reality in its aspect of self-existence. This other appears in the first instance as its outer inorganic nature. If these two are looked at in relation to a law, the inorganic nature cannot, as we saw before, constitute the aspect of a law beside the organic being, because the latter exists absolutely for itself and assumes a universal and free relation to its inorganic nature. To define more exactly, however, the relation of these two aspects in the case of the organic form, this form in which the organism is embodied, is in one aspect turned against its inorganic nature, while in another it is for itself and reflected into itself, the real organic being is the mediating agency which brings together and unites this self-existence of life, its being for itself, with the outer in general, what is simply and inherently is. The one extreme self-existence is, however, the inner in the sense of an infinite one, which takes the moments of the embodied shape out of their subsistence and connection with outer nature, and withdraws these moments back into itself. It is that which, having no content, looks to the embodied form of the organism to provide its content, and appears there as the process in that form. In this extreme, where it is more negativity or pure individual existence, the organism finds its absolute freedom, whereby it is made quite secure and indifferent towards the fact of its being relative to another, and towards the specific character belonging to the moment of the form of the organism. This free detachment is at the same time a freedom of the moments themselves. It is the possibility of their appearing in existence, of being apprehended, and just as they are detached and indifferent in regard to what is outer, so too they are towards one another. For their simple nature of the freedom consists in mere being, or in their bare substance. This notion or pure freedom is one and the same time life, no matter how varied and diverse the ways in which the shape assumed by the organism, its being for another, may disport itself. It is a matter of indifference to this stream of life what sort of mills it drives. In the first place, we must now note that this notion is not to be taken here as it was formerly when we were considering the inner proper in its character as a process or development of the moments. We must take it in its form as bare and simple inner, which constitutes the purely universal aspect as against the concrete living reality. It is the element in which the existing members of the organic shape find their subsistence. For it is this shape we are considering here, and in it the essential nature of life appears as the simple fact of subsistence. That being so, the existence for another, the specific character of the real embodied form, is taken up into this simple universality, in which its nature lies, specificity that is likewise of a simple universal non-sensuous kind, and can only be that which finds expression in number. Number is the middle term of that organic form which links indeterminate life with actual concrete life. Simple like the former and determinate like the latter, that which, in the case of the former, the inner, would have the sense of number, would require to express the outer after its manner as a multiform reality, kinds of life, colour and so on, in general as the whole host of differences which are developed as a phenomenon of life. If these two aspects of the organic whole, the one being the inner and the other the outer, in such a way that each again has its inner and an outer, are compared with reference to the inner both sides have, we find that the inner of the first is the notion in the sense of the restless activity of abstraction. The second has for its inner, however, inactive universality, which involves also the constant characteristic, number. Hence, if because the notion develops its moments in the former, this aspect is made into a delusive promise of laws owing to the semblance of necessity in the relation, the latter directly disclaims doing so, since number shows itself to be the determining feature of one aspect of the laws. For its number is just that entirely inactive, inert and indifferent characteristic in which every moment and relational process is extinguished, and which is broken the bridge leading to the living expression of impulses, manner of life, and whatever other sensuous existence there is. This way of considering the embodied organic shape as such, and the inner qua inner merely of that embodied form, is, however, in point of fact, no longer a consideration of organic existence. For both these aspects, which were to be related, are merely taken different to one another, and thereby reflection unto the self. The essential nature of organism is done away with. What we have done here is rather to transfer that attempted comparison of inner and outer to the sphere of inorganic nature. The notion with its infinity is here merely the inner essence, which lies hidden away within or falls outside in self-consciousness, and no longer, as in the case of the organism, possesses its objectivity in the actual present. This relation of inner and outer has thus still to be considered in its own proper sphere. In the first place, that inner element of the form and shape assumed, being the simple individual existence of an inorganic thing, is the specific gravity. As a simple existing fact, this can be observed just as much as the characteristic of number, which is the only one suiting to it, or properly speaking, it can be found by comparing observations, and it seems in this way to furnish one aspect of the law, the embodied form, colour, hardness, toughness, and an innumerable host of other properties, which would together constitute the outer aspect, and would have to give expression to the characteristic of the inner number, so that the one should find its counterpart in the other. Now, because negativity is here taken not in the sense of a movement of the process, but as an inoperative unity, or as a self-existence pure and simple, it appears really as that by which the thing resists the process and maintains itself within itself and in a condition of indifference towards it. By the fact, however, that this simple self-existence, this bare being for itself, is an inactive indifference towards another specific gravity, appears as one property alongside others, and therewith all necessary relation on its part to this plurality, or in other words, all conformity to law, ceases. The specific gravity in the sense of the simple inner aspect does not contain difference in itself, or the difference it has is merely non-essential, for its bare simplicity just cancels every distinction of an essential kind. This non-essential difference or quantity was thus bound to find its other or counterpart in the other aspect, the plurality of properties, since it is only by doing so that it is difference at all. When this plurality itself is held together within the simple form of opposition and is determined, say, as cohesion, so that its cohesion is self-existence in otherness, as specific gravity is pure self-existence, then the cohesion here is primarily this pure conceptually constituted character as against the previous characteristic. The mode of framing the law would thus be what is discussed above in dealing with the relation of sensibility to irritability. Furthermore, cohesion qua conception of self-existence in otherness is merely the abstraction of the aspect opposed to specific gravity, and as such has no essential reality. For self-existence is in the other the process wherein the inorganic would have to express its self-existence as a form of self-conservation, which again would prevent it emerging from the process as a constituent moment of a product. Yet this goes directly against its nature, which has no purpose or universality in it. Rather, its process is simply the specific way of bringing out how its self-existence, in the sense of its specific gravity, cancels itself. This determinate mode of procedure, which in that case would constitute the true principle implied in its cohesion, is itself, however, entirely indifferent to the other notion, that of the determinate quality of its specific gravity. If the mode of procedure were left entirely out of account and attention confined to the idea of quantity, we might be able to think of a feature like this: the greater specific weight, as it is a higher intensiveness of being, would resist entering into the process more than a less specific weight. But conversely, freedom of self-existence shows itself only in the facility to meddle with and enter into everything and maintain itself throughout this manifold variety. That intensity without extension of relations is an abstraction with no substance to it, for extension constitutes the existence of intensity. The self-conservation of the inorganic element in its relation lies, however, as already mentioned, outside its nature, since it does not contain the principle of movement within it, or because its being is not absolute negativity and not a notion. When this other aspect of the inorganic, on the other hand, is considered not as a process, but as an inoperative being, it is ordinary cohesion. It is a simple sense property standing on one side over against the liberated moment of otherness, which lies scattered over a plurality of properties indifferent to and apart from one another, and appears amongst these as specific gravity or weight. The multiplicity of properties together then constitutes the other side to the latter, specific gravity. In its case, however, as in the case of the multiplicity, number is the only characteristic feature which not merely does not bring out a relation and a transition from one to another of these properties, but consists essentially in having no necessary relation. Its nature is rather to make manifest the absence of all conformity to law, for it expresses the determinate character as one that is non-essential. Thus we see that a series of bodies whose distinction is expressed as a numerical difference of their specific weights by no means runs parallel to a series where the difference is constituted by other properties, even if, for purposes of simplification, we select merely one or two of them. For as a matter of fact, it could only be the tout ensemble of the properties which would have to constitute the other parallel aspect here. In order to make this into a connected single compact whole, observation finds before it the quantitative determinations of these various properties, but, on the other hand, their differences come to light as qualitative. In this compound, then, what would have to be characterized as positive or negative would be cancelled each by the other, in general, and the internal arrangement and exposition of the equation, which would be very composite, would belong to the notion. The notion, however, is excluded from operating just by the way in which the properties are found lying. They are to be picked up as mere existent entities. In the condition of mere being, none is negative in its relation to another. The one exists just as much as the other, and in no other fashion does it indicate its presence in the arrangement of the whole. In the case of a series with concurrent differences, whether the relation is meant to be that of simultaneous increase on both sides, or of increase on the one and decrease on the other, interest centres mainly in the last simple expression of this combined whole, which would constitute the one aspect of the law with specific gravity for the opposite. But this one aspect qua resultant fact is nothing else than what has been already mentioned, viz. An individual property, say like ordinary cohesion, alongside and indifferent to which the others, specific gravity among them, are found, lying, and every other can be selected equally rightly, i.e. equally wrongly, to stand as representative of the entire other aspect. One as well as the other would merely represent or stand for, vorstellen, the essential reality, Wesen, but it would not actually be the fact, Sache, itself. Thus it seems that the attempt to find a series of bodies which should in their two aspects run continuously and simply parallel and express the essential nature of the bodies in a law holding these two aspects must be looked at as an aim that is ignorant alike of what it is about and the means for carrying it through. At a previous stage, the relation between the inner and outer phase of the organic form set before observation was forthwith transferred to the sphere of the inorganic. The determinate condition to which this can be due now can be stated more precisely, and there arises thence a further form and relation in this connection. What seems to present the possibility of such comparison of inner and outer in the case of the organic drops away altogether when we come to the organic. The inorganic inner is an inner bare and simple, which comes before perception as a merely existent property. Its characteristic determination is therefore essentially quantity qua existent property. It appears indifferent towards the outer or the plurality of the other sense properties. The self-existence of the living organism, however, does not stand on one side opposed to its outer. It has the principle of otherness within itself. If we characterize self-existence as a simple self-preserving relation to itself, its otherness, its negativity bare and simple, and organic unity is the unity of self-identical self-relation and pure negativity. This unity is, qua unity, the inner phase of the organic. The organic is thereby inherently universal. It is a genus. The freedom of the genus with reference to its realization is, however, something different from the freedom of the specific gravity with reference to its embodied form. That of the latter is freedom in the sphere of existence. It is in the sense that it takes a stand on one side as a particular property. Because it is an existent freedom, it is also only a determinate character essentially belonging to this one embodied form, or through which this one form qua reality is a determinate entity. The freedom, however, of the genus is a universal freedom and indifferent to this embodied form or towards its realization. The characteristic feature attaching to the self-existence as such of the inorganic is therefore subordinated in the case of the organic to the self-existence, while the case of the inorganic is subordinated to its mere existence. Hence, although in the case of the latter that determinate characteristic appears at the same time only as a property, yet it possesses the value of being essential because qua bare negative it stands over against concrete existence, which is being for another, and the simple negative in its final form as a particular characteristic is a number. The organic, however, is an individual entity which itself pure negativity and hence eradicates within it the fixed determinateness of number which suits the indifference of mere being. So far as it has in its moment of indifferent being and thereby of number, this numerical element can only therefore be regarded as a side issue within it, but not as the essential nature of its living activity. But now, through pure negativity, the principle of the process does not fall outside organic existence, and though the organic does not possess negativity as an adjectival characteristic attached to its inner nature, the singleness of the individual organism being instead inherently universal, yet this pure singleness is not therein developed and realized in its various moments, as if these were themselves abstract or universal. On the contrary, this developed expression makes its appearance outside that universality, which thus falls back into a mere immanence and inwardness, and between the concrete realization of the embodied form, i.e. the self-developing individual singleness of the organism, and the organic universal, the genus, appears the determinate or specific universal, the species. This existential form, to which the negativity of the universal, the negativity of the genus attains, is merely the explicitly developed movement of a process carried out among the parts of the given shape assumed by the organism. If the genus had the different parts within itself as an unbroken simple unity, so that its simple negativity as such were just at the same time a movement carried through the parts equally simple and directly universal in themselves, which were here actual as such moments, then the organic genus would be consciousness. But the simple determinate character qua determinateness of the species is present in an unconscious manner in the genus. Concrete realization starts from the genus, and what finds express realization is not the genus as such, i.e. not really thought. This genus qua actual organic fact is represented by a deputy. Number, which is the representative here, seems to designate the transition from the genus to the individual embodiment, and to set before observation the two aspects of conceptual necessity, one in the form of a simple characteristic, the other in the form of an organic shape, with all its manifold variety fully developed. This representative, however, really denotes the indifference and freedom of the universal and the individual as regards one another. The genus puts the individual at the mercy of mere quantitative difference, a non-essential element, but the individual qua living shows itself equally independent of this difference. True universality in this way specified here is merely inner nature qua characteristic determination of the species. It is formal universality, and in opposition to the latter, that true universality takes its stand on the side of organic individual singleness, which is a living individual entity by means of that universality, and owing to its inner nature, is not troubled by its determinate character as a species. But this singleness is not at the same time a universal individual, i.e. one in which universality would have external realization as well. This falls outside the living organic whole. This universal individual, however, in the way it is immediately the individual of the natural embodiments of organic life, is not consciousness itself. Its existence qua single organic living individual cannot fall outside that universal if it is to be consciousness. We have then here a connected system where one extreme is the universal life qua universal or genus, the other being that same life qua a single whole or universal individual. The mediating term, however, is a combination of both, the first seeming to fit itself into it as a determinate universality or as a species, the other as a single whole proper or individual singleness. And since this connected system belongs altogether to the aspect of the organic embodiment, it comprehends within it too what is distinguished as inorganic nature. Since now the universal life, qua the simple essence of the genus, develops from its side the distinctions of the notion, and has to exhibit them in the form of a series of simple determining characteristics, this series is a system of distinctions set up indifferently, or in a numerical series. Whereas formerly, the organic in the form of something individual and single was placed in opposition to this non-essential distinction of quantity, a distinction which neither expresses nor contains the living nature, and while precisely the same has to be stated as regards the inorganic, taking into account its entire existence developed in the plurality of its properties, it is now the universal individual which is not merely to be looked on as free from every articulation of the genus, but also as the power and might inherent in the genus. The genus disperses into species after the manner of the universality characteristic of number, or again it may adopt as its principle of division particular characteristics of its existence like figure, colour, etc. While prosecuting the same, the genus meets with violence at the hands of the universal individual, the earth, which in the role of the universal negativity establishes the distinctions as they exist within itself, the nature of which, owing to the substance they belong to, is different from the nature of that genus, and makes good these distinctions as against the process of generic systematization. This action on the part of the genus comes to be quite a restricted business, which can only carry on inside these mighty elements, which are left with gaps and arrested and interrupted at all points through their unbridled violence. It follows from all this that the embodied organic existent observation can only meet with reason in the sense of life in general, which, however, in its differentiating process involves really no rational sequence and articulation, and is not a thoroughly grounded system of shapes and forms. If the process of connecting these moments which organic embodiment involves, the mediating term which connects the species and the realization in the form of single individuality had within it the two extremes of inner universality and universal individuality, then this middle term would have the movements of its reality and the expression and nature of its universality, and would be self-systematizing development. It is thus that consciousness takes the middle term between universal spirit and its individuation or sense consciousness, the system of shapes assumed by consciousness as an orderly self-constituted whole of the life of the spirit, the system of forms of conscious life which is dealt with in this treatise, and which finds its objective and existential expression as the history of the world. But organic nature has no history. It drops from its universal life immediately into the individuation of existence, and the moments of simple determinateness and individual living activity which are united in this realization bring about the process of change merely as a contingent movement wherein each plays its own part and the whole is preserved. But the energy thus exerted is restricted, so far as itself is concerned, merely to its own focus, because the whole is not present in it, and the whole is not there because the whole is not as such here for itself. Besides the fact, then, that reason in observing organic nature only comes to see itself as universal life in general, it comes to see the development and realization of this life merely by way of systems distinguished quite generally, in the determination of which the essential reality lies not in the organic fact as such, but in the universal individual, the earth. And among these distinctions of earth, it comes to see that development and realization in the form of sequences which the genus attempts to establish. Since then, in its realization, the universality found in organic life lets itself drop directly into the extreme of individuation without any true self-referring process of mediation. The thing before the observing mind is merely a would-be meaning, and if reason can be at the trouble to observe what is thus meant here, it is confined to describing and recording nature's meanings and incidental suggestions. This irrational freedom of fancying and thinking doubtless will produce on all sides beginnings of laws, traces of necessity, hints and allusions to order and sequence, ingenious and specious relations of all kinds. But in relating the organic to the different facts of the inorganic, elements, zones, climates, so far as regards law and necessary connection, observation can never get further than the idea of a great influence. So too on the other side, where individuality has not the significance of the earth, but of the oneness immanent in organic life, this is immediate unity within the universal, no doubt constitutes the genus, but is simple unity just for that, reason determined merely as a number, and hence lets go the qualitative appearance. Here observation cannot get further than making clever remarks, bringing out interesting points of connection, making friendly advances to the notion. But clever remarks do not amount to a knowledge of necessity. Interesting points of connection stop short at being simply of interest, while the interest is still nothing but arbitrary opinion about the rational, and the friendliness of the individual in making allusion to a notion is a childlike friendliness, which is childish if it stands to be or wants to be worth anything. End of Chapter 5, Alpha 2, Part 2. Recording by Maurice in Arlesey, Bedfordshire. Chapter 5a, Beta of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1, by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. Chapter 5a, Beta, the observation of self-consciousness in its pure form and in its relation to external reality, logical and psychological laws. Translator's note. Observation can be directed upon the self-conscious process of mind in two ways. It may consider the mind's thinking relation to reality, and it may consider the mind's active or biotic relation to reality. The result of observation here, as in the foregoing case, finds expression in a number of laws which it frames. The laws in the first case are laws of thought or connected logical laws. In the latter case we have laws of psychic events, psychological laws. The analysis in this section shows the inadequacy of observation as such to deal with its material in both cases. It fails in the first case because 1. Laws of thought have no meaning apart from the reality with which thought is necessarily concerned. Laws of thought are laws of thinking, and thinking is both form and content. 2. Observation gives each law an absolute being of its own, as if it were detached from the unity of self-consciousness, whereas this unity is the fundamental principle of each and all the laws, which only exist in and by the single process of that unity. Hence, a type of logic confined to observing laws of thought is necessarily untrue. Observation again fails in the second case, because it is impossible to separate mind from its total environment. Observational or empirical psychology, therefore, is incapable of giving an adequate account of mind, and the constitution of the environment enters into and in part determines the constitution of the psychic events, and the latter cannot be explained even as events without interpreting the former at the same time. End of translator's note. Observation of nature finds the notion realized in inorganic nature, laws whose moments are things which at the same time are in the position of abstractions. But this notion is not a unity reflected into itself. The life of organic nature, on the other hand, is just this condition of self-reflected simplicity. The opposition within itself, in the sense of the opposition of universal and individual, does not make its appearance in the essential nature of life itself, with one factor apart from the other. The essential reality is not the genus self-sundered and self-moved in its undifferentiated element, and remaining at the same time for itself undifferentiated in its opposition. Observation finds this free notion, whose universality has just as absolutely within it developed individuality, only in the notion which itself exists as a notion, i.e. in self-consciousness. Since observation now turns in upon itself and directs itself on the concrete notion as a free notion, it finds to begin with the laws of thought. This kind of individuality, which thought in itself is the abstract moment of the negative, a moment returned entirely to the condition of abstract simplicity, and the laws are outside reality. To say they have no reality means ordinarily nothing else than that they are without any truth. They are intended to be, too, not indeed entire truth, but still formal truth. But what is purely formal without reality is an ens intellectus, or an empty abstraction without the internal distinction, which would be nothing else but the content. On the other hand, however, since they are laws of pure thought, while the latter is the inherently universal, and thus a kind of knowledge, which immediately contains being and therein all reality, these laws are absolute notions, and are at one and the same time the essential principles of form as well as of things. Since self-directing, self-moving universality is the simple notion in a state of diremption, this notion has, in the manner, a content in itself, and one in which is all content, though not sensuous, not a being of sense. It is a content which is neither in contradiction with the form, nor altogether separated from it. Rather, it is essentially the form itself, for the latter is nothing but the universal dividing itself into pure moments. In the way in which this form or content, however, comes before observation qua observation, it gets the character of a content that is found, given, i.e. one which merely is. It becomes a passively existing centre of relations, a multitude of detached necessities, which as a definitely fixed content are to have truth just as they stand with their specific characteristic, and thus in point of fact are withdrawn from the form. This absolute truth of fixed characteristics, or of a plurality of different laws, contradicts, however, the unity of self-consciousness, contradicts the unity of thought and form in general. What is declared to be a fixed and inherently constant law can be merely a moment of the self-referring, self-reflecting unity, can come on the scene merely as a vanishing element. When rescued, however, by the process of considering them from the movement imposing this continuous connection, and when restated individually and separately, it is not the content that they lack, for they have specific content, they lack rather the form which is their essential nature. In point of fact, it is not for the reason that they have to be merely formal and are not any content that these laws are not the truth of thought. It is rather for the opposite reason. It is because in their specific conditions, simply as a content, with the form removed, they want to pass for something absolute. In their true nature, as vanishing moments in the unity of thought, they would have to be taken as knowledge or as thinking processes, but not as laws of knowledge. Observing, however, neither is nor knows that knowledge itself, observation, transforms its nature into the shape of an objective being, i.e. apprehends its negative character merely as laws of knowledge. It is sufficient for our purpose here to have demonstrated the invalidity of the so-called laws of thought from the general nature of the case. It falls to speculative philosophy to go more intimately and fully into the matter, and there they show themselves to be what in truth they are, single vanishing moments, whose truth is simply the whole of the thinking process, the process of knowledge itself. This negative unity of thought exists for its own sake, or rather, it is just that condition of being for itself, and on its own account, the principle of individuality, and in its reality, it is acting function of consciousness. Consequently, the mental attitude of observation will be by nature the cause to be led towards this as being the reality of those laws of thought. Since this connection is not a fact for observation, the latter supposes that thought with its laws remains standing separately on one side, and that, on the other side, it obtains another objective, being in what is now the object observed, viz. That acting consciousness, which exists for itself in such a way as to cancel otherness, and to find its reality in this direct awareness of itself as the negative. In the active practical reality of consciousness, observation thus finds opened up before it a new field. Psychology contains the collection of laws in virtue of which the mind takes up different attitudes towards the different forms of its reality given and presented to it in a condition of otherness. The mind adopts these various attitudes partly with a view to receiving these modes of its reality into itself, and conforming to these habits, customs and ways of thinking, it thus comes across as being that wherein mind is reality and as such object to itself, partly with a view to knowing its own spontaneity, activity in opposition to them, to follow the bent of its own inclinations, affections and emotions, and to carry off thence what is merely the particular and a special moment for itself, and thus make what is objective conform to itself. In the former it behaves negatively towards itself as a single and individual mind, in the latter it negatively towards itself as the universal being. In the former aspect, independence, or self-dependence, gives what is met with merely the form of consciousness, individuality in general, and as regards the content, remains within the general reality given. In the second aspect, however, it gives the reality at least a certain special modification, which does not contradict its essential content, or even a modification by which the individual qua particular reality and peculiar content sets itself against the general reality. This opposition becomes a form of wrongdoing when the individual cancels that reality in a merely particular manner, or when it does so in a manner that is general, and thus for all, when it puts another world, another right, law and custom in place of those already there. The observational psychology, which in the first instance states what observation finds regarding the general forms brought to its notice in the active functioning consciousness, discovers all sorts of facilities, inclinations and passions, and since while narrating what this collection contains, the remembrance of the unity of self-consciousness is not to be suppressed, observational psychology is bound to get the length at least of wonderment that such a lot and such a miscellany of things can happen to be somehow alongside one another in the mind, as a kind of bag, more especially where they are seen to be not lifeless things but restless active processes. In telling over these various facilities, observation keeps to universal aspect. The unity of these multifarious capacities is the opposite aspect to universality. It is the actual concrete individuality. To take up again the different concrete individualities and describe how one man has more inclination for this, the other for that, and how one has more intelligence than the other. All this is, however, something much more interesting than even to reckon up the species of insects, mosses, and so on. For these latter give the observation the right to take them as thus individually and disconnectedly, because they belong essentially to the sphere of fortuitous detailed particulars. To take conscious individuality, on the other hand, as a particular phenomenal entity, and to treat it in so wooden a fashion is self-contradictory, because the essential nature of individuality lies in the universal element of mind. Since, however, the process of apprehending it causes at the same time to pass into the form of universality, to apprehend it is to find its law, and seems in this way to have a rational purpose in view, and a necessary function to fulfill. The moments constituting the content of the law are, on the one, an individuality itself, on the other, its universal inorganic nature, viz. the given circumstances, situation, habits, customs, religion, and so forth. From these, the determinate individuality is to be understood and comprehended. They contain something specific, determinate, as well as universal, and are at the same time something lying at hand, which furnishes material for observation, and on the other side expresses itself in the form of individuality. The law of this relation of the two sides has now to contain and express the sort of effect and influence these determinate circumstances exert on individuality. This individuality, however, just consists both in being the universal, and hence in passively and directly assimilating and blending with the given universals, the customs, habits, etc., thus becoming conformed to them, as also in taking up an aptitude of opposition towards them, and thus transforming and transmuting them, and again in behaving towards them in its individual character with complete indifference, neither allowing them to exert an influence over it, nor setting itself actively against them. On that account, what is to have an influence on individuality, the sort of influence it is to have, which properly speaking means the same thing, depends entirely on individuality itself. Consequently, to say that this individuality has become this specifically determinate individuality means nothing else than saying that it has been this all along. Circumstances, situations, customs, and so on, which show themselves on one side as something given, and on the other as within this specific individuality, reveal merely their own indeterminate nature, which is not the point under consideration. If these circumstances, style of thought, customs, the whole state of the world, in short, had not been, then assuredly the individual would not be what he is, for all the individuals that find a place in this state of the world go to constitute this universal substance for what it is. The way in which the condition of the world becomes particularized in any given individual, however, and such an individual has to be understood and comprehended, could have been no other than the way in which it particularizes itself in a determinate universal, and this determinate form alone could have operated on the individual as it does. Only so could it have made the individual the specific particular individual he is. If the external element is so constituted in and for itself as it appears in individuality, the latter would be comprehended from the nature of the former. We should have a double gallery of pictures, one which should be the reflection of the other, the one the gallery of external circumstances completely encompassing, circumscribing, determining the individual, the other the same gallery translated into the form in which those circumstances are the conscious individual. The former, the spherical influence, the latter, the centre, reflectively representing that surface within it. But the spherical surface, the world for the individual, carries on it the face of this double meaning. It is in and for itself the actual world and situation, and is the world of the individual. It is the world of the individual either insofar as this individual could merely be fused and blended with it, and had let that world, just as it is, pass into its own nature, and had taken up towards it merely the attitude of a formal consciousness, or, on the other hand, it is the world of the individual in the sense in which the given has been transformed and transmuted by that individual. Since reality is capable of having this twofold meaning on account of this freedom of the individual, the world of the individual is only to be understood from the individual himself, and the influence of reality upon the individual, a reality which is represented as having a being all its own, und für sich, receives through the individual absolutely the opposite significance. The individual either lets the stream of reality flowing in upon it have its way, or breaks off and diverts the current of the influence. In consequence of this, however, psychological necessity becomes an empty phrase, so empty that there is the absolute possibility that what should have had this influence could equally well have not had it. Herewith drops out of account that existence which was to be something all by itself, and was meant to constitute one aspect, and that the universal aspect of a law. Individuality is what its world in the sense of its own world is. Individuality itself is the cycle of its own action, in which it has presented and established itself as reality, and is simply and solely a unity of which was given and of what is constructed, a unity whose aspects do not fall apart, as in the idea of psychological law, into a world given per se and an individuality existing for itself. Or if those aspects are thus considered each by itself, there is no necessity to be found between them, and no law of their relation to one another. End of Chapter 5a, Section Beta. Recording by Maurice in Alsey, Bedfordshire.
Section 17 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Translated by James Black Bailey. Chapter 5a, Section C. Observation of the relation of self-consciousness to its immediate actuality, physiognomy and phrenology. Translator's note. In the previous section, observation was directed upon the relation of mind to external reality, the natural environment of individuality. The relation of mind to its own physical embodiment furnishes a further object for observation to take up. How observation operates in dealing with this relation forms the subject of the analysis in the present section. Up to and at the time at which Hegel wrote, the discussion of this relation took the form of what are now looked upon as either as spurious sciences, or at best as falling within the scope of physiology or psychophysics. Those pseudo-sciences were physiognomy and phrenology, or cranioscopy. Both had, in one form or another, engaged the attention of reflective minds from the earliest times. But about the latter half of the 18th century, they gained unusual public prominence in Germany, France, and England, through the eloquence and conviction of their exponents, so much so that in Germany a law was passed forbidding the promulgation of phrenology as being dangerous to religion, and in England a law of George II re-enacted the Statute of Elizabeth imposing the severest penalties on physiognomists. The chief exponents and propagandists of these studies of the human individual were Lavater (1741–1801) in physiognomy, and Gall (1758–1828), along with his pupil Spurzheim, in phrenology. The personal character and influence of the first, combined with his rhetorical eloquence, compelled the attention not only of the popular mind, but of men of outstanding intelligence, while Gall lectured publicly and went from one university to another, expounding the generalizations discovered or made. It was impossible, therefore, for any philosopher who attempted to discuss comprehensively the methods and procedure of observational science, to ignore the claims made by these pseudo-sciences, or to refuse to examine the validity of the laws they proposed to formulate. This was all the more necessary because the object they dealt with, the relation of mind to its physical embodiment, was and is unquestionably an important fact of experience and presents a serious problem to philosophy, especially to idealism. Hence we have in the following section an elaborate analysis of the observational sciences of physiognomy and phrenology, an analysis the length of which can only be explained and justified by the historical circumstances above indicated. The ruthless criticism, the bitterness of the attack upon, and the contempt for the claims of these sciences, displayed throughout Hegel's analysis, are only explicable in view of the scientific and philosophical pretensions of the expounders of these sciences. Observation of the relation of self-consciousness to its immediate actuality, physiognomy and phrenology. Psychological observation discovers no law for the relation of self-consciousness to actuality or the world over against it, and owing to their mutual indifference and independence, it is forced to fall back on the peculiar determinate characteristic of real individuality, which has a being in and for itself, or contains the opposition of subjective self-existence, Für-sich-Sein, and objective inherent existence, An-sich-Sein, dissolved and extinguished within its own process of absolute mediation. Individuality alone is now the object for observation, or the object to which observation now passes. The individual exists in himself and for himself. He is for himself, or is a free activity. He is, however, also in himself, or has himself an original determinate being of his own, a characteristic which is in principle the same as what psychology sought to find outside him. Opposition thus breaks out in his own self. It has this twofold nature. It is a process or movement of consciousness, and it is the fixed being of a reality with a phenomenal character, a reality which in it is directly its own. This being, the body of the determinate individuality, is its ultimate and original source or condition, that in the making of which it has nothing to do. But since the individual at the same time merely is what he has done, his body is also an expression of himself which he has brought about. A sign and indication as well, which has not remained a bare immediate fact, but only points to and lets us see what is meant by his setting his original nature to work. If we consider the moments we have here in relation to the view previously indicated, we find the general human shape and form, or at least general character of a climate, of a portion of the world, of a people, just as formerly we found in the same way general customs and culture. In addition, too, the particular circumstances and situation come within the universal reality. Here this particular reality is a particular formation of the shape and mold of the individual. On the other side, just as the free activity of the individual and reality in the sense of his own reality were formerly placed in contrast and opposition to reality as given, here the shape assumed by the individual stands as an expression of his own actualization established by the individual himself. It bears the lineaments and forms of his spontaneously active being. But the universal as well as particular reality, which observation formerly met with outside the individual, is here the reality of the individual, his connate body, and within this very body the expression due to his own action appears. From the psychological point of view, objective reality in and for itself and determinate individuality had to be brought into relation to one another. Here, however, it is the whole determinate individuality that is the object for observation, and each aspect of the opposition it entails is itself this whole. Thus, to the outer whole belongs not merely the original primordial being, the connate body, but the formation of the body as well, which is due to activity from the inner side. The body is a unity of unformed and formed existence, and is the reality of the individual pervaded and permeated by his reference to self. This whole embraces the definite and specific parts fixed originally and from the first, and also the lines or lineaments which only arise as the result of action. This whole so formed is, and this being is an expression of what is inner and within, of the individual constituted as a consciousness and as a process. This inner is, too, no longer formal spontaneous activity without any content or determinateness of its own, an activity with its content and specific nature, as in the former case, lying in external circumstances. It is an original, inherently determinate character, whose form is just the activity. What, then, we have to consider here is the relation subsisting between the two sides. The point to observe is how this relation is determined, and what is to be understood by the inner finding expression in the outer. This outer, in the first place, does not act as an organ making the inner visible, or, in general terms, a being for another. For the inner, so far as it is in the organ, is the activity itself. The mouth that speaks, the hand that works, with the bones too, if we care to add them, are the operative organs affecting the actual realization, and they contain the action qua action, or the inner as such. The externality, however, which the inner obtains by their means is the deed, the act, in the sense of a reality separated and cut off from the individual. Language and labor are outer expressions in which the individual no longer retains possession of himself per se, but lets the inner get right outside him, and puts it in the hands of another. For that reason we might just as truly say that these outer expressions express the inner too much as that they do so too little. Too much, because the inner itself breaks out in them, and there remains no opposition between them and it. They not merely give an expression of the inner, they give the inner itself directly and immediately. Too little, because in speech and action the inner turns itself into something else, into another, and thereby puts itself at the mercy of change and alteration, which transmute and distort the spoken word and the accomplished act, and make something else out of them than they are in and for themselves as actions of a particular determinate individual. Not only do the products of actions, owing to this externality, lose by the influence of others the character of being something constant as regards other individualities, but by their assuming towards the inner, which they contain, the attitude of something external, separate, independent, and indifferent, they can, through the individual himself, be qua inner something other than they seem. Either the individual intentionally makes them to all appearance something else than they are in truth, or he is too incompetent to give himself the outer aspect he really wanted, and to give them such fixity and permanence that the product of his action cannot become transformed and distorted by others. The action, then, in the form of a completed product, has the double and opposite significance of being either the inner individuality and not its expression, or qua external, a reality detached from the inner, a reality which is something quite different from the former. On account of this twofold meaning, we must look about for the inner as it still is within the individual himself, but in a visible or external form. In the organ, however, it exists merely as immediate activity as such, which attains its externalization in the act or deed that either does or again does not represent the inner. The organ, in the light of this opposition, thus does not afford the expression which is sought. If now the external shape and form were able to express the inner individuality only insofar as that shape is neither an organ nor action, hence only insofar as it is an inert passive whole, it would then play the role of a persisting or subsistent thing, which received undisturbed the inner as an alien element into its own passive being, and thereby became the sign and symbol of it, an external contingent expression, whose actual concrete aspect has no meaning of its own, a language whose accent and combinations are not the real fact itself, but are arbitrarily and capriciously connected with it, and a mere accident so far as it is concerned. Such a capricious association of factors that are external for one another does not give a law. Physiognomy, however, would claim distinction from other spurious arts and unwholesome studies on the ground that in dealing with determinate individuality it considers the necessary opposition of an inner and an outer, of character as a conscious nature and character as a definitely embodied organic shape, and relates these moments to one another in the way they are related to one another by their very conception, and hence must constitute the content of a law. In astrology, on the other hand, in palmistry and such like kinds of knowledge, there appears merely external element related to external element, anything whatsoever to an element alien to it. A given constellation at birth, and when the external element is brought closer to the body itself, certain given lines on the hand, are external factors making for long or short life, and the fate in general of the particular person. Being externalities, they are indifferent towards one another, and have none of the necessity for one another which ought to lie in the relation of what is outer to what is inner. The hand, to be sure, does not seem to be such a very external thing for fate, it seems rather to stand to it as something inner. For fate again is also merely the phenomenal manifestation of what the specifically determinate individuality inherently is, as having an inner determinate constitution originally and from the start. Now to find out what this individuality is in itself, the palmist, as well as the physiognomist, takes a shorter cut than, for example, Solon, who thought he could only know this from and after the course of the whole life. The latter looked at the phenomenal explicit reality, while the former considers the implicit nature, das Ansicht. That the hand, however, must exhibit and reveal the inherent nature of individuality as regards its fate, is easily seen from the fact that after the organ of speech it is the hand most of all by which a man actualizes and manifests himself. It is the lively artificer of his fortune. We may say of the hand it is what a man does, for in it as the effective organ of his self-fulfillment, he is there present as the animating soul, and since he is ultimately and originally his own fate, the hand will thus express his innate inherent nature. From this peculiarity, that the organ of activity is at once a form of being and the operation effected within it, or again that the inner inherent being is itself explicitly present in it and has a being for others, we come upon a further aspect of it, different from the preceding. For if the organs in general prove to be incapable of being taken as expressions of the inner for the reason that in them the operation is present as a process, while the operation as a deed or act is merely external, and inner and outer in this way fall apart and are or can be alien to one another, the organ must, in view of the peculiarity now considered, be again taken as also a middle term for both, since this very fact, that the operation takes place and is present in it, constitutes eo ipso an external attribute of it, and indeed one that is different from the deed or act, for the former holds by the individual and remains with him. This mediating term uniting inner and outer is in the first place itself external too, but then this externality is at the same time taken up into the inner. It stands in the form of simple unbroken externality, opposed to dispersed and disintegrated externality, which either is a single performance or condition contingent for the individuality as a whole, or else, in the form of a total externality, is fate or destiny, split up into a plurality of performances and conditions. The mere lines of the hand, then, the ring and compass of the voice, as also the individual peculiarity of the language used, Or again, this idiosyncrasy of language, as expressed where the hand gives it more durable existence than the voice can do, that is, in writing, especially in the particular style of handwriting. All this is an expression of the inner, so that, as against the multifarious externality of action and fate, this expression again stands in the position of simple mere externality, placed apart of an inner in relation to the externality of action and fate. Thus then, if at first the specific nature and innate peculiarity of the individual, along with what these become as the result of cultivation and development, are regarded as the inner reality, as the essence of action and of fate, this inner being gets its appearance in external fashion to begin with from the mouth, hand, voice, handwriting, and the other organs and their permanent characteristics. Thereafter, and not till then, does it give itself further outward expression, when realized in the world. Now because this middle term assumes the nature of an outer expression, which is at the same time taken back into the inner, its existence is not confined to the immediate organ carrying out the action. This middle term is rather the movement and form of countenance and figure in general, which perform no outward act. These lineaments and their movements on this principle are the checked and restrained action that stops at the individual, and, as regards his relation to what he actually does, constitute his own personal inspection and observation of the action, expression in the sense of reflection upon the actual expression. The individual is therefore not a mute and silent spectator on the occasion of his external action, since he is there reflected into himself at the same time, and gives articulate expression to his self-reflection. This theoretical activity, the individual's conversing with himself on the matter, is also perceptible to others, for his speaking is itself an outer expression. In this inner, then, which in being expressed remains an inner, observation finds the individual reflected out of his actual reality, and we have to see how the case stands with this necessity involved in the unity here. His being thus reflected is to begin with different from the act itself, and therefore can be, and be taken for something other than the deed is. We look at a man's face and see whether he is in earnest with what he says or does. Conversely, however, what is here intended to be an expression of the inner is at the same time an existent objective expression, and hence itself falls to the level of mere existence, which is absolutely contingent for the self-conscious individual. It is therefore no doubt an expression, but at the same time only in the sense of a sign or symbol, so that to the content expressed, the peculiar nature of that by which it is expressed is completely indifferent. The inner, in thus appearing, is doubtless an invisible made visible, but without being itself attached to this appearance. It can just as well make use of some other appearance as another inner can adopt the same kind of appearance. Lichtenberg, therefore, is right in saying, suppose the physiognomist ever did have a man in his grasp, it would merely require a courageous resolution on the man's part to make himself again incomprehensible for centuries. In the previous case, that is, the relation of self-consciousness to external reality, the immediately given circumstances formed a sphere of existence from which individuality selected what it could or what it wanted, either submitting to or transmuting this given existence, for which reason this did not contain the necessity and inner nature of the individuality. Similarly, here the immediate being in which individuality clothes its appearance is one which either expresses the fact of its being reflected back out of reality and existing within itself, or which is for it merely a sign indifferent to what is signified, and therefore signifying in reality nothing. It is as much its countenance as its mask, which can be put off when it likes. Individuality permeates its own shape, moves, speaks in the shape assumed, but this entire mode of existence equally well passes over into a state of being indifferent to the will and the act. Individuality effaces from it the significance it formerly had, of being that wherein individuality is reflected into itself, or has its true nature, and instead puts its real nature rather in the will and the deed. Individuality abandons that condition of being reflected into self which finds expression in lines and lineaments, and places its real nature in the performance, the work done. Herein it contradicts the relationship which the instinct of reason, engaged in observing self-conscious individuality, establishes in regard to what its inner and outer should be. This point of view brings us to the special idea at the basis of the science of physiognomy, if we care to call it so. The opposition this form of observation comes upon is in form the opposition of practical and theoretical, both falling inside the practical aspect itself, the opposition of individuality, making itself real in action, in the most general sense of action, and individuality is being in this action at the same time reflected thence into self, and taking the action for its object. Observation apprehends and accepts this opposition in the same inverted form in which it is when it makes its appearance. To observation, the deed itself and the performance, whether it be that of speech or a more solid reality, stand for the contingent, non-essential outer, while the individuality's existence within itself passes for the essential inner. Of the two aspects which the practical mind involves, intention and act, the pondering over the action and the action itself, observation selects the former as the true inner. The latter is to have its more or less unessential externalization in the act. Its true outer expression, however, is to be had in the form in which the individual is embodied. This latter expression is the sensuous immediate presence of the individual self-conscious agent. The inwardness which is to be the true and internal aspect is the personal peculiarity of the intention, and the individual singleness of his self-existence, both together the mind is subjectively meant. Thus what observation takes for its object is an existence that is meant, and there it looks for laws. The primary way of thinking about and giving the meaning of the presumptive presence of mind is that of natural physiognomy, hasty judgment formed at a glance regarding the inner nature and the character of its form and shape. The object of this kind of guesswork thinking is so constituted that its very nature involves its being in truth something other than merely sensuous and immediate. Certainly what is really present is just this condition of being in sensuous form reflected out of sense into self. It is the visible as a sensuous presentment of the invisible, which constitutes the object of observation. But this very sensuous immediate presence is an actuality of mind only as it is for subjective conjecture, Meinung, and observation from this point of view occupies itself with its presumed, gemeint, existence, with physiognomy, handwriting, sound of voice, etc. This sort of existence refers to just such a supposed or presumed, gemeintes, inner. It is not the murderer, the thief, that is to be known. It is the capacity to be a murderer or thief. The definitely marked abstract attribute is thereby lost in the particular individual's concrete infinite characteristic nature, which now demands more skillful delineations than the former qualifications supply. Such skillful delineations no doubt say more than the qualification murderer, thief, or good-hearted, unspoiled, and so on, but are a long way short of their aim, which is to express the existence that is meant, the single individuality, as far short as the delineations of the form and shape which go further than a flat brow, a long nose, etc. For the individual shape and form, like the individual self-consciousness, is, qua presumed existence, inexpressible. The science of knowing men, which takes to do with a supposititious human being, like the science of physiognomy, which deals with its presumptive reality and seeks to raise to the level of demonstrable knowledge those uncritical assertions of natural physiognomy, is therefore something with neither foundation nor finality. It cannot manage to say what it means, because it merely means or presumes, and its content is merely what is presumed or meant. The so-called laws this kind of science sets out to find are relations holding between these two presumed or supposed aspects, and hence can amount to no more than an empty fancying. Again, too, since this pretense at knowledge, which takes upon itself to deal with the reality of the mind, finds its object to be just the fact that mind is reflected from sense existence back into self, and determinate existence is an indifferent accident for it, it is bound to be aware at once that by the so-called laws discovered it really means nothing at all, but that, strictly speaking, all this is mere chatter, or merely a fancy or opinion of its own, an expression which brings out the truth that to state one's opinion, one's fancy, and not to convey thereby the fact itself, but merely a fancy of one's own, are one and the same thing. In content, however, such observations cannot differ from these. It always rains at our annual fair, says the dealer, and every time too, says the housewife, when I am drying my washing. Lichtenberg, who characterizes physiognomic observation in this way, makes this remark: if anyone says, "You act, certainly, like an honest man, but I can see from your figure you are forcing yourself to do so, and are a rogue at heart," without a doubt every brave fellow to the end of time when accosted in that fashion will retort with a box in the ear. This retort is very striking, for the reason that it refutes the fundamental assumption of such a guesswork method of conjecture, meinen, that is, that the reality of a man is his face, etc. The true being of a man is rather his act. Individuality is real in the deed, and a deed it is which cancels both the aspect of what is meant or presumed to be. In the one aspect where what is presumed or imagined takes the form of a passive bodily being, individuality puts itself forward in action as the negative essence which only is so far as it cancels being. Then furthermore the act does away with the inexpressibleness of what self-conscious individuality really means. In regard to such meaning, this individuality is endlessly determined and determinable. This false infinite, this endless determining, is abolished in the performance of the act. The act is something simply determinate, universal, to be grasped as an abstract, distinctive whole. It is murder, theft, a benefit, a deed of bravery, and so on, and what it is can be said of it. It is such and such, and its being is not merely a symbol, it is the fact itself. It is this, and the individual human being is what the act is. In the bare simplicity of this being, the individual has for others a definite essential nature of a certain general kind, and ceases to be merely something that is meant or presumed to be this or that. No doubt he is not there put forward in the form of mind, but when it is a question of his being qua being, and the twofold being of bodily shape and act are pitted against one another, each claiming to be his true reality, the deed alone is to be affirmed as his genuine being, not his figure or shape, which would express what he means to convey by his act, or what one might conjecture he merely could do. In the same way again, when his performance and his inner possibility, capacity or intention are opposed, the former alone is to be regarded as his true reality, even if he finds things turn out different from what he expected, and fancies, when he turns from the act to what is in his mind, that he is something else in his inner mind than what he is in the act. Individuality which commits itself to the objective element when it sets out to do something, no doubt puts itself at the mercy of that element, to be altered and perverted as the latter decides. But what settles the character of the act is just this: whether the deed is a real thing that holds together, or whether it is merely a pretended or supposed performance, which is in itself null and void and passes away. Objectification does not alter the act itself, it merely shows what the deed is, that is, whether it is or whether it is nothing. The breaking up of this being into intentions and subtleties of that sort, by which the real man, that is, his deed, is to be reduced again to, and explained in terms of, his conjectured being, as even the individual himself may produce particular intentions to explain his own reality, all this must be left to idle fancying and presuming to furnish at its leisure. If this idle thinking will set its ineffective wisdom to work, and will deny the agent the character of reason, and use him so badly as to want to declare his figure and his lineaments to be his real being instead of his act, then it may expect to get the retort above spoken of, a retort which shows that figure is not the inherent being, but is at any rate an object that can be pretty roughly handled. End of section 17, chapter 5a, subsection c, part 1. Section 18 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1, by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. Chapter 5a, subsection c, Physiognomy and Phrenology, Part 2. If we now look at the range of relations as a whole in which self-conscious individuality can be observed standing towards its outer aspect, there will be one left which has still to come before observation as an object. In psychology, it is the external reality of things which in the life of mind is to have its counterpart conscious of itself and make the mind intelligible. In physiognomy, on the other hand, mind or spirit is to be known in its own proper outer, physical aspect, a form of being which may be called the language or utterance of mind, the visible invisibility of its inner nature. There is still left the further character of the aspect of reality, that individuality expresses its nature in its immediate actuality, an actuality that is definitely fixed and purely existent. This last relation, of mind to its reality, is distinguished from the physiognomic by the fact that this is the speaking presence of the individual, who in his practical active outer expression brings to light and manifests at the same time the expression wherein he reflects himself into himself and contemplates himself, an expression which is itself a movement, passive lineaments which are themselves essentially a mediated form of existence. In the feature still to be considered, however, the outer phase is in the end an entirely inactive objectivity, which is not in itself a speaking sign, but presents itself on its own account, separate from the self-conscious process, and has the form of a bare thing. In the first place, in regard to the relation of the inner to this its outer, it is clear that that relation seems bound to be understood in the sense of a causal connection, since the relation of one immanent and inherent entity to another, qua a necessary relation, is causal connection. Now, for spiritual individuality to have an effect on the body, it must qua cause be itself corporeal. The corporeal aspect, however, wherein it acts as a cause, is the organ, not the organ of action on external reality, but of the action of the self-conscious being within itself, operating outward only on its own body. It is at the same time not easy to see what these organs can be. If we merely think of organs in general, the organ for work and toil would at once occur to us, so too the organ of sex, and so on. But organs of that sort are to be considered as instruments or parts, which mind qua one extreme possesses as a means for dealing with the other extreme, which is an outer object. In the present case, however, an organ is to be understood to be one wherein the self-conscious individual, as an extreme, maintains himself on his own account and for himself against his own proper actuality, which is opposed to him, the individual not being at the same time turned upon the outer world, but reflected in his own action, and where, further, his aspect of existence is not an existence objective for some other individual. In the case of physiognomy, too, the organ is no doubt considered as an existence reflected into self and criticizing the action. But in this case the existence is objective in character, and the outcome of the physiognomical treatment is that self-consciousness treats its own reality as something to which it can be indifferent. This indifference disappears in the fact that this very state of being reflected into self is directly active, thereby that existence occupies and maintains a necessary relation to it. But to operate effectually on that existence, it must itself have a being, though not properly speaking an objective being, and it must be shown to be an organ in this sense. In ordinary life, anger, for example as an internal action of that sort, is located in the liver. Plato even assigns the liver something still higher, something which to many is even the highest function of all, that is, prophesying, or the gift of uttering in an irrational manner things sacred and eternal. But the process which goes on in the individual's liver, heart, and so on, cannot be regarded as one wholly internal to the individual, wholly reflected into his self. Rather it is there in such a form that his body is from the first smitten with it, and the process assumes a physical existence, becomes an animal force, reacting on and directed toward external reality. The nervous system, on the other hand, is the immediate stability of the organism in its process of movement. The nerves themselves, no doubt, are again organs of that consciousness which from the first is immersed in its outward impulses. Brain and spinal cord, however, may be looked at as the immediate presence of self-consciousness, a presence self-contained, not an object and also not transient. Insofar as the moment of being, which this organ has, is a being for another, is an objective existence, it is a being that is dead, and is no longer the presence of self-consciousness. This self-contained existence, however, is by its very nature a fluent stream, wherein the circles that are made in it immediately break up and dissolve, and where no distinction is expressed as permanent or real. Meanwhile, as mind itself is not an abstractly simple entity, but a system of processes, wherein it distinguishes itself into moments, but in the very act of distinguishing remains free and detached. And as mind articulates its body as a whole into a variety of functions and designates one particular part of the body for only one function, so too one can represent to oneself the fluent state of its internal existence, its existence within itself, as something that is articulated into parts. Moreover, it seems bound to be thought of in this way, because the self-reflected being of the mind in the brain itself is again merely a middle term between its pure essential nature and its bodily articulation, an intermediate link which thereby forms the nature of both, and thus from the side of the latter must also again have in it the actual articulation. The psycho-organic being has at the same time the necessary aspect of a stable subsistent existence. The former must retire qua extreme of self-existence, and have this latter as the other extreme over against it, an extreme which is then the object on which the former acts as a cause. If now brain and spinal cord are that bodily self-existence of mind, the skull and vertebral column form the other extreme separated off, that is, the solid, fixed, stable thing. When, however, anyone thinks of the proper place where mind exists, it is not the back that occurs to him, but merely the head. Since this is so, we can, in examining a form of knowledge like what we are at present dealing with, content ourselves with this reason, not a very bad one in the present case, in order to confine the existence of mind to the skull. Should it strike anyone to take the vertebral column for the seat of mind, insofar as by it too knowledge and action doubtless are sometimes partly induced and partly educed, this would prove nothing in defense of the view that the spinal cord must be taken as well for the indwelling seat of mind, and the vertebral column for the existential counterpart, because this proves too much. For we may bear in mind that there are also other approved external ways for succouring this activity of mind in order to stimulate or inhibit its activity. The vertebral column, then, drops rightly, if we like, out of account, and our construing that the skull alone does not in fact contain the organs of mind is just as good as many other doctrines construed by philosophy of nature. For this was previously excluded from the notion of this relation, and on that account the skull was adopted as the aspect of existence. Or, if we may not recall what the state of the case essentially and in principle involves, even experience teaches us clearly that, as we do not see with the eye qua organ, so it is not with the skull that we commit murder, steal, write poetry, etc. We must on that account refrain too from using the expression organ when speaking of the significance of the skull, which we have still to mention. For although it is a common thing to hear people say that to reasonable men it is not words but facts that really matter, yet that does not give us permission to describe a thing in terms not appropriate to it. For this is at once stupidity and deceit, pretending merely not to have the right word, and hiding from itself that in reality it has not got hold of the fact itself, the notion. If the latter were there, it would soon find the right word. What has been here determined is, in the first instance, merely that just as the brain is the caput vivum, the skull is the caput mortuum. It is in this ens mortuum, then, that the mental processes and specific functions of the brain would have to find their external reality manifested and set forth, a reality which is nonetheless in the individual himself. For the relation of those processes and functions to what, being an ens mortuum, does not contain mind indwelling within it, there is offered, in the first instance, the external and mechanical factor, the fixed solid element above mentioned, so that the organs proper, and these are in the brain, here press the skull out round, there make it broad, or force it flat, or in whatever way we care to state the effect thus exerted. Being itself a part of the organism, it must be supposed to have in it too, as is the case in every bone, an active, living, formative influence, so that, from this point of view, it really, from its side, presses the brain and fixes its external boundary, which it is the better able to do being the harder. In that shape, however, the relation of the activity of the one to the other would always maintain the same character, for whether the skull is the determining factor or the factor determined, this would effect no alteration in the general causal connection, only that the skull would then be made the immediate organ of self-consciousness, because its aspect of existence for self would find expression in its causal function. But since self-existence in the sense of organic living activity belongs to both in the same manner, the causal connection between them in point of fact drops altogether. This development of the two, however, would be inwardly connected, and would be an organic pre-established harmony, which leaves the two interrelated aspects free as regards one another, each with its own proper form and shape, without this shape needing to correspond to that of the other, and still more so as regards the relation of the shape and the quality, just as the form of the grape and the taste of wine are mutually independent of one another. Since, however, the character of self-existence turns on the brain, while that of existence turns on the feature of skull, there is also a causal connection to be set up between them inside the organic unity, a necessary relation between them as external for one another, that is, a relation itself external, whereby their form and shape is determined the one through the other. As regards the characteristic, however, in virtue of which the organ of self-consciousness would operate causally on the opposite aspect, all sorts of statements can be made. For the question concerns the peculiarity of a cause, which is considered in regard to what for it is indifferent, its formal shape and quantity, a cause whose inner nature and self-existence are to be precisely what leave quite unaffected the immediately existing aspect. The organic self-formation of the skull is, to begin with, indifferent to the mechanical influence exerted, and the relationship in which these two processes stand, since the former consists in relating itself to itself, is just this very indeterminateness and boundlessness. Furthermore, even though the brain accepted the distinctions of mind, and took them into itself as existential distinctions, and were a plurality of inner organs occupying each a different space, it would be left undecided whether a mental element would, according as it was originally stronger or weaker, either be bound to possess in the first case a more expanded brain organ, or in the latter case a more contracted brain organ, or just the other way about. But it is contradictory to nature for the brain to be such a plurality of internal organs, for nature gives the moments of the notion an existence of their own, and hence puts the fluent simplicity of organic life clear on one side, and its articulation and division with its distinctions on the other, so that, in the way they have to be taken here, they assume the form of particular anatomical facts. The same holds good in regard to the question whether the improvement of the brain would enlarge or diminish the organ, whether it would make it coarser and thicker or finer. By the fact that it remains undetermined how the cause is constituted, it is left in the same way undecided how the effect exerted on the skull comes about, whether it is a widening or a narrowing and shrinking of it. Suppose this effect is named in perhaps more distinguished phrase a solicitation. We cannot say whether this takes place by swelling, like the action of a cantharides plaster, or by shriveling, like the action of vinegar. In defense of all views of that kind, plausible reasons can be adduced, for the organic relation, which quite as much exerts its influence, finds one fit as well as another, and is indifferent to all this wit of mere understanding. It is, however, not the interest of observation to seek to determine this relation, for it is in any case not the brain in the sense of a physical part which takes its stand on one side, but brain in the sense of the existential form of self-conscious individuality. This individuality qua abiding character and self-moving conscious activity exists for itself and within itself. Opposed to this existence within itself and on its own account, stand its reality and its existence for another. Its own peculiar existence is the essential nature and is subject, having a being in the brain. This being is subsumed under it and gets its value and worth merely through its inherent and indwelling significance. The other aspect of self-conscious individuality, however, that of its existence, is being qua independent and subject, or qua a thing, that is, a bone. The real existence of man is a skull bone. This is the relationship and the sense which the two aspects of this relation have when the mind adopts the attitude of observation. Observation has now to deal with the more specific and determinate relation of these aspects. The skull bone doubtless in general has the significance of being the immediate reality of mind. But the many-sidedness of mind gives its existence a corresponding variety of meanings. What we have to find out is the specific meaning of the particular regions into which this existence is divided, and we have to see how the reference to mind is denoted in them. The skull bone is not an organ of activity, nor even a process of utterance. We neither commit theft, murder, etc. with the skull bone, nor does it in the least contort the face to suit the deed in such cases, so that the skull should express the meaning in the language of gesture. Nor does this existential form possess the value even of a sign and symbol. Look and gesture, tone, even a pillar or a post stuck up on a desert island, proclaim at once that they stand for something else than what they merely are at first sight. They forthwith profess to be signs, since they have in them a characteristic which points to something else by the fact that it does not belong peculiarly to them. Doubtless, too, in the case of a skull there is many an idea that may occur to us, like those of Hamlet over Yorick's skull, but the skull bone by itself is such an indifferent object, such a harmless thing, that there is nothing else to be seen in it, or to be thought about it directly as it is, except simply the fact of its being a skull. It no doubt reminds us of the brain and its specific nature, and skulls with other formations, but it does not recall a conscious process, since there is impressed on it neither a look or gesture, nor anything which would show traces of derivation from a conscious activity. For it is that form of reality which in the case of individuality is intended to set forth and make manifest another aspect of a kind that would no longer be an existence reflecting into itself, but bare immediate existence. While further, the skull does not itself feel, there seems still a possibility of providing it with a more determinate significance in the fact that specific feelings or sensations might enable us, through their being contiguous or in proximity to it, to find out what the skull may mean to convey. And since a conscious mode of mind has its feelings in a specific region of the skull, it may be thought perhaps that this localization on the shape of the skull may indicate what the mode is and what its peculiar nature. Just as, for example, many people complain of feeling a painful tension somewhere in the head when thinking intensely, or even when thinking at all, so it might be that stealing, committing murder, writing poetry, and so on, could each be accompanied with its own proper feeling, which would over and above be bound to have its peculiar localization. This locality of the brain, which would in this manner be more disturbed and exercised, would also most likely modify further the contiguous locality of the bone of the skull. Or again, this latter locality would, from sympathy or conformity, not be inert, but would enlarge or diminish or in some other way assume a corresponding form. What, however, makes such a hypothesis improbable is this: feeling in general is something indeterminate, and that feeling in the head as the center might well be the general feeling that accompanies all suffering. So that mixed up with the thieves, murderers, poets tickling or pain in the head, there would be other feelings too, and they would permit of being distinguished from one another, or from those we may call bodily feelings, as little as an illness can be determined from the symptom of headache, if we restrict its meaning merely to the bodily element. In point of fact, from whatever side we look at the matter, all necessary reciprocal relation between them ceases to be of any account, and so too any intimation the one might give of the other, in virtue of such a relation. If the relation is still to hold, what is left to form a sort of necessary relation is a pre-established harmony of the corresponding features of the two sides, a harmony which leaves the factors in question quite detached and rests on no inherent principle, for one of the aspects has to be a non-mental reality, a bare thing. Thus, then, on one side we have a number of passive regions of the skull, and the other a number of mental properties, the variety and character of which will depend on the condition of psychological investigation. The poorer the idea we have of mind, the easier the matter becomes in this respect, for in part the fewer become the mental properties, and in part the more detached, fixed, and ossified, and consequently more akin to features of the bone and more comparable with them. But while much is doubtless made easier by this miserable representation of the mind, there still remains a very great deal to be found on both sides. There remains for observation to deal with the entire contingency of their relation. When every faculty of the soul, every passion, and, for this too, must be considered here, the various shades of characters which hyper-subtle psychology and knowledge of mankind are accustomed to talk about, are each and all assigned their place on the skull, and their contour on the skull bone, the arbitrariness and artificiality of the procedure are just as glaring as if the children of Israel, who had been likened to the sand by the seashore for multitude, had each assigned and taken to himself his own symbolic grain of sand. The skull of a murderer has, not this organ or sign, but this bump. But this murderer has in addition a lot of other properties, and other bumps too, and along with the bumps hollows as well. Bumps and hollows, there is room for selection. And again, his murderous propensity can be referred to some bump or hollow or another, and this in turn to some mental quality or another, for the murderer is neither this abstract of a murderer, nor does he have merely one protuberance and one depression. The observations offered on this point must therefore sound just about as sensible as those of the dealer about the rain at the annual fair, and of the housewife at her washing time. Dealer and housewife might as well make the observation that it always rains when some neighbor passes by, or when they have roast pork. From the point of view of observation, a given determinate characteristic of mind is just as different to, and independent of, a given specific formation of the skull as the rain in regard to circumstances like these. For of the two objects thus under observation, the one is an arid entity existing on its own account, an ossified quality of mind, as the other is an arid entity inherently existing in itself. Such an ossified entity, as they both are, is completely indifferent to everything else. It is just as much a matter of indifference to a high bump whether a murderer is in close proximity, as to the murderer whether flatness is near him. There is, of course, no getting over the possibility that still remains, that a bump at a certain place is connected with a certain property, passion, etc. We can think of the murderer with a high bump here at this place on the skull, the thief with one there. From this point of view, phrenology is capable of much greater extension than it has yet had. For in the first instance, it seems to be restricted merely to the connection of a bump with a property in one and the same individual, in the sense that this individual possesses both. But phrenology per naturam, for there must be such a subject as well as physiognomy per naturam, goes a long way beyond this restriction. It does not merely affirm that a cunning fellow has a bump like a fist lying behind the ear, but also puts forward the view that not the unfaithful wife herself, but the other party to this conjugal transaction has a bump on the brow. In the same way, one may too imagine and conjecture the man living under the same roof with the murderer, or even one's own neighbor, or, going still further afield, conjecture one's fellow citizens, etc., with high bumps on some part of the skull, just as well as one may picture to oneself the flying cow, that was caressed by the crab riding on a donkey, and afterwards, etc., etc. But if possibility is taken not in the sense of a possibility of imagining and conjecturing and picturing, but in the sense of inner possibility or possibility of conceiving, then the object is a reality of the kind which is a mere thing, and is, and should be, deprived of the significance of reality, and can thus only have the sense of it for imaginative or figurative thinking. The observer may, in spite of the indifference of the two sides to one another, set to work to determine correlations, supported partly by the general rational principle that the outer is the expression of the inner, and partly by the analogy of the skulls of animals, which may doubtless have a simpler character than men, but of which at the same time it becomes just so much the more difficult to say what character they do have, and that it cannot be so easy for any man's imagination to think himself really into the nature of an animal. Should the observer do so, he will find, in giving out for certain the laws he maintains he has discovered, a first-rate means of assistance in a distinction which we too must necessarily take note of at this point. The being of mind cannot be taken at any rate to be something completely rigid and immovable. Man is free. It will be admitted that the mind's original primordial being consists merely in dispositions, which mind has to a large extent under its control, or which require favorable circumstances to draw them out. That is, an original being of mind can be equally well spoken of as a being which does not as such exist at all. Were observations to conflict with what strikes any one as a law, which he is sure of and can give out for certain, should it happen to be fine weather at the annual fair or on the housewife's washing day, then dealer and housewife might say that it, properly speaking, should rain, and the conditions are really all that way. So too, in the case of observing the skull, it might be said when those contradictory observations occur, that the given individual ought properly to be what according to the law his skull proclaims him to be, and that he has an original disposition which, however, has not been brought out and fulfilled. This quality is not really present, but it should be there. The law and the ought to be rest on observation of actual showers of rain, and observation of the actual sense and meaning in the case of the given specific character of the skull, but if the reality is not present, the empty possibility is of just as much significance. This mere possibility, that is, the non-actuality of the law proposed, and hence the observations conflicting with the law, are bound to come out just for the reason that the freedom of the individual and the circumstances gradually involved are indifferent towards what merely is, both in the sense of the original inner as well as the external ossiform structure, and also because the individual can be something else than he is in his original internal nature, and still more than what he is as a skull bone. We get, then, the possibility that a given bump or hollow on the skull may denote both something actual as well as a mere disposition, one indeed so little determined in any given direction as to denote something that is not actual at all. We find the excuse made, which comes off badly, as a prevarication always does, that it is itself there for use against what it ought to assist. We see the thinking that merely means and conjectures brought by the very force of facts to say in unintelligent fashion the very opposite of what it holds to say that there is something indicated and signified by such and such a bone, but also just as truly not indicated at all. What hovers before this way of conjecturing when it makes this shift is the true thought, a thought, however, which abolishes that way of conjecturing, that being as such is not at all the truth of spirit. As the disposition is an original primordial being, having no share in the activity of mind, just such a being is the skull bone on its side. What merely is, without participating in spiritual activity, is for consciousness a thing, and so little is it the essence of mind that it is rather the very opposite of it, and consciousness is only actual and concrete by the negation and abolition of such a being. From this point of view, it must be regarded as a thorough denial and flaunting of reason to give out the skull bone as the actual existence of conscious life, and that is what it is given out to be when it is regarded as the outer form of spirit, for the external shape is just the existent reality. It is no use to say we merely draw an inference from the outer as to the inner, which is something different, or to say that the outer is not the inner itself but merely its expression. For in the relation of the two to one another, the character of self-reflecting and self-reflected reality falls just on the side of the inner, while the outer has the character of existent reality. When, therefore, a man is told, "You, your inner being, are so and so, because your skull bone is so constituted," this means nothing else than that we regard a bone as the man's reality. To retort upon such a statement with a box in the ear, in the way mentioned above when dealing with physiognomy, brings out primarily the soft parts of his head from their apparent state and position, and proves merely that these are no true inherent nature, are not the reality of mind. The retort here had better go the length of breaking the skull of the person who makes a statement like that, in order to demonstrate to him quite as palpably as his own wisdom that a bone is nothing of an inherent nature at all for a man, still less his true reality. The untutored instinct of self-conscious reason will reject without examination a phrenology. This other instinct of self-conscious reason is instinct for observation, which, having got scarcely within sight of knowledge, has grasped the subject in the soulless form that the outer is an expression of the inner. But the worse the thought, the less sometimes does it strike us where its badness definitely lies, and the more difficult is it to put one's finger on it. For a thought is said to be the worse, the barer and emptier the abstraction, which thought takes to be the essential truth. But in the antithesis here in question, the component parts are individuality conscious of itself, and the abstraction of a bare thing, to which externality has been reduced. The inner being of mind taken in the sense of a fixed soulless existence, and in opposition to that abstract being. With the attainment of this, however, rational observation seems in fact to have also reached its culminating point, at which it must take leave of itself and turn right about. For it is only when anything is entirely bad that there is an inherent and immediate necessity in it to wheel round completely into its opposite. Just so, it may be said of the Jews that it is precisely because they stand directly before the door of salvation, that they are and have been the most reprobate and abandoned. What the nation should be in and for itself, this, the true nature of itself, is not conscious of being, but puts away beyond itself. By this process of deprivation and renunciation, it creates for itself the possibility of a higher level of existence, if once it could get the object thus renounced back again to itself, than if it had never left its natural immediate state of existence, because spirit is all the greater the opposition out of which it returns into itself. And such an opposition spirit brings about for itself, by doing away with its immediate unity and laying aside its self-existence, the possession of a separate life of its own. But if such a consciousness does not mediate and reflect itself, the middle position or term where it has a determinate existence is the fatal and holy void, since what should give it substance and filling has been turned into a rigidly fixed extreme. It is thus that this last stage of reason's function of observation is its very worst, and for that reason its complete reversal becomes necessary. For the survey of the series of relations dealt with up to this point, which constitute the content and object of observation, shows that even in its first form, in observation of the relations of inorganic nature, sensuous being vanished from its ken. The moments of nature's condition present themselves as pure abstractions and as bare and simple notions, which should be kept connected with the existence of things, But this gets lost, so that the abstract moment proves to be a pure movement and a universal. This free, self-complete process retains the significance of something objective, but now appears as a unit. In the process of the inorganic, the unit is the inner with no existence. When the process does have existence qua unit, as one and single, it is an organism. The unit qua self-existent or negative entity stands in antithesis to the universal, throws off its control, and remains independent by itself, so that the notion, being only realized in the condition of absolute dissociation, fails to find in organic existence its genuine expression, in the sense that it is not there in the form of a universal. It remains an outer, or, what is the same thing, an inner of organic nature. The organic process is merely free implicitly. It is not so explicitly for itself. The explicit phase of its freedom appears in the idea of purpose, has its existence in the form of something else, of a self-directing aim and guidance that lies outside the mere process. Reason's function of observation thus turns its attention to this aim and guidance, to mind, to the notion actually existing as universality, or to the purpose existing in the form of purpose, and what constitutes its own essential nature is now the object before it. Reason here in the activity of observation is directed first to the pure abstract form of its essential nature. But since reason, in its apprehension of the object thus working and moving amidst its own distinctions, takes this object as something that exists, observation becomes aware of laws of thought, relations of one constant factor to another constant element. The content of these laws being, however, merely moments, they pass away into the single one of self-consciousness. This new object, taken in the same way as existent, is the contingent individual self-consciousness. The process of observation, therefore, keeps within the conjectured meaning of mind, and within the contingent relation of conscious to unconscious reality. Mind alone, in itself, is the necessity of this relation. Observation, therefore, attacks it at closer quarters, and compares its realization through will and action with its reality when it contemplates and is reflected into itself, a reality which is itself objective. This external aspect, although an utterance of the individual which he himself contains, is at the same time, qua symbol, something indifferent to the content which it is intended to denote, just as what finds for itself the symbol is indifferent to this symbol. For this reason, observation finally passes from this variable form of utterance back to the permanent fixed being, and in principle declares that externality is the outer immediate reality of mind, not in the sense of an organ, and not like a language or a symbol, but in the sense of a lifeless thing. What the very first form of observation of inorganic nature did away with and superseded, that is, the idea that the notion should appear in the shape of a thing, this last form of observation reinstates so as to turn the reality of mind itself into a thing, or expressing it the other way about, so as to give lifeless being the significance of mind. Observation has thus reached the point of explicitly expressing what our notion of observation was at the outset, that is, that rational certainty means objectivity of reason, that the certainty of reason seeks itself as an objective reality. This does not, indeed, mean that mind, which is represented by a skull, is defined as a thing. There shall be no materialism, as it is called, in this idea. Mind rather must be something very different from these bones of the skull. But that mind is, means, nothing else than that it is a thing. When being as such, or thingness, is predicated of the mind, the true and genuine expression for this is, therefore, that mind is such an entity as the bone is. Hence it must be considered as supremely important that the true expression has been found for the bare statement regarding mind, that it is. When a statement is ever made about mind, that it is, has a being, is a thing, an individual reality, we do not mean it is something we can see or knock about or take in our hands, and so on, but that is what we say, and what the statement really amounts to is consequently conveyed in the expression that the existence of mind is a bone. This result has now a twofold significance. One is its true meaning, insofar as the result is a completion of the outcome of the preceding movement of self-consciousness. The unhappy self-consciousness renounced its self-sufficiency, its independence, and wrung out its distinctive self-existence into the shape of a thing. By doing so, it left the level of self-consciousness and reverted to the condition of mere consciousness, that is, to that phase of conscious life for which the object is an existent, a thing. But what is thing in this case is self-consciousness. Thing, here, is the unity of ego and being, the category. When the object before consciousness is determined thus, consciousness possesses reason. Consciousness, as well as self-consciousness, is in itself properly reason in an implicit form, but only that consciousness can be said to have reason, whose object has the character of being the category. From this, however, the knowledge of what is reason is still distinct. The category, which is the immediate unity of being and self, Sein und Seinen, must traverse both forms, and the conscious attitude of observation is just where the category is set forth in the form of being. In its result, consciousness expresses that whose unconscious implicit certainty it is, in the shape of a proposition, the proposition which lies in the very notion of reason. This proposition is the infinite judgment that the self is a thing, a judgment that cancels and transcends itself. Through this result, then, the category gets the added characteristic of being this self-cancelling opposition. The pure category, which is present to consciousness in the form of being or immediacy, is still an unmediated, a merely given object, and the attitude of consciousness is also direct, has no mediation in it. That infinite judgment is the moment which brings about the transition of immediacy into mediation or negativity. The given present object is therefore characterized as a negative object, while consciousness, in its relation towards it, assumes the form of self-consciousness, or the category, which traversed the form of being in the process of observation, is now set up in the form of self-existence, has now a distinctive being for its own sake. Consciousness no longer seeks to find itself immediately, but to produce itself by its own activity. Consciousness itself is the purpose and end of its own action, as in the process of observation it has to do merely with things. The other meaning of the result is the one already considered, that of unsystematic, begrifflos, observation. This has no other way of understanding and expressing what it is about than by declaring the reality of self-consciousness to consist in the skull bone, just as it appears in the form of a thing of sense, still retaining its character as an object for consciousness. In stating this, however, it has no clear consciousness as to what the statement involves, and does not grasp the determinate character of the subject and predicate in the proposition and of their relation to one another. Still less does it grasp the proposition in the sense of a self-resolving infinite judgment and the notion. Rather, in virtue of a deeper lying self-consciousness of mind, which has the appearance here of being an innate sincerity and honesty of nature, the ignominiousness of such an irrational crude thought as that of taking a bone for the reality of self-consciousness is concealed. And the very senselessness of introducing all sorts of relations of cause and effect, symbol, organ, etc., which are perfectly meaningless here, and of hiding away the glaring folly of the proposition behind distinctions derived from them, all this puts a gloss on that thought, and whitewashes its naked absurdity. Brain fibers and the like, looked at as forms of the being of mind, are from the first an imagined and merely hypothetical actuality, not an existent reality, not felt, seen, in short, not true reality. If they do exist, if they are seen, they are lifeless objects, and then no longer pass for the being of mind. But objectivity proper must take an immediate, a sensuous form, so that in this objectivity qua lifeless, for the bone is lifeless so far as it is in the living being itself, mind is definitely established as real, as actual. The principle involved in this idea is that reason claims to be all thinghood, even thinghood of a purely objective kind. It is this, however, in conceptu. Only the notion is its truth, and the purer the notion itself is, the more silly an idea does it become, if its content does not take the shape of a notion, begriff, but of a mere presentation or idea, Vorstellung. If the self-superseding judgment is not taken with the consciousness of its infinity, but is taken as a stable and permanent proposition, the subject and predicate of which hold good each on its own account, self fixed as self, thing as thing, while one has to be the other all the same. Reason, essentially the notion, is immediately parted asunder into itself and its opposite, an opposition which, just for that reason, is immediately again superseded. But by presenting itself in this way as both itself and its opposite, and when held fast in the entirely particular moment of this disintegration, reason is apprehended in an irrational form, and the purer the moments of this opposition are, the more glaring is the appearance of this content, which is either solely a content for consciousness, or solely expressed by consciousness in a naive form. The depth, which mind brings out from within, but carries no further than to make it a presentation, Vorstellung, and let it remain at this level, and the ignorance on the part of this consciousness as to what it really says, are the same kind of connection of higher and lower which, in the case of the living being, nature naively expresses when it combines the organ of its highest fulfillment, the organ of generation, with the organ of urination. The infinite judgment qua infinite would correspond to the fulfillment of life that comprehends itself, while the consciousness of life that remains at the level of presentation would correspond to urination. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1, by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Translated by James Black Bailey. Chapter 5b. The Realization of Rational Self-Consciousness Through Its Own Activity. Translator's note. In this section, we have the second form in which rational experience is realized. In observation, mind is directly aware of itself as in conscious unity with its object. It makes no efforts of its own to realize this unity. It finds the unity by looking on, so to say. But it may have the same experience by creating through its own effort an object constituted and determined solely by itself. Here it does not find the unity of itself and its object. It makes the object at one with itself by molding the character and content of the object after its own nature. As contrasted with observation, which may be called the operation of theoretical reason, this new way of having a rational experience may be called the operation of practical reason. In the first, we have reason in the form of rational knowledge and science. In the second, reason is the sense of rational action and practice. It is this second way of establishing the experience of reason which is analyzed in the following sections. The immediately succeeding section describes the experience in its general features. We have here the sphere of conscious purpose and the foundation of moral and social life. End of translator's note. The realization of rational self-consciousness through its own activity. Self-consciousness found the thing in the form of itself, and itself in the form of a thing. That is to say, self-consciousness is explicitly aware of being in itself the objective reality. It is no longer the immediate certainty of being all reality. It is rather that certainty for which the immediate in general assumes the form of something sublated, so that the objectivity of the immediate is regarded now as merely something superficial, whose inner core and essence is self-consciousness. The object, therefore, to which self-consciousness is positively related, is a self-consciousness. The object has the form and character of a thing, that is independent, but self-consciousness has the conviction that this independent object is not alien to itself. It knows straightway that itself is inherently and essentially recognized by the object. Self-consciousness is mind, which has the assurance of having, in the duplication of its self-consciousness and in the independence of both, its own unity with its own self. This certainty has to be brought out now in all its truth. What self-consciousness holds as a fact, that is, that implicitly in itself and in its inner certainty it is, has to enter into full consciousness and become explicit for it. What the general stages of this actualization will be can be indicated in a general way by reference to the road thus far traversed. Just as reason, when exercised in observation, repeated in the medium of categories the movement of consciousness as such, namely sense certainty, perception, and understanding. The course of reason here, too, will again traverse the double movement of self-consciousness, and from independence pass over into its freedom. To begin with, this active reason is aware of itself merely as an individual, and must, being such, demand and bring forth its reality in an other. Thereupon, however, its consciousness being lifted into universality, it becomes universal reason, and is consciously aware of itself as reason, as something already recognized in and for itself, which within its mere consciousness unites all self-consciousness. It is, again, the simple ultimate spiritual reality, Wesen, which, by coming at the same time to consciousness, is the real substance into which the preceding forms return, and in which they find their ground, so that they are, with reference to the latter, merely particular moments of its process of coming into being, moments which indeed break loose and appear as forms on their own account, but have in fact only existence and actuality when born and supported by it, and only retain their truth insofar as they are and remain in it. If we take this final result of the process as it is, when really accomplished, this end, which is the notion that has just come before us, that is recognized self-consciousness, which has the certainty of itself in the other free self-consciousness, and finds its truth precisely there. In other words, if we bring this merely inward and unevolved mind to light as a substance that has developed into its concrete existence, we shall find that in this notion there is opened up before us the realm of the social order, the ethical world, Sittlichkeit. For this latter is nothing else than the absolute spiritual unity of the essential substance, Wesen, of individuals in their independent realization of themselves as individuals. It is an inherently universal self-consciousness, which is aware of being so concrete and real in another consciousness. That this latter has complete independence is looked on as a thing, and the universal self-consciousness is aware precisely therein of its unity with that thing, and is only then self-consciousness, when thus in unity with the subjective being, Wesen. This ethical substance, when taken in its abstract universality, is only the conception of law, thought-constituted law. But even so, it is immediately actual self-consciousness, it is custom, Sitte. The single individual, conversely, is only a this, a given existent unit, since he is aware of the universal consciousness as his own being in his own particular individuality, seeing that his action and existence are the universal custom. In point of fact, the notion of the realization of self-conscious reason, of having a sense of complete unity with another in its independence, of having for my object another in the form of a thing, found detached and apart from me, and the negative of myself, and of taking this as my self-existence, für mich sein, finds its actual fulfillment in the life of a nation. Reason appears here as the fluent universal substance, as unchangeable simple thingness, which at the same time breaks up into many entirely independent beings, just as light bursts asunder into stars as innumerable luminous points, each giving light on its own account, and whose absolute self-existence, für sich sein, is dissolved, not merely implicitly, an sich, but explicitly for themselves, für sich, within the simple independent substance. They are conscious within themselves of being these individual independent beings through the fact that they surrender and sacrifice their particular individuality, and that this universal substance is their soul and essence. As this universal, again, is the action of themselves as individuals, and is the work and product of their own activity. The purely particular activity and business of the individual refer to needs and wants, which he has as a part of nature, that is, as a mere existent particular. That even these, its commonest functions, do not come to nothing, but have reality, is brought about by the universal sustaining medium, the might of the entire nation. It is not merely, however, this form of subsistence for his activity in general that the individual gets in the universal substance, but likewise also his content. What he does is what we are all capable of doing, is the custom all follow. This content, insofar as it is completely particularized, is, in its concrete reality, not confined to the single individual, but involves and embraces the activity of all. The labor of the individual for his own wants and necessities is just as much a satisfaction of those of others as of himself, and the satisfaction of his own he attains only by the labor of others. As the individual in his own particular work, ipso facto, accomplishes unconsciously a universal work, so again he also performs the universal task as his conscious object. The whole becomes in its entirety his work, for which he sacrifices himself, and precisely by that means receives back his own self from it. There is nothing here which could not be reciprocal, nothing in regard to which the independence of the individual might not, in dissipating its existence on its own account, für sich sein, in negating itself, give itself its positive significance of existing for itself. This unity of existing for another, or making self a thing, and of existence for self, this universal substance, utters its universal language in the customs and laws of a nation. But this existent unchangeable nature, Wesen, is nothing else than the expression of the particular individuality which seems opposed to it. The laws give expression to that which each individual is and does. The individual knows them not merely to be what constitutes his universal objective nature as a thing, but knows himself too, in that form, or knows it to be particularized in his own individuality and in each of his fellow citizens. In the universal mind, therefore, each is certain of himself only because he finds in the actual reality nothing but himself. He is as certain of the others as of himself. I apprehend and see in all of them that they are in their own eyes, für sich selbst, only these independent beings just as I am. I see in their case the free unity with others in such wise that just as this unity exists through me, so it exists through the others too. I see them as myself, myself as them. In a free nation, therefore, reason is in truth realized. It is a present living mind, where the individual not only finds his determinate nature, that is, his universal and particular being, expressed and given to him in the form of a thing, but himself is this real being, and has also attained his constitutive character and position. The wisest men of antiquity, for that reason, declared that wisdom and virtue consist in living in accordance with the customs of one's own nation. From this happy state, however, of having attained its determinate nature, and of living in it, the self-consciousness, which in the first instance is only immediately and in principle mind, has broken away, or perhaps it has not yet attained it, for both can be said with equal truth. Reason must pass out of and leave this happy condition, for only implicitly or immediately is the life of a free nation real objective ethical order, Sittlichkeit. In other words, the latter is a merely existent social order, and in consequence this universal mind is also something particular. The totality of customs and laws is a specifically determinate ethical substance, which casts off this restricted limitation only when it reaches the higher moment, namely, when it becomes conscious regarding its own nature. Only with this knowledge does it get its absolute truth, and not as it is immediately in its bare existence. In this latter form, it is partly restricted and circumscribed, partly the absolute limitation consists just in this that mind is there in the form of existence. Hence, further, the individual, as he immediately finds his existence in the actual objective social order, in the life of his nation, has a solid, imperturbable confidence. The universal mind has not here resolved itself into its abstract moments, and thus, too, he does not think of himself as existing in singleness and independence. When, however, he has once arrived at this knowledge, as indeed he must, this immediate unity with mind, this undifferentiated existence in the substance of mind, his sense of naive confidence, is lost. Isolated by himself, he is himself now the central essential reality, no longer universal mind. The element of this singleness of self-consciousness is no doubt in universal mind itself, but merely as a vanishing quantity, which, as it appears with an existence of its own, is straightway resolved within the universal, and only becomes consciously felt in the form of that sense of confidence. When the individual gets fixity in the form of singleness, and every moment, being a moment of the essential reality, must manage to reveal itself as essential, the individual has thereby set himself in opposition to the laws and customs. These latter are looked on as merely a thought without absolutely essential significance, an abstract theory without reality, while he qua this particular ego is in his own view the living truth. Or again, we can say, as above stated, that self-consciousness has not yet attained this happy state of being ethical substance, the mind of a nation. For after leaving the process of rational observation, mind, at first, is not yet as such actually realized through itself. It is merely affirmed as inner nature and essence, or as abstraction. In other words, mind is first immediate. As immediate existing, however, it is particular. It is practical consciousness, which steps into the world it finds lying ready-made with the intention of duplicating itself in the determinate form of an individual, of producing itself as this particular individual, and creating this its own existential counterpart, and thus becoming conscious of this unity of its own actual reality with the objective world. Self-consciousness possesses the certainty of this unity. It holds that the unity is implicitly, an sich, already present, or that this union and agreement between itself and thinghood, objective existence, is already a fait accompli, and has only to become expressly so through its own agency. Or that its making that unity is at the same time and as much its finding the unity. Since this unity means happiness, the individual is thus sent forth into the world by his own spirit to seek his happiness. If then, we for our part find the truth of this rational self-consciousness to be ethical substance, that self-consciousness on its part finds here the beginning of its moral experience of the world. Looking at it as not having yet had such experience, this process drives it in that direction, and what is cancelled in the process are the particular moments which self-consciousness takes as valid in isolation. They have the form of an immediate will process, or impulse of nature, which attains its satisfaction, the satisfaction itself being the content of a new impulse. Looking at self-consciousness, however, as having lost the happiness of being up in the substance, these natural impulses are bound up with a consciousness that their purpose is the true vocation and essential nature of self-consciousness. Ethical substance has sunk to the level of a floating selfless adjective, whose living subjects are individuals, which have to fill up their universality through themselves, and to provide for their vocation out of the same source. Taken in the former sense, then, those forms and modes are the process by which the ethical substance comes to be, and precede this substance. In the latter they succeeded, and disclose for self-consciousness what its vocation is. In the former aspect, the immediacy or raw brute impulses get lost in the process of finding out what their truth is, and their content passes over to a higher. In the latter aspect, however, the false idea of consciousness, which puts its vocation in that immediacy, passes to a higher idea. In the former case, the goal which they attain is the immediate ethical substance, while in the latter, the end is the consciousness of that substance, such a consciousness as knows the substance to be its own essential being, and to that extent this process would be the development of morality, moraliteit, a higher state of attitude than the former, Sittlichkeit. But these modes at the same time constitute only one side of the development of morality, that, namely, which belongs to self-existence, or in which consciousness cancels its purposes. They do not constitute the side where morality arises out of the substance itself. Since these moments cannot yet have the signification of being made into purposes in opposition to the lost social order, Sittlichkeit, they hold here no doubt in their simple uncriticized content, and the end towards which they work is the ethical substance. But since with our time is more directly associated that form of these moments in which they appear after consciousness has lost its ethical custom constituted, sittliches, life, and in the search for it repeats those forms, they may be represented more after this latter manner of expression. Self-consciousness, which is merely at first the notion of mind, takes this path with the specific characteristic of being to itself the essential reality qua individual mind, and its purpose, therefore, is to give itself actualization as individual, and to enjoy itself, qua individual, in so doing. In existing for itself, it is aware of itself as the essentially real. In this character it is the negativity of the other. There arises, therefore, within its consciousness an opposition between itself qua positive, and something which no doubt exists, but for it not in the sense of existing substantially. Consciousness appears sundered into this objective reality found lying at its hand, and the purpose which it carries out by the process of cancelling that objectivity, and which it makes the actual fact instead of the given object. Its primary purpose, however, is its immediate abstract existence for itself, its seeing itself as this particular individual in another, or in looking upon another self-consciousness as itself. The experience of what the truth of this purpose is places self-consciousness on a higher plane, and henceforth it is to itself purpose, insofar as it is at once universal and has the law immediately within it. In carrying out this law of its heart, however, it learns that here the individual cannot preserve himself, but rather the good can only be performed through the sacrifice of the individual, and so it passes into virtue. The experience which virtue goes through can be no other than that of finding that its purpose is already implicitly, an sich, carried out, that happiness lies immediately in action itself, and action is just the good. The principle and notion of this entire sphere of existence, that is, that thinghood is the independent self-existence of mind, becomes in the course of this experience an objective fact for self-consciousness. When self-consciousness has found this principle, it is aware of itself as reality in the sense of directly self-expressing individuality, which no longer finds any resistance in a reality opposed to it, and whose object and purpose are merely this function of self-expression. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1, by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. Chapter 5b, subsection A. Pleasure and Necessity. Translator's note. The succeeding 3 sections discuss the procedure of one-sided subjective individualism, the attempt to realize the individual and yet not transcend the particular individuality. The first thought of self-consciousness, when it seeks to realize or objectify itself as a mere individual, is to make the objective element return directly to itself and bring a sense of increase of its own individual being or private pleasure. This is all its interest in the practical realization of its purposes. But the realization of purposes is an expression of the life of reason, and reason means universality and systematic connection of the content realized. Hence, to seek solely private satisfaction or pleasure by a process which is inherently universal is a contradiction in terms. This contradiction the individual discovers in the shape of a sharp and painful contrast between its private feeling of individuation on the one hand and the network of universal connections on the other, the contrast between pleasure and necessity. Both fall within the individual's experience as a rational agent, and hence this necessity is his own necessity as much as the pleasure is his own pleasure. In the opposition between these factors there is no question as to which must triumph and which must surrender. This is the type of experience analyzed in the following section. It is an experience that constantly recurs in the life history of most, if not all, human beings at one stage or another in their development. The analysis contained in this section is indirectly a searching criticism of hedonism in all its forms. End of translator's note. Pleasure and necessity. Self-consciousness, which is aware of being the reality, has its object within itself, but an object which, at first, is merely its own, für sich, and is not yet in actual existence. Existence stands opposed to it as a reality other than its own, and the aim of self-consciousness consists in carrying out what it is for itself so as to see itself as another independent being. This first purpose is to become conscious, in that utter self-consciousness, of itself as an individual, to turn this other into its own self. It has the assurance that this other already is essentially itself. Insofar as it has risen above the substance of ethical life and the quiescent state of thought, and attained its conscious independence, it has left behind the law of custom and of substantial existence, the the kinds of knowledge acquired through observation, and the sphere of theory. These lie behind it as a grey shadow that is just vanishing. For this latter is rather a knowledge of something, the independent existence, für sich sein, and actuality of which are other than those of self-consciousness. Instead of being the seemingly heaven-born spirit of universality in knowledge and action, wherein the feeling and enjoyment of being an individual are stilled, the earth-born spirit has made its way to this new level of self-consciousness, and holds that being alone as true reality, which is the reality of individual consciousness. Intellect and science are despised, those highest gifts possessed by men. The devil will now its master be, and it must be o'erthrown. It plunges into life, and carries to its completion the pure individuality in which it appears. It does not so much make its own happiness as take it directly and enjoy it. The grey shades of science, laws, and principles, which alone stand between it and its own reality, vanish like a lifeless mist that cannot support the living certainty of its reality. It takes to itself life much as ripe fruit is plucked, which comes to meet the hand that takes it. Its action is only in one respect an act of desire. It does not proceed to abolish the objective fact in its entirety, but merely concerns itself with the form of its otherness or objectivity, which is an unreal appearance, for it holds this to be inherently and implicitly the same reality as its own self. The sphere in which desire and its object subsist independently and indifferent towards each other is that of living existence. The enjoyment of desire cancels this existence, so far as concerns its being object of desire. But here this element, which gives to both separate and distinct actuality, is rather the category, a form of being which has essentially the character of a presentation. It is therefore the consciousness of independence. It may be natural consciousness, or the consciousness developed into a system of laws, which preserves individuals each for himself. This separation does not, in itself, hold for self-consciousness, which knows the other as its own proper selfhood. It attains therefore to the enjoyment of pleasure, to the consciousness of its actualization in a consciousness which appears as independent, or to the intuition of the unity of both independent self-consciousnesses. It succeeds in that purpose, but only to learn there what the truth of that purpose is. It conceives itself as this individual self-existent, für sich sein, being. But the actualization of this purpose is just the cancelling of the purpose. For it comes consciously to be, not object in the sense of a given particular individual, but rather as unity of itself and the other self-consciousness, consequently as cancelled and transcended individual, that is, as universal. The pleasure enjoyed has, indeed, the positive significance that the self has become aware of itself as objective self-consciousness. But the negative import is there as well, that of having cancelled itself. And since it took its realization in the former sense only, its experience comes consciously before it as contradiction, in which the acquired reality of its individual existence finds itself destroyed by the negative element, which stands without reality and without content over against the former, and yet is the force which consumes it. This negative element is nothing else than the notion of what this individuality inherently is. This individuality is, however, as yet the poorest form of self-realizing mind, for it is still simply the abstraction of reason, or is the merely immediate unity of being for self and being in self, für sich und an sich seins, of explicit and implicit self. Its essential nature is only that of the abstract category. Still, it has no longer the form of immediate simple being, as in the case of observation, where it is abstract being, or, when affirmed as something alien, is thinghood in general. Here in the case before us, there has entered into this thinghood self-existence, für sich sein, and mediation. It comes on the scene here, therefore, in the form of a circular process, whose content is the developed pure relation of simple ultimate elements. The actualization attained in the case of this individuality consists, therefore, in nothing else than its having turned out this cycle of abstractions from the restricted confines of simple self-consciousness, and put them into the sphere and condition of self-existence, where they appear spread out in detail as distinct objects. The sort of object, then, that self-consciousness in its pleasurable enjoyment takes to be its true reality, is the detailed expansion of those bare essential elements, of pure unity, of bare difference, and of their relation. Further than this, the object, which individuality finds to be its true nature, has no content. It is what is called necessity. For necessity, fate, or the like, is just that about which we are unable to say what it is doing, what its definite laws and its positive content actually are, because it is the absolute pure notion itself, viewed as being, relation bare and simple, but imperturbable, irresistible, and immovable, whose work is merely the nothingness of individual existence. It is this firm, unbending connection, because the connecting factor consists in pure essentialities, or empty abstractions. Unity, difference, and relation are categories, each of which is nothing as it stands by itself, but only in its relation to its opposite, and they therefore cannot come apart from one another. They are, by their own notion, related to each other, for they are the pure notions themselves, and this absolute relation and bare abstract process constitute necessity. The merely particular individuality, which has in the first instance only the pure notion of reason for its content, instead of having escaped from dead theory and plunged into actual life, has thus only precipitated itself into consciousness of its own lifelessness, and finds its lot to be merely naked and alien necessity, lifeless actuality. The transition takes place from the form of oneness to that of universality, from one absolute abstraction into the other. It proceeds from that purpose of pure explicit existence for self, which has cast off fellowship and communion with others, into the sheer opposite, that is, into equally abstract implicit immanent existence, into mere being in itself. This appears consequently in such form that the individual is simply reduced to naught, and the utter atomicity of separate individual existence is pulverized on the equally hard but continuous actuality. Since it is qua consciousness the unity of itself and its opposite, this transaction is still a fact for it. Its purpose and its realization, as well as the contradiction of what constituted its essential nature, and what inherently that nature is, all this it is consciously aware of. It learns the double meaning which lies in what it does, when it sought to take and possess its life. It took life, but thereby rather laid hold on death. This transition of its living being into lifeless necessity appears to it therefore a perversion which is mediated by no agency at all. The mediating factor would have to be that in which both sides would be one, where consciousness thus knew the one moment in the other, found its purpose and action in fate, and its fate in its purpose and action, saw its own true nature in this necessity. But for consciousness the meaning of this unity here is just pleasure itself, or simple particular feeling, and the transition from the moment of this its purpose into the moment of its true nature is for it a mere leap into the opposite. For these moments are not contained and combined in feeling, but only in the bare pure self, which is a universal or thought. Consciousness, therefore, through the experience in which its truth ought to have come to light, has instead become to itself a dark riddle. The consequences of its deeds are to it not really its own deeds. What happens to it is found to be not the experience of what it inherently is. The transition is not a mere alteration in form of the same content and essential nature, presented now as content and true reality of consciousness, thereafter as object or intuitively perceived essence of itself. The abstract necessity thus gets the significance of the merely negativing, uncomprehended power of universality, on which individuality is broken in pieces. The appearance of this mode of self-consciousness goes as far as this stage. The last moment of the existence of this mode is the thought of the loss it suffers at the hands of necessity, or the thought of itself as a being, Wesen, entirely alien to itself. Self-consciousness in itself, however, has survived this loss, for this necessity or pure universality is its own proper nature, Wesen. This reflection of consciousness into self, the knowledge that itself is necessity, is a new mode or attitude of consciousness. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1, by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. Chapter 5b, subsection B, The Law of the Heart and the Frenzy of Self-Conceit. Translator's note. The following section is an analysis of the mood of moral sentimentalism. It is a mood of all times and appears in many forms, but about Hegel's times it became prominent in the Romantic school and was frankly adopted as a practical attitude by certain of its representatives. Perhaps one of the most remarkable historic examples of sentimentalism was Rousseau, to whom so much in the Romantic movement may be traced. In the literature of Hegel's time, and indeed in all literature, no more perfect type of sentimentalism can be found than Goethe's Werther. With such instances as these in our minds, the succeeding analysis requires neither explanation nor comment. End of translator's note. The Law of the Heart and the Frenzy of Self-Conceit. Necessity is for this new mode of consciousness what in truth self-consciousness finds necessity in its own case to be. In its new attitude, self-consciousness regards itself as the necessary element. It knows that it has the universal, the law, immediately within itself, a law which, because of this characteristic of being immediately within consciousness as it is for itself, is called the law of the heart. This mode or attitude of consciousness is for itself, qua individual, essential reality as the former mode similarly was, but in the present case it is richer by the characteristic that this self-existence is taken as necessary or universal. The law, therefore, which is primarily the law proper of self-consciousness, or a heart which however has in it a law, is the purpose which the self proceeds to realize. It remains to be seen whether its realization corresponds to its notion, and whether it will therein come to find this its law to be the essential ultimate fact. Opposed to this heart stands a reality, for in the heart the law is in the first place merely for itself. It is not yet actualized, and thus, too, is something other than what the notion is. This other is thereby characterized as a reality which is the antithesis of what is to be realized, and consequently is the contradiction of the law and the individual. This reality is thus on the one hand a law by which the particular individuality is crushed and oppressed, a violent ordinance of the world which contradicts the law of the heart, and on the other hand, a humanity suffering under that ordinance, a humanity which does not follow the law of the heart, but is subjected to an alien necessity. This reality, appearing in opposition to the present mode of consciousness, is, as is evident, nothing but the foregoing diremption of individuality and its truth, a relation of gruesome necessity under which the former is crushed. We, who trace the process, see the preceding movement, therefore, as in opposition to the new form, because the latter has essentially arisen from it, and the moment whence the new form comes to the present stage is necessary for it. The new mode, however, looks on that moment as something lying at hand, something simply met with, since it has no consciousness of its origin, and takes its real essence to consist rather in being independent, in being for itself, or negatively disposed towards this positive, implicit, immanent content. The aim and object of this individuality is thus to cancel and transcend this necessity which contradicts the law of the heart, as also to do away with the suffering thereby arising. There is in consequence no longer here the frivolity of the former mode, which merely wanted some particular pleasure. It is the earnestness of a high purpose, which seeks its pleasure in displaying the excellence of its own true nature, and in bringing about the welfare of mankind. What it realizes is itself the law, and its pleasure is at the same time universal, a pleasure which all hearts feel. To it both are inseparable. Its pleasure is what conforms to the law, and the realization of the law of all mankind prepares the way for its particular pleasure. For within its own self individuality and necessity are immediately and directly one. The law is a law of the heart. Individuality is not yet removed from its place, and the unity of both has not been brought about by the process mediating that unity, has not yet been established by discipline. The realization of the immediate undisciplined nature passes for a display of excellence and for bringing about the well-being of mankind. The law, again, which is opposed to the law of the heart, is divided from the heart, and exists on its own account. Mankind, which is bound to it, does not live in the blissful unity of the law with the heart, but either lives in dismal separation and suffering, or at least in deprivation of the enjoyment of itself in obeying the law, and without the consciousness of its own excellence in overstepping it. Because that all-dominating divine and human ordinance is divided from the heart, it is regarded by the latter as a delusion, which ought to lose what it still possesses, namely, power and objectivity. It may indeed in its content agree by chance with the law of the heart, and then the latter can acquiesce in it. But for the heart, it is not the bare conformity to law as such which constitutes the essential fact, Wesen, but the consciousness of itself which the heart thereby obtains, the fact that it has therein found satisfaction. Where the content of universal necessity, however, does not agree with the heart, necessity is also, as regards its content, nothing in itself, and must give way before the law of the heart. The individual, then, carries out the law of his heart. This law becomes a universal ordinance, and pleasure becomes a reality which, as it stands, conforms to law. But in this realization, the law has, in point of fact, escaped the individual, and thus there arises immediately only that relation which ought to be cancelled. The law of the heart ceases through its very realization to be a law of the heart, for it thereby takes on the form of actually being, and is now universal power, which holds this particular heart to be a matter of indifference, so that the individual, in establishing his own ordinance, no longer finds it to be his own. By realizing his law, he consequently brings about, not his law, but, since the realization is inherently and implicitly his own, but explicitly alien and external, merely this. He gets involved and entangled in the actual ordinance, and, indeed, entangled in it, not merely as something alien to himself, but as a hostile, overpowering dominion. By this act he takes his place in, or rather as, the general element of existent actuality, and his act is, in his own regard, intended to have the value of a universal ordinance. But thereby he has let himself get detached from his own self. Qua universality he lives, grows on his own account, and gets rid of individuality. The individual who recognizes universality merely in the form of his own immediate self-subsistence, für sich sein, does not, therefore, find himself in this liberated and independent universality, while all the same he belongs to it, because the latter is his doing. This doing, thus, has the reverse significance. It contradicts the universal ordinance. For the individual's act is intended to be that of his individual heart, and not independent universal reality, and at the same time he has, in fact, recognized and acknowledged this latter, for the act has the import of setting up his essential nature as free and independent reality, that is to say, of recognizing reality to be his own essential being. The individual has, by the very principle of his action, determined the more special manner in which actual universality, to which he has leagued himself, gets turned against him. His act, qua actuality, belongs to the universal. Its content, however, is his own individuality, which, being this particular individuality, wants to preserve itself in opposition to universality. It is not any specific law whose establishment was in question. On the contrary, this immediate unity of the individual heart with universality is the idea, raised to the dignity of a law and claiming to be valid, that every heart must know its own self in what is universal law. But only the heart of this individual has established its reality in his act, which, in his view, expresses his self-existence, für sich sein, or his pleasure. The act is intended to stand immediately for what is universal, that is to say, it is in truth something particular, and has merely the form of universality. Its particular content is, as such, to pass for universal. Hence others find in this content not the law of their heart fulfilled, but rather that of someone else. And even in view of the universal law, that each is to find his own heart in what is law, they turn against that reality which he set up, just as he on his side turned against theirs. The individual therefore finds, as at first merely the rigid law, so now the hearts of men themselves opposed to his excellent intentions and detesting them. Because this type of consciousness finds universality in the first place merely as immediate, and knows necessity as necessity of the heart, the nature of actualization and effective activity is to it unknown. This consciousness is unaware that effective realization involves objective existence, and is in truth the inherently universal in which the particular life of consciousness, which commits itself to it in order to have a being in the sense of an immediate individual life, is really submerged. Instead of obtaining this particular life of its own in that objective existence, it thus becomes estranged from itself. But that in which it does not know itself is no longer dead necessity, but necessity animated by universal individuality. It took this divine and human ordinance, which it discovered in operation, to be a dead reality, wherein not only its own self, which claims the position of a particular individual, insists on being a particular heart with a life of its own and opposed to the universal, but those as well who fall within this reality had no consciousness of themselves. Now, however, it finds that reality animated by the consciousness of all, and a law for all hearts. It learns through experience that the reality in question is an ordinance infused and endowed with life, and learns this, indeed, just by the fact that it actualizes the law of its own heart. For this means nothing else than that individuality becomes its own object in the form of universality, without however knowing itself therein. Thus then, what the experience of this mode of self-consciousness reveals as the truth, contradicts what this mode takes itself to be. What, however, it takes itself to be has for it the form of absolute universality, and what is immediately one with consciousness of self is the law of the heart. At the same time, the stable living ordinance is likewise its own true nature and work. It produces nothing else but that. The latter is in direct, immediate union with self-consciousness. In this way, self-consciousness here has the characteristic of belonging to a twofold antithetic essence. It is inherently contradictory and torn to distraction in its inmost being. The law of this individual heart is only that wherein self-consciousness knows itself, but the universal and accepted ordinance has by actualizing that law become likewise its own essential nature and its own reality. What thus contradicts itself within its consciousness has for it in both cases the character of essence and of being its own reality. When it gives expression to this moment of conscious destruction, and thereby expresses the result of its experience, it shows itself to be this inner perversion of itself, to be consciousness gone crazy, its own essence being at once not essence, its reality directly unreality. The madness here cannot be taken to mean that in general something unessential is regarded as essential, something unreal as real, so that what for one is essential or actual might not be so for another, and thus the consciousness of real and of unreal, or of essential and unessential, would fall apart. If something in point of fact is real and essential for consciousness in general, but for me is not so, then in being conscious of its nothingness, I have, since I am consciousness in general, at the same time the consciousness of its reality, and since they both are fixed and rooted within me, this is a union which is madness in general. In this state, however, there is only one object deranged for consciousness, not consciousness as such within itself and for itself. But in the result of the process of experience, which has here come about, consciousness is in its law aware of itself as this individual reality, and at the same time, since precisely the same essential fact, the same reality, is estranged from it, it is, qua self-consciousness, qua absolute reality, aware of its unreality. In other words, both aspects are held in their contradiction to be directly its essence, which is thus in its inmost being distracted. The heart-throb for the welfare of mankind passes therefore into the rage of frantic self-conceit, into the fury of consciousness to preserve itself from destruction, and to do so by casting out of its life the perversion which it really is, and by straining to regard and to express that perversion as something else. The universal ordinance and law it, therefore, now speaks of as an utter distortion of the law of its heart and of its happiness, a perversion invented by fanatical priests, by riotous reveling despots and their minions, who seek to indemnify themselves for their own degradation by degrading and oppression in their turn, a distortion practiced to the nameless misery of deluded mankind. Consciousness in this its frenzy proclaims individuality to be deranging, mad and perverted, but this is an alien and accidental individuality. It is the heart, however, or the particular consciousness immediately seeking to be universal, that is thus raving and perverted, and the outcome of its action is merely that this contradiction comes to its consciousness. For the truth in its view is the law of its heart, something merely intended, which has not outlasted as the permanent ordinance has done, but rather collapses when it comes face to face with this latter. This, its law, ought to have reality. Herein the law has for it the sense of reality, is a valid ordinance, purpose, and essential nature. But that reality, that very law as valid ordinance, is at once and at the same time for it nothingness and void. Similarly, its own reality proper, itself as particular consciousness, is in its view the essential truth. Its purpose, however, is to establish that particularity as existent. It does prima facie, and in the first instance takes itself qua not individual to be the truly real, or purpose in the sense of law, and hence precisely a universality, which it is to be objectively as a conscious fact. This its notion comes by its own act to be its object. Its individual self is thus discovered to be unreal, and unreality it finds out to be its reality. It is thus not an accidental and alien individuality, but just this particular heart, in every respect inherently perverted and perverting. Since, however, the directly universal individuality is that condition of perversion, this universal ordinance, being the law of all hearts, and so of the perverted consciousness, is no less itself in its very nature the perverted element, as indeed raging frenzy declared. On the one hand, this ordinance proves itself to be a law for all hearts, by the resistance which the law of one heart meets with from other individuals. The accepted and established laws are defended against the law of a single individual because they are not empty necessity, unconscious and dead, but have spiritual substance and universality, in which those in whom this spiritual substance is realized live as individuals, and are conscious of their own selves. Hence, even when they complain of this ordinance, as if it went contrary to their own inmost law, and maintain in opposition to it the claims of the heart, in point of fact they inwardly cling to it as being their essential nature, and if they are deprived of this ordinance, or put themselves outside the range of its influence, they lose everything. Since, then, it is precisely in this that the reality and power of public ordinance consist, the latter appears as the essence, self-identical and everywhere alive, and individuality appears as its form. On the other hand, however, this ordinance is the sphere of perversion. For in that this ordinance is the law of all hearts, in that all individuals are immediately this universal, it is a reality which is only that of self-existing individuality, that is, of the heart. When consciousness therefore sets up the law of its heart, it finds itself resisted by others, and the latter in opposing it are doing nothing else but setting up in their turn and making valid their own law. The universal which comes out, therefore, is only a universal resistance and struggle of all against one another, in which each makes good his own individuality, but at the same time does not come off successfully, because each individuality meets with the same opposition, and each is reciprocally dissipated by the others. What appears as public ordinance is thus this state of war, of each against all, in which every one for himself wrests what he can, executes even-handed justice upon the individual lives of others, and establishes his own individual existence, which in its turn vanishes at the hands of others. We have here the course of the world, the mere semblance of a constant regular trend, which is only a pretense of universality, and whose content is rather the meaningless insubstantial sport of setting up individual beings as fixed and stable, and then dissipating them. If we put both sides of the universal ordinance over against one another and consider them, we see that this later universality has for its content restless individuality, which regards opinion or the merely particular as law, the real as unreal, and the unreal as real. That universality is, however, at the same time the side of realization of the ordinance, for to it belongs the independent self-existence, Für-sich-sein, of individuality. The other side is the universal in the sense of stable passive essence, but, for that very reason, the universal is only something inner, which is not indeed absolutely non-existent, but still not an actual reality, and can itself only become actual by cancelling the individuality that has presumed to claim actuality. This type of consciousness, which becomes aware of itself in the law, in what is inherently true and good, not as particular or individual, but only as essentially real, yet knows individuality to be what is perverted and perverting, and hence feels bound to surrender and sacrifice particularity of consciousness, this type of consciousness is virtue. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Translated by James Black Bailey. Chapter 5b, Subsection C. Virtue and the Course of the World. Translator's note. The mood of moral sentimentalism is reduced to confusion and contradiction, but the subjective individualism in which it is rooted is not yet eradicated. Individualism now takes refuge in another attitude which claims to do greater justice to the inherent universality of rational self-realization, but yet clings to its particular individuality as an inalienable possession. It now tries to make the realization of universal purposes in the shape of the good depend solely on its own activity, the objective sphere in which the good is to be carried out being regarded as at once external to its ends, opposing its activity, and yet requiring these ends to be carried out in order to have any moral significance. Individualism looks on the good as its private perquisite, and makes a personal merit and glory out of its action in carrying out the good. This external realm is the course of the world, which in itself is thought to contain no goodness, and which only gets a value if the good is realized in it. The world's course is thus to owe its goodness to the efforts of the individual. A struggle ensues, for the situation is contradictory, and the issue of the struggle goes to prove that the individual is not the fons et origi boni, that goodness does not await his efforts, and that in fact the course of the world is at heart good, the soul of the world is righteous. The attitude analyzed here is that of abstract moral idealism, the mood of moral strenuousness, the mood that constantly seeks the improvement and perfectibility of mankind. It is found in many forms, but particularly wherever there is any strong enmity between the ideal life and the life of the world. End of translator's note. Virtue and the course of the world. In the first mode of active reason, self-consciousness felt it was pure individuality, and over against this stood empty universality. In the second, the two factors in the antithesis had each both the moments within them, both law and individuality. The one factor, the heart, was their immediate unity, the other their opposition. Here, in the relation of virtue and the course of the world, both members are each severally unity and antithesis of the moments, are each a process, but in the opposite direction, of law and individuality inter se. For the virtuous consciousness, law is the essential element, and individuality the one to be superseded and cancelled both in the case of its own conscious life, as well as in that of the course of the world. In the former case, the private individuality claimed by anyone has to be brought under the discipline and control of the universal, the inherently good and true. It remains there, however, still a personal consciousness. True cultivation and discipline consist solely in the surrender of the entire personality as a way of making sure that in point of fact individual peculiarities are no longer asserted and insisted on. In this individual surrender, individuality, as it is found in the world's process, is at the same time annihilated, for individuality is also a simple moment common to both. In the world's process, individuality adopts a position the reverse of what it is in the case of the virtuous consciousness, that is, that of making itself the essential factor, and subordinating to its own ends the inherently good and true. Further, the course of the world, too, does not, as regards virtue, mean merely a universal thus overturned and perverted through individuality. Absolute law and order form likewise a common moment consciously found to be in the world's process, not, however, in the sense of an existing actual fact, but as the inmost essence of the process. That regulative order, therefore, has not, properly speaking, to be first produced by virtue, for the production of it means qua action a consciousness of individuality, and consists rather in superseding the latter. By thus cancelling individuality, however, the inherent nature of the world's process merely gets room, as it were, to enter real existence independently on its own account, an und für sich selbst. The general content of the actual course of the world has already made itself known. Looked at more closely, it is again nothing else than the two preceding movements of self-consciousness. From them has come virtue's shape and mold, for since they originated, virtue has them before it. Its aim, however, is to supersede its source and origin, and realize itself, or be for itself, become objectively explicit. The way of the world is thus, from one point of view, particular individuality seeking its pleasure and enjoyment, finding itself overthrown in doing so, and as a result satisfying the demands of the universal. But this satisfaction, like the rest of the moments of this relationship, is a perverted state and process of the universal. The real fact is merely the particular pleasure and enjoyment, while the universal is opposed to it, a necessity which is only the empty shape of universality, a merely negative reaction, the form of an act without any content. The other moment of the world's process is individuality, which wants to be a law independently and on its own account, and under the influence of this conceit upsets the established regular order. The universal law no doubt manages to hold its own against this sort of conceit, and no longer appears in the form of an empty opposite over against consciousness, does not play the role of a lifeless necessity, but is a necessity operating within the conscious life itself. But in the sense in which it is a reality existing in a conscious state of absolute contradiction, it is madness, while in the sense in which it is an objective reality, it is simply utter perversion. The universal then, in both aspects, proves to be the might that moves them, but the existential form this force assumes is merely that of general perversion. It is from virtue that the universal is now to receive its true reality, by cancelling individuality, the principle of perversion. Virtue's purpose is by this means to transmute again the perverted world's process, and bring out its true inner nature. This true being is in the world process merely in the form of its implicit inherent nature. It is not yet actual, and hence virtue merely believes it. Virtue proceeds to raise this faith to sight, without, however, enjoying the fruit of its labor and sacrifice. For so far as it is individuality, it is the active carrying on of the contest which it wages with the world's process. Its purpose and true nature, however, lie in conquering the reality of the world's process, and the existence of the good thereby effectuated carries with it the cessation of its action, that is, of the consciousness of individuality. How this struggle itself will come off, what virtue finds out in the course of it, whether, by the sacrifice which virtue takes upon itself to undergo, the world's process succumbs while virtue triumphs, all this must be decided from the nature of the living weapons the combatants carry. For the weapons are nothing else than the essential being of the combatants themselves, a being which only makes its appearance for them both reciprocally. What their weapons are is in this way already evident from what is inherently implied in this struggle. The universal is an authentic element for the virtuous consciousness as a matter of belief. It is implicitly or inherently true, not yet an actual, but an abstract universality. It plays the part of purpose in the case of this consciousness, and of inner principle in that of the world's process. Precisely by having this character, the universal also manifests itself in the relation of virtue to the world's process. For virtue first wills to carry out the good, and does not in the first instance claim reality for it. This characteristic can also be looked at in this way. The good, in that it comes on the scene in the struggle with the world's process, thereby manifests itself in the form of what is for another, as something which is not self-contained, an und für sich selbst. For otherwise it would not want to get at its own truth by vanquishing its opposite. By having its being only when it is for another, is meant the same as was shown in the opposite way of looking at it, that is, that it is to begin with an abstraction which only attains reality in a relation, and has no reality of itself as it stands. The good or universal, as it appears here, is then what is called gifts, capacities, powers. It is a mode or form of spiritual life, where it is presented as a universal, which requires the principle of individuality to give it life and movement, and in individuality finds its realization. This universal is applied well by the principle of individuality, so far as this principle dwells in the consciousness of virtue, and misused by it so far as it is in the world's process, a passive instrument which can be regulated and directed by the hand of free individuality quite irrespective of the use it is put to, and can be misused for the production of a reality which means its ruin, a lifeless material deprived of its own independence, a material that can be formed in this way or that, or even to its own destruction. Since this universal is at the beck and call equally of the virtuous consciousness as well as of the course of the world, it is not apparent whether this equipment virtue would get the better of vice. The weapons are the same, these capacities and powers. Virtue has, it is true, carefully ensconced its belief in the original unity of its purpose and the essential nature of the world's process, and the reserve thus placed in ambush is intended to fall on the rear of the enemy during the fight, and per se accomplish its own purpose, so that thereby the knight of virtue finds as a matter of fact that his part in waging this warfare is, properly speaking, a mere sham fight, which he cannot take seriously because he puts all his strength and confidence in the good being self-sufficient and real per se, that is, in the bringing about of its own fulfillment, a sham fight which he dare not even allow to become serious. For what he turns against the enemy, and finds turned against himself, and what, both in his own case and as regards his enemy as well, he runs the risk of getting wasted and damaged in the struggle, is not the good itself. He fights to keep and carry that out. What is exposed to the hazard of the contest is merely gifts and capacities that are indifferent to the issue. But these, in point of fact, are nothing else than just that universal from which individuality has been eliminated, and which is to be conserved and actualized by the struggle. This universal, however, is at the same time directly realized and ipso facto made actual by the very notion of the contest. It is the inherent essential nature, the universal, and its actualization means merely that it is at the same time for another. The two aspects mentioned above, in each of which it became an abstraction, are no longer separated. It is in and through the struggle that the good is primarily affirmed and established in both forms. The virtuous consciousness, however, enters into conflict with the way of the world as if this were a factor opposed to the good. What the conflict brings to light is the universal, not merely as an abstract universal, but as one animated by individuality, and existing for another, in other words, the universal in the sense of the actually real good. Wherever virtue comes to grips with the world's process, it always hits upon places where goodness is found to exist. The good, as the inherent nature of the world's process, is inseparably interwoven with all the manifestations of it, with all the ways in which the world's process makes its appearance, and where it is real, the good has its own existence too. Virtue thus finds the world's process invulnerable. All the moments which virtue was to jeopardize in itself when dealing with the world's process, all the moments which it was to sacrifice, these are just so many ways in which goodness exists, and consequently are inviolable relations. The conflict can, therefore, only be an oscillation between conserving and sacrificing, or rather there can be no place for either sacrificing one's own or doing harm to what comes from elsewhere. Virtue is not merely like a combatant whose sole concern in the fight is to keep his sword well burnished, but it has even started the fight simply to preserve its weapons. And not merely is it unable to use its own weapons, but it must also preserve intact those of its enemy, and protect them against its own attack, seeing they are all noble parts of the good, on behalf of which it enters the field of battle. This enemy, on the other hand, has as its essential element not the inherent universal, but individuality. Its force is thus the negative principle before which nothing stands, nothing is absolutely sacred, but which can risk and endure the loss of everything and anything. In so doing, it feels victory to be assured, as much from its very nature as by the contradiction in which its opponent gets entangled. What is to virtue implicit and inherent is taken merely as an explicit objective fact in the case of the world's process. The latter is detached from every moment which virtue finds fixed and to which it is fast secured. The world process has such a moment under its power, and has consequently in its control the tethered knight of virtue bound thereto, by the fact that this moment is held to be merely one which the world's process can as readily cancel as let be. This knight of valor cannot work himself loose from it, as he might from a cloak thrown round him, and get free by leaving it behind, for it is to him the essential element which there is no getting rid of. Finally, as to the ambush out of which the inherent good is cunningly and craftily to fall on the rear of the world's process, this hope is vain and foolish, from its very nature. The world's process is the mind sure of itself and ever on the alert, that can never be got at from behind, but fronts breast forward every quarter. For it consists in this that everything is an objective element for it, everything stands before it. But when the inherent goodness is for its enemy, then it finds itself in the struggle we have seen. So far, however, as it is not for its enemy, but subsists in itself, It is the passive instrument of gifts and capacities, material without reality. If represented as object, it would be a dormant consciousness, remaining in the background, no one knows where. Virtue will thus be overpowered by the world's process, because the abstract unreal essence is in fact virtue's own purpose, and because its action as regards reality rests on distinctions that are solely a matter of words. Virtue wanted to consist in the fact of bringing about the realization of goodness through sacrificing individuality, but the aspect of reality is itself nothing else than the aspect of individuality. The good was meant to be what is implicit and inherent, and opposed to what is, but the implicit and inherent, taken in its real truth, is simply being itself. The implicitly inherent element is primarily the abstraction of essence as against actual reality, but the abstraction is just what is not true, but a distinction merely for consciousness. This means, however, it is itself what is called actual, for the actual is what essentially is for another, or it is being. But the consciousness of virtue rests on this distinction of implicitness and explicit being, a distinction without any true validity. The world's process was to be the perversion of the good, because it took individuality for its principle. But this latter is the principle of actual reality, for it is just that mode of consciousness by which what is implicit and inherent is for another as well. The world's process transmutes and perverts the unchangeable, but does so in fact by transmuting it out of the nothingness of abstraction into the being of reality. The way of the world is then victorious over what, in opposition to it, constitutes virtue. It is victorious over that whose nature is an unreal abstraction. But it is not victorious over something real, but over the production of distinctions that are no distinctions, over this pompous talk about the best for mankind and the oppression of humanity, about sacrifice for goodness' sake and the misuse of gifts. Imaginary idealities and purposes of that sort fall on the ear as idle phrases, which exalt the heart and leave the reason a blank, which edify but build up nothing that endures. Declamations whose only definite announcement is that the individual who professes to act for such high ends and indulges in such fine phrases holds himself for a fine creature, a swollen enlargement which gives itself and others a mighty size of a head, but big from inflation with emptiness. Virtue in the olden time had its secure and determinate significance, for it found the fullness of its content and its solid basis in the substantial life of the nation, and had for its purpose and end a concrete good that existed and lay at its hand. It was also for that reason not directed against actual reality as a general perversity, and not turned against the world process. The virtue above considered, however, is removed from that substantial life, and is outside it, a virtue with no essential being, a virtue merely an idea and in words, and one that is deprived of all that content. The vacuousness of this rhetorical eloquence in conflict with the world's process would be at once discovered if it could be stated what all its eloquent phrases amount to. They are therefore assumed to be familiar and well understood. The request to say what, then, this well-known is, would be either met by a new swell of phrases, or in reply there would be an appeal to the heart, which inwardly tells what they mean, which is tantamount to an admission of inability to say what the meaning is. The fatuousness of that style of eloquence seems, too, in a quasi-unconscious manner, to have got the length of being an acknowledged certainty for the cultivated minds of our time, since all interest in the whole mass of those rhetorical spread-eagle phrases has disappeared, a loss of interest which is betrayed in the sheer wearisomeness they produce. The result, then, arising from this opposition, consists in the fact that consciousness lets the idea of an inherent good, which yet has no actual reality, slip from it like a mere cloak. Consciousness has learned in the course of its struggle that the world's process is not so bad as it looked, for the reality of the world's process is that of the universal. With the discovery of this, it is seen that there is no way of producing the good through the sacrifice of individuality. The means for doing so have gone. For individuality is precisely the explicit actualization of what is implicitly and inherently real, that is, the universal. And the perversion ceases to be looked at as a perversion of goodness, for it is just the transmuting of the good, qua bare purpose, into actual reality. The moving process of individuality is the realizing of the universal. In point of fact, however, What as world process stood opposed to the consciousness of the inherently and implicitly real has likewise been vanquished and has disappeared with the attainment of the above result. The self-existence of individuality was there in opposition to the inner essential nature, the universal, and made its appearance as a reality cut off from the inherent implicit nature. Since, however, it has come out that reality is in undivided unity with the universal, the self-existence of the world's process proves to have no longer a being, just as the inherent nature, Ansich, of virtue is merely an aspect too, Ansicht. The individuality of the world's process may doubtless think it acts merely for itself or selfishly. It is better than it thinks. Its action is at the same time one that is universal and with an inherent being of its own. If it acts selfishly, it does not know what it is doing, and if it insists that all men act selfishly, it merely asserts that all men are unaware as to what action is. If it acts for itself, this is just the explicit bringing into reality of what is at first implicit and inherent. The purpose of its self-existence, of its being for itself, which it fancies opposed to the inherent nature, its futile ingenuity and cunning, as also its fine-spun explanations, which so knowingly demonstrate the existence of selfishness everywhere, all these have as much vanished as the purpose of the inherent element and its rhetorical eloquence. Thus, then, the effort, the struggle, the activity of individuality is inherently an end in itself. The use of powers, the play of their outward manifestations, that is what gives them life. Otherwise they would be lifeless, potential, and merely implicit, an sich. The inherent implicit nature is not an abstract universal without existence and never carried into effect. It is itself immediately this actual present and this living actuality of the process of individuality. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Translated by James Black Bailey. Chapter 5c. Individuality, which takes itself to be real in and for itself. Translator's note. The following section gives a general description of individuality which seeks to realize itself, not in the one-sided ways analyzed in the 3 preceding sections, but as a complete concrete whole. Here, individuality does not regard itself abstractly, and hence does not treat the sphere of its realization as in any way alien to itself. It is completely one with the objective world where it carries out its ends, and finds both itself adequate to its own realization and the world sufficient and all-sufficient for the embodiment of its ends. In this sphere we have, as it were, the very antithesis of the preceding state of mind. There the good was opposed to the course of the world, the latter being dependent for its goodness on individual effort. Here it is as if the world were made up of the activity of individuals and were wholly adequate to satisfy and embody all their ends. Naturally, therefore, individuals take themselves here to be real just as they are, and have merely to express or develop their own content in order to objectify their ends. The objective world is their activity realized, is themselves externalized. The condition of individuality is the immediate preparation for the social order of the life of a free spiritual community, and is the anticipation of that community, a community where the individual is universalized through union with the whole, and the whole particularized in the individual. End of translator's note. Individuality, which takes itself to be real in and for itself. Self-consciousness has now grasped its own principle, which at first sight was only our notion of it, that is, the notion that, when consciously certain of itself, it is all reality. Its purpose and nature henceforward consist in the interpenetration of the universal elements, its gifts and capacities, and individual existence. The particular moments of this process of complete concrete permeation preceding the unity in which they now combine in a single fused whole were found in the purposes hitherto considered. These have now ceased to be abstractions and chimeras belonging to those earlier empty modes of the self-consciousness of mind, modes whose true nature lies simply in the would-be life of the heart, fancy and mere rhetoric, and not in reason, which is now sure of its own reality as it stands, an und für sich, and no longer seeks to take up the position of being only a purpose in opposition to immediately existent, sensible reality, but, on the contrary, has the category as such as the object of its consciousness. This means that the character of being for itself on its own account, für sich, or of negative self-consciousness, with which reason started, is cancelled. This self-consciousness at that stage fell in with the reality which would be its own negative, and by cancelling which it would consciously realize its purpose. Now that purpose and inherent nature, an sich sein, have proved to be the same as objective existence for another and a given reality, objective truth is no longer divided from subjective certainty. The purpose set up may now be taken for certainty of self, and the realization of that purpose for truth, or again, purpose may be taken for the truth, and reality for certainty. The essential nature and purpose as it stands, an und für sich, constitute the certainty of immediate reality itself, the interpenetration of the inherent implicit nature, an sich, and the explicit distinctive nature, für sich, of the universal and individuality. Action is per se its truth and reality, and the manifestation or expression of individuality is its purpose taken just as it stands. With the attainment of such a conception, therefore, self-consciousness has returned into itself and passed from those opposite characteristics which the category presented, and which its relations to the category had, when it was observing and when it was active. Its object is now the category pure and simple. In other words, it is itself the category become conscious of itself. Its account with the previous forms is now closed. They lie behind it in the past. They do not come forward as a world found ready to hand, but are developed solely within itself as transparent moments. Yet they still fall apart at this stage as a movement of distinct moments, which has not yet got combined into its own substantial unity. But throughout all these moments, self-consciousness holds firmly to that simple unity of self with objective existence, which is its constitutive nature or generic attribute. Consciousness has in this way cast free from all opposition and from every condition limiting its activity. It starts anew from itself, and is occupied not with something external, but with itself. Since individuality is in itself actuality, the material of operation and the purpose of action lie in the action itself. Action consequently has the appearance of a circular process, which moves freely in vacuo within itself, which, unimpeded, now enlarges and then contracts, and is quite content to play simply within itself and with itself. When individuality manifests and displays its form and shape, this means that it simply assumes and receives this form. That is its element. It is just the light of day to which consciousness wants to show itself here. Action alters nothing, opposes nothing. It is the mere form of transition from a condition of being invisible to one of being visible, and the content brought thus to daylight and laid bare is nothing else than what this action already is implicitly, an sich. It is implicit, that is its form as unity in thought, and it is actual, that is its form as unity in existence, while it is itself content merely in virtue of its maintaining this character of simplicity in spite of the aspect of change, process, and transition. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Translated by James Black Bailey. Chapter 5c, subsection A. Society as a herd of individuals. Deceit, actual fact. Translator's note. This section seems at first sight a strained interpretation of the life of society. There seems at first glance nothing in a society corresponding to the view here put forward. But a little reflection will show that the conception of society here analyzed is a necessary and universal element in every society. In order to form a free spiritual community, individuals must be each complete in themselves, be real just as they are, as concrete individuals. So conceived, the component individuals of a society are separate cells of the organism of a society, all self-complete, all implicitly universal and capable of being universalized, but qua individuals all distinct. Together they form the elements out of which the compact structure of a society is made, and without their being so together as they are thus constituted, that structure would be impossible. Their togetherness, as individual units, each self-contained, is not merely the basis of complete social life, but the prima facie aspect of social life, and the original primitive condition of social individuality. Here each seeks to realize his own ends quite naturally and spontaneously, and is hardly aware and is almost indifferent to the universal result which his implicit universal nature must bring about. Each acts in his own interest, little knowing that his interest must lead to the universal good. His attitude is not strictly selfishness, it is self-interest, and such an interest all his ends must have, because they are the ends of itself. The reality he brings about has to be expressed. He never questions its right to be, just because he is self-complete. The reality is indeed a genuine reality, a reality with a universal character. It is so much actual fact for him, which he takes or makes, and accepts just because it has a universal significance. All the individuals are in the same position, each is in touch with, and is only concerned about, actual fact. Each is thus equally honest with himself in seeking his own interest, in being concerned with his own actual fact, and each is equally honorable, as regards others in so doing. But still, each is throughout focusing the meaning of the whole exclusively in himself, and is not consciously going beyond himself, for in a sense he does not need or wish to do so. All the same, this very fact he deals with has a universal significance and holds for others, and can only be a fact if it does. Hence, in so keeping up this individual interest in actual fact, each is really deceiving himself as to its true meaning, and deceiving others at the same time. The situation is one of unconscious self-sophistication and unconscious deceiving of others as to their true inner spiritual affinity. This social attitude is thus bound to prove inadequate and give way to the fuller social consciousness of a concrete community. Social life as here analyzed may be said to be society as it is conceived by the abstract political economist. The economic order of society is a necessary moment in the life of society, but the economic man is little better than an anthropotherian. The section may be regarded as a satirical analysis of such an abstract entity. It is also an indirect criticism of the futility of opposing egoism and altruism. The position in which individuals are when acting in the manner above described corresponds precisely to that of a herd of animals, hence the title of the present section. End of translator's note. Society as a herd of individuals. Deceit, actual fact. The above substantial individuality, to begin with, is again particular and determinate. Absolute reality, which it knows itself to be, is thus, in the way it is consciously aware of that reality, abstract and universal, without filling and content, merely the empty thought of this category. We have to see how this conception of substantial individuality is made explicit in its various moments, and how it gets to be conscious of its true nature. The conception of this individuality, as it takes itself as such to be all reality, is in the first instance a mere result. Its own movement and reality are not yet set forth. It is here in its immediacy as something purely and simply implicit. Negativity, however, which is the same as what appears as movement and process, is inherent in this implicit nature as a specific quality, and being, the simple implicit nature, comes to be a definite compass or range of being. Individuality confronts us, therefore, as an original determinate nature, original in virtue of its being implicit, originally determinate in virtue of the negative moment lying in that implicitness, which negative element is thereby a quality. This limitation cannot, however, limit the action of consciousness, for this consists at the present stage in thorough and complete self-reference. Relation to what is other than itself, which would be a limitation, is now overcome. The character inherent originally by nature is thus merely an undefined simple principle, a transparent universal element in which individuality finds itself free and at one with itself, as well as unfolds its diversity without restraint, and in realizing itself is simply in reciprocal relation with itself. We have here something similar to what we find in the case of indeterminate animal life. This breathes the breath of life, let us say, in the water as its element, or air or earth, and within these again in still more determinate conditions. Every aspect of its life is affected by the specific element, and yet animal life still keeps these aspects within its power and itself a unity in spite of the limitations of the element, and remains qua the given particular organization animal life throughout, the same general fact of animal life. This determinate original nature of consciousness, in which it finds itself freely and wholly, appears as the immediate and only proper content of the purpose of the individual. That content is indeed a definite content, but is only content so far as we take the implicit nature in isolation. In truth, however, it is reality, Realität, permeated by individuality, actuality, Wirklichkeit, in the way consciousness qua individual contains this within itself, and is to begin with taken as existing, but not yet as acting. So far as action is concerned, however, that determinateness is, in one respect, not a limitation it wants to overcome, for, looked at as an existent quality, that determinateness is simply the color of the element where it moves. In another respect, however, the negativity is determinateness merely in the case of what exists. But acting is nothing else than this negativity. Hence, when individuality acts, its specific determinateness is dissipated into the general process of negation, into the sum and substance of all determinateness. The simple original nature now breaks up, in action and the consciousness of action, into the distinction which action implies. To begin with, action is here an object too, still belonging to consciousness. It is present as a purpose, and thus opposed to a given reality. The other moment is the process of the statically presented purpose, the process of actualization of the purpose, bringing the purpose to bear on the entirely formal reality, and hence is the idea of the transition itself. In other words, the second moment is the means. The third moment is, finally, the object, no longer as immediately and subjectively presented purpose, but as brought to light and established as something other than and external to the acting subject. These various aspects must be viewed in the light of the general principle of the sphere of consciousness. The content throughout remains the same without any difference, whether between individuality and existence in general, or between purpose as against individuality in the sense of an original nature, or between purpose and a given reality, or between the means and that reality as absolute purpose, or finally between the reality moulded by the agent as against the purpose, the original nature, or the means. At the outset, then, the nature of individuality in its original determinate form, its immediate essence, is not yet affirmed as active, and in this shape is called special capacity, talent, character, and so on. This peculiar coloring of mind must be looked at as the only content of its purpose, and as the sole and only reality. If we thought of consciousness as going beyond that, as seeking to bring into reality another content, then we should think of it as a nothing working away towards nothing. This original nature is, moreover, not merely the substance of its purpose, but implicitly the reality as well, which otherwise assumes the appearance of being a given material on which to act, of being found ready at hand for action to work up into some determinate form. That is to say, acting is simply transferring from a state not yet explicitly expressed to one fully expressed. The inherent being of that reality opposed to consciousness has sunk to the level of a mere empty appearance, a mere seeming. This mode of consciousness, by determining itself to act, thereby refuses to be led astray by the semblance of reality on the part of what is presented to it, and has likewise to abandon its dealings with idle thoughts and purposes, and keep its hold on the original content of its own nature. No doubt this content first exists as a fact for consciousness, when it has made that content actual, but the distinction between something which while for consciousness is only inside itself, and a reality outside consciousness existing in itself, has broken down. Consciousness must act only that what it inherently and implicitly is may be for it explicitly, or acting is just a process of mind coming to be qua consciousness. What it is implicitly, therefore, it knows from its actual reality. Hence it is that an individual cannot know what he is till he has made himself real by action. Consciousness, however, seems on this view to be unable to determine the purpose of its action before action has taken place. But before action occurs, it must, in virtue of being consciousness, have the act in front of itself as entirely its own, that is, as a purpose. The individual, therefore, who is going to act, seems to find himself in a circle, where each moment already presupposes the others, and hence seems unable to find a beginning, because it only gets to know its own original nature, the nature which is to be its purpose, by first acting, while in order to act it must have that purpose beforehand. But just for that reason it has to start straight away and, whatever the circumstances are, without troubling further about beginning, means, or end, proceed to action at once. For its essential and implicit an sich zijnde nature is beginning, means, and end all in one. As beginning, it is found in the circumstances of the action, and the interest which the individual finds in something is just the answer to the question whether he should act and what is to be done in a given case. For what seems to be a reality confronting him is implicitly his own original fundamental nature, which has merely the appearance of an objective being, an appearance which lies in the notion of action, involving as this does self-diremption, but which expressly shows itself to be his own original nature by the interest the individual finds therein. Similarly, the how, the means, is determined as it stands, an und für sich. Talent is likewise nothing but individuality with a definite original constitution, looked at as the subjective internal means, or transition of purpose into actuality. The actual means, however, and the real transition, are the unity of talent with the nature of the fact as present in the interest felt. The former talent expresses that aspect of the means which concerns action, the latter, the fact found of interest, that which concerns content. Both are individuality itself, as a fused whole of acting and existing. What we find, then, is first circumstances given ready to hand, which are implicitly the original nature of the individual, next the interest which affirms them as its own or as its purpose, and finally the connection and sublation of the opposite elements in the means. This connection itself still falls within consciousness, and the whole just considered is one side of an opposition. This appearance of opposition which still remains is removed by the transition, that is, by the means. For the means is a unity of inner and outer, the antithesis of the determinate character it has qua inner means, that is, talent. It therefore abolishes this character, and makes itself, this unity of action and existence, equally an outer, that is, the actually realized individuality, that is, individuality which is established for individuality itself as the objectively existent. The entire act in this way does not go beyond itself, either as circumstances, or as purpose, or means, or as work performed. In this notion of work, however, the distinction which lay within the original nature seems to enter. The work done is something determinate, like the original nature it expresses, because being cut loose by the process of acting and becoming an existing reality, the negation implied in this process remained in it as a quality. Consciousness, however, as against the work, is specifically that in which this quality as a general process of negation, as acting, is to be found. It is thus the universal, as opposed to the specific determinateness of the work performed. It can therefore compare one kind of work with another, and thence apprehend individualities themselves as different. An individual who is of wider compass in his work has either a stronger energy of will or a richer nature, that is, a nature whose original constitution, Bestimmtheit, is less limited, while another has a weaker and a poorer nature. In contrast with this purely quantitative difference, which is not an essential difference, good and bad would express an absolute difference, but this is not in place here. Whether taken in one way or another, action is equally carried on. There is a process of displaying and expressing an individuality, and for that reason it is all good. It would, properly speaking, be impossible to say what bad is to be here. What would be called a bad work is the individual life of a certain specific nature, which is therein realized. It would only be degraded into bad work by a reflective comparison, which, however, is quite empty and futile, since this goes beyond the essential meaning and nature of work, which is a self-expression of individuality, and then seeks to find and demand from it heaven knows what else. The comparison could have to do only with the distinction above mentioned. But this, being a distinction of quantity, is in itself not an essential one, and is only made here because of differences in works and individualities which might be compared with one another. But these do not affect one another, each is concerned simply with itself. The original nature is alone the essential fact, or what could be used as an ultimate standard of judgment regarding the work, and conversely. Both, however, correspond to each other. There is nothing for individuality which is not obtained through it, or there is no reality which is not its nature and its action, and no action nor inherent substance of individuality which is not real. And only these moments are to be compared. There is, therefore, in general, no ground for feeling elevated, or for lamenting or repenting. All that sort of thing arises from a reflection which imagines another content and another inner nature than is to be found in the original nature of the individual and the actual carrying of it out into reality. Whatever it is that the individual does, and whatever happens to him, that the individual has done, and is that himself. He can only have the consciousness of the mere transference of his self from the darkness of possibility to the daylight of the present, from a state abstract and implicit to the significance of actual being, and can have only the certainty that what seems to him in the second state is nothing else than what lay dormant in the former. The consciousness of this unity is no doubt likewise a comparison, but what is compared is just a mere appearance of opposition, a formal appearance which for reason, qua self-conscious and aware that individuality is inherently actuality, is nothing more than seeming. The individual, therefore, knowing that he can find in his objective actuality nothing but its unity with himself, or can find only the certainty of himself in its very truth, and knowing that he thus always attains his purpose, can experience only a sense of joy in himself. That, then, is the conception consciousness has of itself when it is sure of its being an absolute identification, a complete permeation, of individuality and existence. Let us see whether this notion is confirmed and supported by its experience, and whether its reality agrees with this notion. The work produced is the reality which consciousness gives itself. It is there that the individual becomes consciously what he is implicitly, and in such wise that the consciousness which becomes aware of the individual in the work performed is not a particular consciousness but universal consciousness. He has placed himself by his work quite outside in the element of universality, in the characterless, qualityless region of existence. The consciousness which withdraws from its work is in point of fact universal, because it becomes, in this opposition between work and consciousness, absolute negativity, the process of action, and stands over against its work, which is determinate and particular. It thus goes beyond itself qua work, and is itself the indeterminate region which its work still leaves void and unfilled. If their unity was in the above notion still preserved, this took place just through the work being cancelled qua objectively existing product. But it has to be, and we have to see how individuality will retain its universality in the existence of the work, and will know how to get satisfaction. To begin with, we have to consider by itself the work which has to come into being. It has carried with it the entire nature of the individual. Its existence is therefore itself an action, in which all distinctions interpenetrate and are resolved. The work is thus thrown out in a subsisting form where the specific character of the original nature does in fact come out as against other determinate natures, encroaches on them, just as these do in their turn, and is lost as a vanishing moment in this general process. Although in the conception of individuality is here dealt with, the various moments, circumstances, purpose, means, and realization are all alike, and the original specific nature stands for no more than a universal element. On the other hand, when this element takes on an objective existence, its determinate character as such comes to light in the work done, and preserves its truth in its dissolution. Looked at more closely, this dissolution is such that in this specific character the individual, as a particular individual, has become consciously real. But the specific character is not merely the content of reality, but form as well, or reality as such is as a whole just this determinateness of being opposed to self-consciousness. On this view it is seen to be an alien reality which has disappeared out of the notion, and is merely found given. The work is, that is, it is for other individuals, and for them it is an external, an alien reality, in whose place they have to put their own, in order to get by their action consciousness of their unity with reality. In other words, the interest which they take in that work owing to their original constitution is other than the peculiar interest of this work, which thereby is turned into something different. The work is, thus, in general something transitory, which is extinguished by the counteraction of other powers and interests, and displays the reality of individuality in a transitory form rather than as fulfilled and accomplished. Consciousness then, by doing work, becomes aware of that contrast between being and acting, which in the earlier forms of consciousness was at the same time the beginning of action, and is here merely a result. This contrast, however, was in fact likewise the ultimate principle involved when consciousness proceeded to act as an implicitly real individuality, for action presupposed the determinate original nature as the ultimate implicit element, and a mere process of performing the act for the sake of this performance took that nature as its content. Mere action is, however, the self-identical form with which, consequently, the specific determinateness of the original nature does not agree. It is matter of indifference here, as elsewhere, which of the two is called notion, and which reality. The original nature is the thought element, the implicit factor as against the action, in which it first gets its reality. Or again, the original nature is the existence both of individuality as such, and of individuality in the form of work, while action is the original notion as pure and simple transition, as the process of becoming. This lack of correspondence between idea and reality, which lies in its essence, consciousness learns in its work. In work, consciousness becomes aware of itself as it in truth is, and its empty notion of itself disappears. In this fundamental contradiction characteristic of work, which contains the truth of all this individuality that takes itself to be inherently real, all the aspects of individuality thus appear again as contradictory. In other words, work, being the content of the entire individuality put forth by action, which is the negative unity and holds in its grasp all the elements, now sets them free, when it is given existence. As subsisting, they stand indifferently over against each other. The notion and its reality are thus separated into purpose and the original essential nature, Wesenheit. It is an accident that the purpose should have a true being, or that the implicit inherent nature should be made a purpose. Similarly again, notion and reality fall apart as transition to actuality and as purpose. In other words, it is an accident that the means expressing the purpose should actually be chosen. Well, finally, should these inner moments taken together have some intrinsic unity or not, the action of the individual is once more an accident so far as actuality in general is concerned. Fortune decides in favor of a badly determined purpose and badly selected means, just as much as against them. If now consciousness hereby becomes aware in its work of the opposition between willing and performance, between purpose and means, and again between this inward nature taken altogether and actual reality, an opposition which as a whole shows the fortuitous character of the action of consciousness, still the unity and the necessity of this action are just as much present too. This latter aspect transcends the former, and experience of the fortuitousness of the action is itself only a fortuitous kind of experience. The necessity of the action consists in this, that purpose is directly related to actuality, and the unity of these is the very notion of action. The act takes place because action is per se and of itself the essence of actuality. In work there no doubt comes out the fortuitousness which characterizes accomplishment when contrasted with willing and the process of performing. And this experience, which seems as if it must be the truth, contradicts that notion of the act. Still, if we look at the content of this experience taken in its completeness, that content is seen to be the transitory work. What persists is not the transitoriness, rather this is itself actual and is bound up with the work, and vanishes with it. The negative falls away along with the positive, whose negation it is. The very notion of substantially and inherently real individuality contains within it this transience of transitoriness, Verschwinden des Verschwindens. For that wherein the work disappears, or what disappears in the work, is the objective reality, and this was to give experience, as it was called, its supremacy over the notion which individuality has about itself. Objective reality, however, is a moment which itself has no longer independent truth in this mode of consciousness. It consists solely in the unity of this consciousness with action, and the real work is only that unity of action and existence, of willing and performance. On account of the certainty fundamental to its action, consciousness takes the actual reality contrasted with that conscious certainty, to be something which is only for consciousness. The opposition cannot any longer stand before consciousness where this is for itself and independent as against the actual reality, For consciousness here is self-consciousness returned into itself and with all opposition gone. On the contrary, the opposition and the negativity manifested in the case of work thus affect not only the content of the work, or again the content of consciousness, but actual reality as such, and hence affect both the opposition present merely in virtue of that reality and in it, and the disappearance of the work. In this way consciousness turns from its transient work back upon itself, and asserts its own notion and its certainty to be the permanent and abiding fact as against the experience of the fortuitousness of action. In point of fact, it comes to know its essential principle or notion, in which actuality is only a moment, something for consciousness, not something in and for itself. It finds that reality to be a passing moment, of significance therefore merely as being in general, whose universality is one and the same as action. This unity, this identity is the true work, it is the real fact, the actual fact itself, die Sache selbst, which absolutely asserts itself and is experienced as the lasting element, independent of that fact, which is the accident of individual action as such, the accident of circumstances, means, and actuality. The real fact itself stands opposed to these moments only so far as they claim to have a value in isolation, but is essentially their unity, because identifying, fusing actuality with individuality. It is too an action, and qua doing, pure action in general, and thereby just as much action of this particular individual. And this action, because still appertaining to the individual in opposition to actuality, has the sense of a purpose. Similarly, it is the transition from this specific character to the opposite, and finally it is a reality which is present objectively for consciousness. The actual fact thus expresses the essential spiritual substance, in which all these moments as independently valid are cancelled and transcended, and so hold good only as universal, and in which the certainty consciousness has regarding itself is a fact, a real object before consciousness, an object born of self-consciousness as its own, without ceasing to be a free independent object in the proper sense. The thing, found at the stage of sense certainty and perception, now gets its significance through self-consciousness, and through it alone. On this rests the distinction between a thing, Ding, and the fact, Sache. A process is gone through here corresponding to what we find in the case of sense experience and perception. Self-consciousness, then, has attained its true conception of itself when the stage of real fact is reached. Fact is the interpenetration of individuality and objectivity. In it, self-consciousness has arrived at a consciousness of its own substance. At the same time, as we find self-consciousness here, it is a consciousness which has just arisen, and hence is immediate. And this is the specific way in which you find spirit at the present stage. It has not yet reached its truly real substance. The fact itself takes in this immediate consciousness the form of bare and simple essence, einfachen Wesens, which, being universal, contains all its various moments in itself and belongs to them, but again is also indifferent towards them taken as specific moments, and is independent by itself. And as this free and independent simple abstract fact passes for the essentially real, Wesen. The various moments of the original determinateness, the moments of the fact of this particular individual, his purpose, means, action, and actual reality, are on the one hand particular moments for this consciousness, which it can abandon and give up for the fact itself. On the other hand, however, they all have the fact itself as their essential nature, but only in such a way that it, being their abstract universal, can find itself in each of them and be their predicate. The fact itself is not yet subject, but those moments stand for subject, because they belong to the aspect of particularity, while fact itself is only at the stage bare universality. Fact is the genus which finds all these moments to be species of itself, and in that way is independent of them. Consciousness is called honest when it has on the one hand attained this idealization, idealismus, which fact expresses, and on the other possesses the truth in the fact qua this formal universality. Consciousness, when so characterized, takes to do solely with fact, and hence occupies itself with its various moments or species. And when it does not reach the fact in one of these moments, does not find the real fact in one meaning, it just on that account lays hold of the fact in another, and consequently always really secures that satisfaction which should belong to this mode of consciousness by its very nature, seinem Begriffe nach. However things turn out, it achieves and secures the fact itself, for the latter, being this universal genus of those moments, is the predicate of all. Should it not bring a purpose into reality, it may have at least willed the purpose, that is, may turn purpose qua purpose, mere doing which does nothing, into the fact itself, and can therefore maintain and feel satisfied that at least there has always been something attempted, something done. Since the universal contains within it even the negative or the transitoriness, this too, the nothingness of work, is itself its doing. It has stimulated others towards this, and still finds satisfaction in the disappearance of its reality, just as bad boys enjoy a personal pleasure in getting their ears boxed because they are the cause of its being done. Or again, suppose it has not so much as tried to carry out the fact itself, and done nothing at all, then it has not even cared. The fact itself is for it just the unity of its decision with reality. It asserts that the reality was nothing else than its own wish in the matter, sein Mögen. Finally, suppose something of interest has come its way entirely without its help, then for it this reality is the fact itself, just by the interest which it finds in the fact, although the reality was not brought about by its doing. If it is a piece of luck which has befallen the individual personally, he reckons it his own act and his own desert. If it is, on the other hand, a mere event, which does not concern him further, he makes it likewise his own, and an interest where he has done nothing is held as a party interest which he has taken up and defended or maintained, for or against. The honesty or honorableness of this mode of consciousness, as well as the satisfaction which it meets with at every point, really consists, as the above makes clear, in this that it does not bring together its ideas regarding the fact itself. Fact itself is just as much its own affair, seine Sache, as no work at all, or mere action and bare purpose, or again a reality involving no action at all. It makes one meaning after another the subject of this predicate, and forgets one after the other. By its having merely willed, or again in not having wanted, fact itself has now the meaning of empty purpose, and of the merely ideal thought unity of willing and performance. The consolation for the annihilation of the purpose, which was at all events willed, or at all events simply done, as well as the satisfaction of having given others something to do, makes the simple doing, or the entirely bad work, the essential reality. For that must be called a bad work which is no work at all. Finally, in the case of finding through good luck the reality at hand, this existence without any act becomes the fact itself. The true meaning of this honesty, however, lies in not being so honest as it seems. For it cannot be so unintelligent as to let these various moments fall apart in that way. It must have an immediate consciousness regarding their opposition, because they are absolutely related to one another. Their action is essentially action of this individual, and this action is likewise essentially an actuality or a fact. Conversely, actuality essentially is only as his own action, and as action in general as well. And just as his own action is action in general, so it is only reality in general. Well then, he thinks he has only to do with the fact itself as abstract reality, there is also present this idea that he has to do with it as his own doing. But precisely so far as it is only a matter of being busy about doing something, he is not really in earnest on the point, but rather is dealing with a fact, and with fact as his own. Since finally he seems to will merely his own fact, and his own action, it is again a matter of dealing with fact in general or actuality substantial and abiding, an und für sich bleibende. Just as fact and its moments appear at this stage as content, they are likewise necessary also forms in consciousness. They come forward as content merely to pass away again, each making room for the other. They have therefore to be present in the determinate result as cancelled and sublated forms. So taken, however, they are aspects of consciousness. Fact itself is present as the inherent nature or its reflection into self. The ousting of the moments by each other there finds expression, however, in their being established in consciousness, not per se, but only for another consciousness. One of the moments of the content is exposed by it to the light, and presented as an object for others. Consciousness, however, is at the same time reflected therefrom back upon itself, and the opposite is thus equally present within it, is retained for itself as its own. There is, too, not one of them which could be merely and solely put outside, and another merely retained within. Rather, consciousness operates alternately with them, for it has to make one as well as another essential for itself and for others. The whole is the moving process of permeating individuality with the universal. In that, this consciousness finds this whole, however, to be merely the simple ultimate nature, Wesen, and thus the abstraction of fact itself. The moments of this whole appear as distinct outside the fact and outside one another. As a single whole, it is only exhaustively exhibited by the process of alternately exposing its elements to view and keeping them within itself. Since in this alternation consciousness has in its process of reflection one moment for itself and keeps it as essential, while another is merely externally implied or is for others, there thus enters a play of individualities with one another, where they both deceive and find deceived themselves and one another reciprocally. An individuality, then, sets to work to carry out something. By so doing, it seems to have made something into an actual fact. It acts. By so doing, it comes out before others, and thinks it is occupied with reality. Others, therefore, take its action to be an interest in the fact as such, and take the end of the act to be the carrying out of the fact per se, regardless of whether this is done by the former individuality or by them. When on this account they point out that this fact has already brought about by themselves, or, if not, offer and actually furnish their assistance, then they see that consciousness has rather left the position where they think it to be. It is its own action and effort which arouses its interest in the fact, and when they come to know that this was the fact itself, they feel themselves deceived. In reality, however, their haste to render assistance was itself nothing else than their desire to see and manifest their own action and not the fact itself. That is, they wanted to receive the other individual just in the way they complain of having been deceived. Since there has now been brought to light that its own action and effort, the play of its powers, is taken for the fact itself, consciousness seems to be occupied in its own way on its own account and not of that of others, and only troubles about action qua its own action, and not about action qua an action of others, and hence seems to let others in their turn keep to their own fact. But they go wrong again. That consciousness has already left the point where they thought it was. It does not take the matter in hand to be fact in the sense of this own particular fact, but fact, qua something universal, which is for all. Hence it interferes in the action and work of others, and if consciousness can no longer take their work out of their hands, it is at least interested in the matter, and shows this by its concern to pass judgment. When it stamps the result with the mark of its approval and praise, this is meant to imply that in the case of work it does not merely praise the work itself, but at the same time its own generosity and moderation in not having destroyed the work as work, nor spoiled it by finding fault. Since it shows an interest in the work, it enjoys its own self therein, and in the same way the work which it found fault with is welcomed for just this enjoyment of its own action which is thereby procured. Those, however, who regard themselves as, or profess to be, deceived by this interference with others wanted really themselves to deceive in the same way. They give out their efforts and doings as something only for themselves, in which they merely have themselves and their own nature in view. But since they do something, and thus express their nature, bring themselves to the light of day, they directly contradict by their deed the pretext of wanting to exclude the daylight, that is, to exclude the publicity of universal consciousness, and participation by everyone. Actualization is, on the contrary, an exposing of what is one's own in a universal element, where it comes to be and has to be fact for everyone. Consciousness, then, is as much deception of itself as of others, if it is pretended that the bare fact is its sole concern. A consciousness that lays open a fact soon learns that others want to hurry to the spot and make themselves busy there, like flies to new milk. And they in their turn find out in its case that it is not dealing with fact qua object, but with its own fact. On the other hand, if only action itself, the use of powers and capacities, or the expression of a given individuality, is to be the essential thing, they reciprocally learn that all are affected, and consider themselves invited to deal with the matter, and that instead of a mere abstract action, or a particular peculiar action, something has been elicited and exposed which was likewise for others or is a fact itself. In both cases the same thing happens, and only appears to be different by contrast with that which was accepted and assumed to hold on the matter. Consciousness finds both sides to be equally essential moments, and thereby learns what the nature of the fact itself is, that is, that it is neither merely fact which is opposed to action in general and to the particular action, nor action which is opposed to permanence, and which might be the genus independent of these moments as its species, but rather that fact itself is an essential reality whose existence means the action of the particular individual, and of all individuals, and whose action is immediately for others or is a fact, and is only fact in the sense of an action of each and all, the essential reality which is the essence of all beings, Wesen, which is spiritual essence. Consciousness learns that no one of these moments is subject, but rather gets dissolved in the universal fact itself. The moments of individuality, which were taken as subject one after another, by this unreflective incoherent stage of consciousness, coalesce and concentrate into simple individuality, which while at this, a particular, is likewise directly universal. Fact itself thereby ceases to stand in the relation of a predicate, loses the characteristic of lifeless abstract universality. It is substance permeated by individuality. Subject wherein individuality is just as much individual, or this particular individuality, as all individuals. And the universal, which has an existence only as being this action of each and all, gets an actual reality in that this particular consciousness knows it to be its own individual reality and the reality of all. Pure fact itself is what was characterized above as the category, being which is the ego, or ego which is being, but in the sense of thought, which is still distinguished from actual self-consciousness. Here, however, the moments of actual self-consciousness, being for self and being for another, so far as we call them its content, purpose, action, and reality, and also insofar as we call them its form, are made identical with the bare and simple category itself, and the category is thereby at the same time the entire content. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. Chapter 5c, subsection B. Reason as Lawgiver. Translator's note. The next step in the development of individuality is to bring out the universal conditions of its coexistence with other individualities. This it can do because it is complete in itself and is essentially self-conscious reason. These conditions are many because of the diversity of its own content and of the relations in which it stands, and are yet the conditions of individuality which is one and single. Hence the plurality never implies a separation. The conditions limit each other's operation and their precise operation must be determined. These, then, are the two stages in determining the general conditions or laws of coexistence of individuality. 1. The enunciation of different laws by and for rational individuality. 2. The relation of these laws inter se and to the single principle from which they all proceed. Both stages owe their existence to the activity of reason. Reason promulgates laws and criticizes, tests the validity of, the laws. Hence the two following sections. End of translator's note. Reason as lawgiver. Spiritual essential reality is, in its bare existence, pure consciousness, and also a particular self-consciousness. The originally determinate nature of the individual has lost its positive significance of being inherently the element and purpose of its activity. It is merely a superseded moment, while the individual is a self in the sense of a universal self. Conversely, the formal fact itself gets its content and filling in active individuality with the distinctions it draws within itself, for these distinctions compose the content of that universal. The category is implicit, an sich, as the universal of pure consciousness. It is also explicit, für sich, for the self of consciousness is likewise its moment. It is absolute being, for that universality is the bare self-identity of being. Thus the significance of what is object for consciousness lies in its being the truth. It is, and it holds good, in the sense of being and holding good by itself as an independent entity, an und für sich selbst. It is the absolute fact, which no longer suffers from the opposition between what is certain and what is true, between universal and particular, between purpose and its reality, but whose existence is the reality and action of self-consciousness. This fact is therefore the ethical substance, and consciousness of it is ethical consciousness. Its object is likewise taken to be the truth, for it combines self-consciousness and being in a single unity. It stands for what is absolute, for self-consciousness cannot and will not again go beyond this object because it is there at home with itself. It cannot, for the object is all its power and all its being. It will not, because the object is itself, or the will of this particular self. It is the real object inherently as object, for it contains and involves the distinction which consciousness implies. It divides itself into areas or spheres, Massen, which are the determinate laws of the absolute reality, that is, the ethical substance. These spheres, however, do not obscure the notion, for the moments, being bare consciousness and self, are kept contained within it, a unity which constitutes the inner nature of these spheres and no longer lets these moments in this distinction fall apart from one another. These laws or groups, Massen, of the substance of ethical life are directly recognized and acknowledged. We cannot ask for their origin and justification, nor is there something else to search for as their warrant, for something other than this independent self-subsistent reality, an und für sich seiendes Wesen, could only be self-consciousness itself. But self-consciousness is nothing else than this reality, for itself is the self-existence of this reality, which is the truth just because it is as much the self of consciousness as its inherent nature, sein Ansich, or pure consciousness. Since self-consciousness knows itself to be a moment of this substance, the moment of self-existence, of independence and self-determination, it expresses the existence of the law within itself, in the form, the healthy natural reason knows immediately what is right and good. As healthy reason knows the law immediately, so the law is valid for it also immediately, and it says directly, this is right and good. This, a particular, for there are determinate specific laws, the this is fact itself, with a concrete filling and content. What is thus given immediately must likewise be accepted and regarded as immediate. As in the case of the immediacy of sense experience, so here we have also to consider the nature of the existence to which this immediate certainty in ethical experience gives expression, to analyze the constitution of the immediately existing areas, Massen, of ethical reality. Examples of some such laws will show what we want to know, and since we take them in the form of declarations of the healthy reason knowing them, we have not, in this connection, first to bring to notice the moment which has to be made good in their case when looked at as immediate ethical laws. Everyone ought to speak the truth. In this duty, as expressed unconditionally, the condition will at once be granted, that is, if he knows the truth. The command will therefore now run, everyone should speak the truth at all times according to his knowledge and conviction about it. The healthy reason, this very ethical consciousness which knows immediately what is right and good, will explain that this condition had all the while been so bound up with that universal maxim that it meant the command to be taken in that sense. It thereby admits, however, in point of fact, that in the very expression of the maxim it eo ipso really violated it. The healthy reason said, each should speak the truth. It intended, however, he must speak the truth according to his knowledge and conviction. That is to say, it spoke otherwise than it intended, and to speak otherwise than one intends means not speaking the truth. The improved untruth, or inaptitude, now takes the form, each must speak the truth according to his knowledge and conviction about it on each occasion. Thereby, however, what was universally necessary and absolutely valid, and this the proposition wanted to express, has turned round into what is really a complete contingency. For speaking the truth is left to the chance whether I know it and can convince myself of it, and there is nothing more in the statement than that truth and falsehood are to be spoken as they come, just as anyone happens to know, intend, and understand. This contingency in the content has universality merely in the propositional form of the expression, but as an ethical maxim, the proposition promises a universal and necessary content, and thus contradicts itself by the content being contingent. Finally, if the maxim were to be improved by saying that the contingency of the knowledge and the conviction as to the truth should be dropped, and that the truth, too, ought to be known, then this would be a command which contradicts straightway what we started from. Healthy reason was at first assumed to have the immediate capacity of expressing the truth. Now, however, we are saying that it ought to know the truth, that is, that it does not immediately know how to express the truth. Looking at the content, this has dropped out in the demand that we should know the truth, for this demand refers to knowing in general. We ought to know. What is demanded is, therefore, strictly speaking, something independent of every specific content. But here, the whole point of the statement concerned a definite content, a distinction involved in the substance of the ethical life. Yet this inherent determination of that substance is a content of such a kind as turned out really to be a complete contingency, and when we try to get the required universality and necessity by making the law refer to the knowledge instead of to the content, then the content really disappears altogether. Another celebrated command runs, "Love thy neighbor as thyself." It is directed to an individual standing in relation to another individual, and asserts this law as a relation of a particular individual to a particular individual, that is, a relation of sentiment or feeling, Empfindung. Active love, for an inactive love has of course no existence, and is therefore doubtless not intended here, aims at removing evil from someone and bringing him good. To do this, we have to distinguish what the evil is, what is the appropriate good to meet this evil, and what in general his well-being consists in. That is, we have to love him intelligently. Unintelligent love will do him harm perhaps more than hatred. Intelligent, veritable, wesentlich, well-doing is, however, in its richest and most important form, the intelligent universal action of the state, an action compared with which the action of a particular individual as such is something altogether so trifling that it is hardly worth talking about. The action of the state is in this connection of such great weight and strength that if the action of the individual were to oppose it, and either sought to be straightway and deliberately, für sich, criminal, or out of the love for another wanted to cheat the universal out of the right and claim which it has upon him, such action would be useless and would inevitably be annihilated. Hence all that well-doing, which lies in sentiment and feeling, can mean, is something wholly and solely particular. It amounts to merely a temporary relief, which is as contingent as it is momentary. Chance determines not merely its occasion, but also whether it is a work at all, whether it is not at once dissipated again, and whether it does not itself really turn to evil. Thus, this sort of action for the good of others, which is given out as necessary, is so constituted that it may just as likely not exist as exist. It's such that, if the occasion by chance arises, it may possibly turn out a work, may possibly be good, but just as likely may not. This law, therefore, has as little of a universal content as the first above considered, and fails to express anything substantial, something objectively real per se, an und für sich, which it should do if it is to be an absolute ethical law. In other words, such laws never get further than the ought to be. They have no actual reality. They are not laws, but merely commands. It is, however, in point of fact, clear from the very nature of the case that we must renounce all claim to an absolute universal content. For every specific determination which the bare and simple substance, and its very nature consists in being simple, might get, is inadequate to its nature. The command itself, in its simple absoluteness, expresses immediate ethical existence. The distinction appearing in it is a specific determinate element, and thus a content standing under the absolute universality of this simple existence. Since, then, an absolute content must thus be renounced, formal universality is the only kind that is possible and suitable, and this means merely that it is not to contradict itself. For universality devoid of content is formal, and an absolute content amounts to a distinction which is no distinction, that is, means absence of content. In default of all content, there is thus nothing left with which to make a law but the bare form of universality, in fact, the mere tautology of consciousness, a tautology which stands over against the content, and consists in a knowledge not of the content actually existing, the content proper, but of its ultimate essence only, a knowledge of its self-consistency. The ethical being is consequently not itself ipso facto a content, but only a standard for deciding whether a content is capable of being a law or not, when the content does not contradict itself. Reason as lawgiver is reduced to being reason as criterion. Instead of laying down laws, reason now only tests what is laid down. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1, by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Translated by James Black Bailey. Chapter 5c, Subsection C. Reason as Testing Laws. A difference within the bare and simple ethical substance is for it an accident, which, in the case of determinate commands, as we saw, appeared as contingency in the knowledge of the circumstances and contingency in action. The comparison of that simple existence with the determinateness which was inadequate to its nature took place in us, and the simple substance was then seen to be formal universality of pure consciousness, which holds itself free from and in opposition to content, and is a knowledge of that content as something that is specific and determinate. The universality in this way remains the same as what fact itself was. But in consciousness this universality is an other. It is no longer the genus, inert and void of thought, but is related to the particular and valid as its force and truth. This consciousness at first seems the same process of testing which formerly we carried on, and its action seems unable to be anything else than has already taken place, a comparison of the universal with the determinate particular which would yield as formerly their mutual incongruity. But the relation of content to universal is different here, since this universal has got another significance. It is formal universality of which the specific content is capable, for in that universality the content is considered merely in relation to itself. When we were applying the test, the universal solid substance stood over against that specificity which proved to be a contingent element of the consciousness into which the substance entered. Here, one term of the comparison has vanished. The universal is no longer the existing substance with a value all its own, is no longer substantive right per se, but simple knowledge or form, which compares a content merely with itself, and looks at it to see if it is a tautology. Laws are no longer given, but examined and tested, and the laws for that consciousness which applies the test are already given. It picks up and accepts their content as simply there, without going into the consideration, as was done before, of the particularity and contingency attaching to its reality. Instead of this, it takes its stand by the command as command, and takes up an attitude towards this command just as direct and simple as the fact of its being a standard and criterion for criticizing it. For that reason, however, this process of testing does not get very far. Just because the standard is a tautology and indifferent to the content, it accepts one content just as readily as the opposite. Suppose the question is, ought it to be a law without qualification, an und für sich, that there should be property, without qualification and not because of utility for other ends? The essential ethical truth there consists just in the fact that the law should be merely a self-consistent whole, sich selbst gleiche, and through being identical with itself, have its ground in its own essential nature, and not be something conditioned. Property per se does not contradict itself. It is a specifically determinate, isolated element, or merely self-consistent and self-identical, sich selbst gleich. Absence of property, absence of ownership of things or, again, community of goods, contradicts itself just as little. That something belongs to nobody at all, or to the first best man who puts himself in possession, or again to all together, and to each according to his need or in equal portions, that is a simple characteristic, a formal thought, like its opposite, property. If no one is master of a thing and it is looked at as a necessary object for human requirement, then it necessarily becomes the possession of some particular individual, and the contradiction would rather lie in making a law out of the freedom of the thing. By the thing being without an owner is meant, however, not absolute freedom from ownership, but that it shall come into someone's possession according to the need of the individual, and, moreover, not in order to be kept but directly to be used. But to make provision for need in such an entirely casual, haphazard manner is contradictory to the nature of the conscious being, with whom alone we have here to do. For such a being has to think of his need in a universal way, to look at his existence in its entirety, and procure himself a permanent lasting good. This being so, the idea that a thing is to become by chance the possession of the first self-conscious individual, Leben, who happens to need it, is inconsistent with itself. In a communistic society, where provision would be made in a way which is universal and permanent, either each comes to have as much as he requires, in which case there is a contradiction between this inequality and the essential nature of consciousness, whose principle is the equality of individuals, or, acting on this last principle, there is an equal division of goods, and in this case the share each gets has no relation to his needs, and yet this is solely what share, that is, fair share, really means. But if when taken in this way absence of property seems contradictory, this is only because it has not been left in the form of a simple determinate characteristic. The same result is found in the case of property if this is resolved into separate moments. The particular thing which is my property has by being so the value of something universal, established and permanent. This, however, contradicts its nature, which consists in its being used and passing away. At the same time, its value lies in being mine, which all others acknowledge and keep themselves away from. But just in my being acknowledged lies rather my equality, my identity with everyone, the opposite of exclusion. Again, what I possess is a thing, that is, an existence, which is there for others in general, quite universally and without any condition that it is for me alone. That I possess it contradicts the general nature of its thinghood. Property therefore contradicts itself on all hands just as much as absence of property. Each has within it both these opposite and self-contradictory moments, universality and particularity. But each of these determinate characteristics, presented simply as property or absence of property, without further developing its implications, is as simple in the one case as the other, that is not self-contradictory. The standard of law which reason has within itself, therefore, fits every case in the same way, and is in point of fact on standard at all. It would, too, tutor on rather strange, if tautology, the principle of contradiction, which is allowed to be merely a formal criterion for knowledge of theoretical truth, that is, something which is quite indifferent to truth and untruth alike, were to be more than this for knowledge of practical truth. In both the above moments of what fills up the previous emptiness of spiritual reality, geistigen Wesens, the attempt to establish immediate determinate characteristics within the substance of the ethical life, and then to know whether these determinations are laws, has cancelled itself. The outcome, then, seems to be that neither determinate laws nor a knowledge of these can be effectively obtained. But the substance in question is the consciousness of itself as absolute essentiality, Wesenheit, a consciousness therefore which can give up neither the difference falling within that substance, nor the knowledge of this difference. That giving laws and testing laws have turned out futile indicates that both, taken individually and in isolation, are merely unstable moments of the ethical consciousness, and the process in which they appear has the formal significance that the substance of ethical life is thereby shown to be consciousness. So far as both these moments are more precise determinations of the consciousness of fact as such, Sache selbst, they can be looked on as forms of that honesty of nature, Ehrlichkeit, which now, as was the case with its formal moments, is much occupied with a content which ought to be good and right, and with testing definite fixed truth of this sort, and supposes itself to possess in healthy reason and intelligent insight the force and validity of ethical commands. Without this honesty of nature, however, laws do not have validity as essential realities of consciousness, and the process of testing likewise does not hold good as an activity inside consciousness. Rather, these moments, when they appear directly as a reality each by itself, express in the one case the illegitimate establishment and mere de facto existence of actual laws, and in the other an equally illegitimate independence and detachment from them. The law as determinate has an accidental content. This means here that it is the law made by a particular individual conscious of an arbitrary content. To legislate immediately in that way is thus tyrannical insolence and wickedness, which makes caprice into a law, and morality into obedience to such caprice. Obedience to laws which are merely laws and not at the same time commands. So too, the second process, testing the laws, so far as it is taken by itself, means moving the immovable, and the insolence of knowledge, which treats absolute laws in a spirit of intellectual detachment, and takes them for a caprice that is alien and external to it. In both forms, these moments are negative in relation to the substance of the moral life, to the real spiritual nature. In other words, the substance does not find in them its reality, but instead consciousness contains the substance still in the form of its own immediacy, and the substance is, as yet, only a process of willing and knowing on the part of a given particular individual, that is, the ought of an unreal command and the knowledge of formal universality. But since these modes were cancelled, consciousness has passed back into the universal, and those oppositions have vanished. The spiritual reality is actual substance precisely through these modes not holding good individually, but merely as cancelled and transcended, and the unity where they are merely moments is the self of consciousness, which is henceforth affirmed and established within the spiritual reality, and makes that spirit concrete, actual, and self-conscious. Spiritual reality, das geistige Wesen, is thus, in the first place, for self-consciousness in the shape of a law implicitly existing. The universality present in the process of testing, which was of a formal kind and not inherently existent, is transcended. The law is, too, an eternal law, which does not have its ground in the will of a given individual, but has a being all its own, an und für sich. The pure and absolute will of all which takes the form of immediate existence. This will is, again, not a command which merely ought to be, it is and has validity. It is the universal ego of the category, ego which is immediate reality, and the world is only this reality. Since, however, this existing law is absolutely valid, the obedience given by self-consciousness is not service rendered to a master, whose orders might be mere caprice and in which it might not recognize its own nature. On the contrary, the laws are thoughts of its own absolute consciousness, thoughts which are its own immediate possession. Moreover, it does not believe in them, for belief, while it no doubt sees the essential nature, still gazes at an alien essence, not its own. The ethical self-consciousness is directly at one with the essential reality, in virtue of the universality of its own self. Belief, on the other hand, begins with a particular consciousness. It is a process in which this consciousness is always approaching this unity, without ever being able to find itself at home with its real nature, its true essence. The above consciousness, on the other hand, has transcended itself as particular, this mediating process is completed, and only because of this it is immediate self-consciousness of ethical substance. The distinction, then, of self-consciousness from the essential nature, Wesen, is completely transparent. Because of this, the distinctions found within that nature itself are not accidental characteristics. On the contrary, because of the unity of the essence with self-consciousness, from which alone discordance, incongruity, might have come, they are articulated groups, Massen, of the unity permeated by its own life, unsundered spirits transparent to each other, stainless forms and shapes of heaven, that preserve amidst their differences the untarnished innocence and concord of their essential nature. Self-consciousness, again, stands likewise in a simple and clear relation to those different laws. They are and nothing more. This is what constitutes the consciousness of its relation to them. Thus, Antigone takes them for the unwritten and unerring law of the gods. Not now, indeed, nor yesterday, but for aye, it lives, and no man knows what time it came. They are. When I ask for their origin, and confine them to the point whence they arose, that puts me beyond them, for it is I who am now the universal, while they are the conditioned and limited. If they are to get the approval and sanction of my insight, I have already shaken their immovable nature, their inherent constancy, and regarded them as something which is perhaps true, but possibly may also be not true, so far as I am concerned. True ethical sentiment consists just in holding fast and unshaken by what is right, and abstaining altogether from what would move or shake it, or derive it. Suppose a deposit has been made over to me on trust, it is the property of another, and I recognize it because it is so, and remain immovable in this relation towards it. But if I keep the deposit for myself, then, according to the principle I use in testing laws, tautology, I undoubtedly do not commit a contradiction, for in that case I do not regard it any longer as the property of another. To keep anything which I do not look on as the property of someone else is perfectly consistent. Changing the point of view is not contradiction, for what we have to deal with is not the point of view, but the object and content, which is not to contradict itself. Just as I can, as I do when I give something away in a present, alter the view that something is mine into the view that it is the property of another, without being thereby guilty of a contradiction, so too I can proceed the other way about. It is not, then, because I find something not contradicting itself that it is right, but it is right because it is the right. That something is the property of another, this lies at the basis of what I do. I have not to reason why, nor to seek out or hit upon thoughts of all kinds, connections, aspects. I have to think neither of giving laws nor of testing them. By all such thought processes on my part, I should stultify that relation, since in point of fact I could, if I liked, make the opposite suit my indeterminate tautological knowledge just as well, and make that the law. But whether this or the opposite determination is the right, that is settled just as it stands, an und für sich. I might, for my own part, have made the law whichever I wanted, and neither of them just as well, and am, by my beginning to test them, thereby already on an immoral track. That the right is there for me just as it stands, this places me within the substance of ethical reality, and in this way that substance is the essence of self-consciousness. But self-consciousness, again, is its actualization and its existence, itself and its will. End of section 26. Recording by phone. End of Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1.